Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law, and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Before we begin the meeting, I would like to remind all councillors and members of the public gallery to remain silent while a councillor is speaking. Are there any apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,760th and the 4,761st meetings held on Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,760th and 4,761st meetings of Council held on the 18th of March 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. I would now like to call upon Mr Bill Moore, who will address the Chamber on the development application at 330 Nudgee Road, Hendra. Please proceed, Mr Moore. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Lord Mayor, councillors, thank you for inviting me here today. I speak on behalf of 400 residents of Hendra. You're aware of what the proposal is for a 24/7 McDonald's fast food drive-through. As it stands at the moment, the DA was 11th of June, it received 436 opposing views and 9 supporting. Of the opposing views, 321 were properly made submissions. It was approved on the 21st of Jan and it was appealed by myself and 2 other appellants in the Planning and Environment Court on the 11th of March. Therefore, it's sub judice, so I won't get into the granular details of it except for what currently is lodged with the court. I've spoken to hundreds of residents since July of last year, since this has been going. There has not been one resident that I have spoken to that supports this. Not one has supported this. But I get the same questions every time. So how did this get approved? How did we go from a normal low-impact business to a 24/7 fast food restaurant? How are 436 voices drowned out by 9 supportive voices? Why is the traffic impact so grossly underestimated? I can say that there's an accident there today between a P-plate driver and a police car at that junction just this morning. How do we go from 20 car movements a day to 1 car movement every 20 seconds? The pollution, the noise, the light. Hendra's disproportionate car theft rate, double some other suburbs. And we are inviting people in unsociable hours from out of town. But most of all, the most significant one is how do we rezone a residential site in a character zone that adjoins 5 homes for a material change of use for the most invasive development of a 24/7 fast food restaurant. How do we explain that to people? Can I say that in what world is that okay? And it might be illegal, but my question to council is it just? I say not. What precedent does it set for homeowners? Your home at any stage, like these 5 people, could wake up to having a 24/7 fast food McDonald's restaurant as their next door neighbour? I don't know the answer to those questions, but I've spoken to a lot of people and I've seen the eye rolling amongst people, councillors and politicians. I've heard of the fears of litigation. I'm aware of what happened in Toowoomba after pulling out of 12 months of litigation, enormous cost, so that the 10th McDonald's could be opened. Population 120,000 people. I've changed my view, however, with council. My anger's gone to empathy. I'm no stranger now to the struggle in funding and fighting these. So it's not the community role, however, to be running GoFundMe pages, asking for residents, for families, for contributions during a cost of living crisis. We look to council, and it's fair to say the community view is that council has not met that challenge. I'll leave you with 3 remedies. 1, school exclusion zones. And a obesogenic environment is unhelpful at best. 2, restrictions based on the number of fast food restaurants allowed in any given area. And 3, restrictions based on the percentage of overweight children attending our schools. This meets the issue head on. And I would implore council to go back and look at this approval, take a close look at what's going on with the traffic, and equally a close look at the precedent that this outrageous rezoning sets for other Australians. Thank you very much for your time. I much appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr Moore. If you'd like to take a seat, Councillor Allen, would you care to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr Moore, for coming in and talking to Council today. As you're aware, the application at 330 Nudgee Road, Hendra, was approved by officers on the 21st of July 2025 after being assessed by Council's independent planning officers against the requirements of Brisbane's City Plan 2014. This was also in accordance with the decision-making framework prescribed by the State Planning Act 2016. The assessment of the development application took all assessment matters into account as required by the legislation, including the issues raised by submitters such as yourself. Based on this assessment, a decision was made that it was appropriate for the development application to be approved. Further information about the assessment, as you're aware, including reasons for the approval, can be found in the notice about decision for the development application on Council's website. Once approved, the applicant, McDonald's, had an appeal period of 20 days from the day after notice of Council's decision, when it was given, to lodge an application or to contest the approval. They chose to waive that option. Following the end of the applicant appeal period, properly made submitters, such as yourself, were notified of Council's decision and afforded their own appeal period of 20 days. This period allows submitters to commence an appeal against Council's decision with the Queensland Planning and Environment Court, which I understand you have. As outlined in our meeting in December last year, Council's Development Services officers have an obligation to assess each application on its individual merits, while keeping in mind the need to provide for the intended built form, amenity and living environments as envisaged under the City Plan. An appeal against Council's decision to approve the application was filed with the Planning and Environment Court on the 11th of March 2025. As a respondent to the appeal, Council is obliged to follow the requirements of the court. This will include attending hearings and reviews as part of the proceedings and being involved in any without prejudice discussions. As such, at this time, it is not appropriate for me to discuss any details of the appeal. However, I will try and outline the next steps for you. As an early mediation without prejudice meeting is likely to be arranged between the parties to resolve the appeal or narrow the issue, so that will occur. The matter will be listed with the Planning and Environment Court for the first hearing, called a directions hearing. This is required to occur within 3 months of the appeal being filed with the court. At the directions hearing, the court will make orders about the progression of the appeal, including 1, defining the issues that the court experts will be asked to consider, 2, nomination of expert witnesses, 3, preparation of non-expert witness materials, 4, the joint expert witness process, and this will result in the parties' experts meeting independently of the parties and preparing a joint expert report, which identifies the issues which are agreed and which remain in dispute. Item 5, there'll be an identification of any conditions which might overcome any of the key issues you've raised, the identification of any change which might be made to the proposed development arising out of the expert opinions, potential further mediation after the experts have completed their reports, and finally, allocation of hearing dates and hearing preparations if the matter progresses to a contested hearing. Once again, because this matter is before the courts, it's not appropriate for me to discuss any further details. However, I would point out that clearly you've engaged with council. We've had meetings. You've had meetings with your local councillor who's provided you with sort of good guidance and up-to-date information as the matter's progressed. At this point in time, you have the opportunity as a submitter to take the matter to court, and we thank you for coming and presenting to council today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen, and thank you, Mr Moore, for coming in today. I would like to now call on Ms Rachel Bowes, who will address the Chamber on the Energy Galore project. Please proceed, Ms Bowes. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair and councillors, I'd just like to take you today on a journey of athletic artistry with my export travels with Project Energy Galore over the last 13 months. And I'd like today to paint a picture of that. So feel free to close your eyes and listen to your body as I do that. So, be it Trump or Vance or your political stance, far right, central left or middle, 24 for sure was a year of galores, with check 5 at the core of this riddle. The vibrant New York City road races featured from the halves to the full, though a marathon is certainly not for all. The 5s are fun, 42 requires discipline in tonnes, but the 13.1 kept me right on the ball. And if I change miles to kilometres and play around with the tech, the math can be kind of important, but it doesn't touch the pace of the smiles on the face of crossing lines with friends contented. Then Paris, it would seem, shone the beam on a glorious stage of sporting champions. Be it gold, silver or bronze, individual as a team, the Olympic spirit radiated excellence beyond factions. Then a World Series Dodger win left the Yankees in a spin, a ball game that stops the nation. 5 up in Game 5, best of 7 to survive. Big players, Judge and Cole missed the station. So Dodger Town was alive with Freddie Freeman's number 5, a stadium now under construction, getting ready to roll to stay alive and thrive at the top of the 7th stretching sensation. So it's easy to blame management. Politicians are fair game. Clearly work is needed to gain trust. But there are millions of ways to ensure every day your health cruises aboard beyond any rocket ship with Musk. Proactive prevention is a skill to embrace. Check 5 every day, a timeless staple, not haste. With consistency, awareness and an elixir of love, you go wild with the recipe that is certainly in good taste. Your breath is the anchor that steers you back to body, away from the waves of any created mindless story, and creates balance where you are more likely to do the things that are more enjoyable to you. Then if you feel well, it's time to boost. the muscle, the heart, and all things that induce. A routine that beats with a metronome's rhythm to guarantee your evolution from sickness to living. Then if we look at the spectrum from disease to performance, sickness to wellness to fitness to enjoyment, bending yourself every step of the way engages a flexibility that becomes more realistic each day. To check in with your body in these great ways from 5 to 50 or even 90, I say, the benefits are swift and magical, and even if you fall, it's a prescription to get you back on the ball. Because good movement is a mandate, a necessity for life. Without it, you will most certainly get into strife. So join me on the Energy Galore Ball and survive, and check 5, stay alive and thrive in 2025. And here we are in Brisbane, Olympic City 32. Oh, just imagine all the things we could do. From the schools, the offices, the parks and the gyms, Energy Galore on the ball, a resounding hymn. And then inch by inch and one by one, we elevate away from wars to more fun. We unlearn and learn with each passing generation. We must bounce the world to a higher vibration in preventative health education. So, I think as we speak, the Premier has just unveiled the blueprint for the stadiums for Brisbane 32. And it's an exciting time for Brisbane. It's time to excel, and it's time to bring those stadiums to life. Still being fresh from the sound of 80,000 Parisians and beyond screaming "Allez Bleu" in Stade de France last year as part of an international 5% delegation to run a 10-kilometre in the Marathon pour Tour, I can still feel the vibration of a city that embraced health and beauty in all its glory. And in Brisbane now, we have a stadium in all its glory to recreate that, and probably even better and even a better palpable vibration that not only gives each and every athlete the notion that we are willing on their best performance, but as importantly, provides each person at each event the opportunity to be educated about their health and wellness options and choices, so that these buildings are more likely to be used frequently in the context of health and vitality post-2032. Can't you see Row M leading the way at each event?
Thank you, Ms Bose. I'd love to listen
I'll leave you
more,
with
but I'm
that
sorry,
thought.
yeah, your 5 minutes has expired. My apologies. If you'd like to take a seat, Councillor Howard, would you care to respond?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think I'll be able to do the same rhyming as well as you did, but thank you for taking the time to address the chamber today. And Rachel, it's very good of you to come in to do that. We all know how important it is to keep active and healthy, and it was certainly wonderful to have the opportunity to meet with you in 2022 and to learn about your passion for helping others achieve a healthy lifestyle. We share your passion for supporting an active and healthy community, and that's why we're very proud to deliver thousands of free and low-cost activities across the city every year as part of our Active and Healthy program. As part of this program, we offer a wide range of fun, exciting, unique and different ways for residents to get active and healthy, with everything from yoga to rock climbing, kite surfing to fishing. It really is an amazing program with more than 130,000 residents participating in one of our active and healthy activities every year. And I know that you have become one of our council's active and healthy providers since you last presented to council in 2022. And our active and healthy program is just one of the many ways that we help support our residents to live a healthy and active lifestyle. And now with the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games on the horizon, it certainly provides a whole new level of inspiration to all of us to be as fit and healthy as possible. And it also highlights the wonderful lifestyle that we enjoy here in Brisbane and why more and more people are choosing to call Brisbane home each and every day. And I really want to say once again, thank you for coming in to address us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Ms Bose, for coming in today.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Madam Chair, under section 28, subsection 2 of the Meetings Local Law, I move that the agenda for this council meeting be amended to swap item 4 and item 5 on the agenda, so that we bring forward item 5, consideration of committee reports, as item 4, and question time becomes item 5 on the agenda.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Collier.
So, point of order.
I'm speaking, councillor, just one moment.
You weren't when I said point of order.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the agenda be amended according to section 28(2) so that item 4 and 5 on the agenda are moved around. So item 5 will come first and then item 4. Is that correct, councillor? Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor.
Just very simply, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I just want to check then how that impacts on the 3-hour rule. Yes. Will that commence from the time that we start now? And then question time can only happen after the expiration of the 3 hours for motion debate? Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. It will commence when we move the motion for E and C.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just very simply and succinctly, the Lord Mayor is not currently in the building, but he will be very, very, very soon. So for that reason, this moves question time to occur when the Lord Mayor has returned to the building. So I move this motion.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I don't support this. The LNP created the time frame for these council meetings. Yes. They did so without any reference to any other councillors. They did so because it suited their own political agenda. And now they want to change it because the Lord Mayor is off at a fancy lunch giving away Brisbane's green space for development.
Thank you, councillor. Stick to the motion, please.
And as we've heard, the Lord Mayor is not in the chamber. And that is because he is off at a fancy lunch and the city of the business apparently has to grind to a halt because he's off having cocktails and canapes.
Councillor Johnston, stick to the motion, which is to move item 4 and 5.
And the reason we're moving it, which is how I'm establishing the relevancy of this, as the Deputy Mayor has just pointed out, is because the Lord Mayor's not here. Now, we know where he is because he's at a very big public event giving away Brisbane's green space. And,
Councillor Johnston, I will remind you again to stick to the motion, please.
So, Madam Chairman, just to be clear, my understanding of the rule is I have to be relevant to the motion. Is that your understanding of the rule as well?
That's why I'm asking you to come back to the motion, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. And the motion is that we move question time as it has been explained to us by the Deputy Mayor of Council because the Lord Mayor's not here. And the reason he is not here is because he is off at lunch. And he is off at lunch giving away Brisbane's green space. Now, I don't think it is appropriate that the LNP change the rules for how this council operates when they changed them last year, but now to use them as their plaything because the Lord Mayor can't be bothered to turn up to his actual statutory obligation, which is to be here and participate in the city, is not good enough. Has he that little confidence in the Deputy Mayor and the chairs that they can't actually handle some questions as well? So I really don't know what is going on here, other than I'm sure people in the public gallery who are expecting maybe questions will have to wait at least 3 hours for it. And I'm sure you'll enjoy sitting through the debate on all the local issues. But I'm sick of this council being used as the LNP's playthings to change when they want. It's undemocratic, it's unaccountable, and it's wrong.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. This has not happened in 10 years that I've been here. And twice that long for other councillors. So it is really quite extraordinary, and we know where the Lord Mayor is. If you tuned into the Courier-Mail live coverage before, where you saw the Deputy Premier's unhinged speech there, we saw Adrian Schrinner right front and centre, front table. at Howard Smith Wharves.
Councillor
with the
Cassidy,
caviar and the
come
lobster
back to the
and the
relevance
champagne.
of the motion.
So that's where the Lord Mayor is today, instead of being here in the council chamber. But we've had plenty of situations over the last couple of years when Councillor Adams was the deputy mayor who took questions in place of the Lord Mayor. Now, I would understand if Councillor Adams was still the deputy mayor, why they would want to change the agenda. Someone else would move this motion because you couldn't have trusted Councillor Adams after her recent performances in here. But I really thought Councillor Cunningham had it in her. I thought she was up for the challenge. That's why she moved on Councillor Adams and took the job from her, very unceremoniously turfed her out of Civic Cabinet, took the job as Deputy Mayor.
Remain relevant, please.
So while the Lord Mayor is not in the chamber, the Deputy Mayor fulfils those roles and responsibilities. That's just the way it is. But unfortunately, Councillor Cunningham feels, and she's told us today, she's not up to the job of fulfilling those roles and responsibilities on behalf of the Lord Mayor when it comes to question time, when it comes to answering questions without notice, introducing some E&C items. The LNP feels that the Deputy Mayor is capable of that, but reading a pre-prepared speech, but not able to answer questions without notice, which is really quite a damning thing on the leadership of the Deputy Mayor in this chamber, and quite an extraordinary set of circumstances that for the first time in a decade, or longer particularly, that we're having this situation, perhaps even ever, really quite extraordinary. But we won't be supporting this motion today.
Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak to this motion, and we do not, well, I don't support this, but the Greens would not support this. The reality of the situation is that the Mayor made a choice. A choice was made to not be present in this chamber, as is his leadership duties in council. And instead of accepting that choice that was made, understanding through you, Chair, that Deputy Mayor Cunningham could do question time, could answer these questions. There's been a shift. The use of the meeting local laws, which was changed last year, with very, very little input from anyone. I'll take that interjection. No input from anyone in the opposition, any opposition councillors, to then use that to move the agenda around for a choice that the Lord Mayor has chosen to make, which is to not be present in this chamber. And obviously what this does is delay question time. This council and the choices that the Lord Mayor continually shows that he's not ready to lead the city. I mean, I would accept that committee chairs, and through you, Chair, that Councillor Cunningham could take on these questions and should be able to take on these questions. These are literally the roles that we've been given to be here in this chamber. I think the fact that the meeting's local law, which wasn't passed with anyone's input, is now being used to not only support the Lord Mayor's choice to not be here, which is something that he does do. He's not here and we don't change any agenda items week to week when he's not here. It still happens. There's many times the Lord Mayor is not here and we don't change the agenda then. But to change it in this instant for question time is just not a position that we can support. And, you know, I think it's important to say it again. The Lord Mayor has made choices. This LNP administration is making choices. The choices that they've made is to delay question time. And the choice that the Lord Mayor has made is to not be present in the chamber for when question time is supposed to be on the agenda.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in reading the meetings local laws recently, a few weeks back with one of my team, we came across that item in the meeting local laws in regards to who can move a change of agenda item, right? And I believe it's only the Lord Mayor that can actually do that at a meeting, or maybe outside of a meeting as well. Now, being that the Deputy Mayor is not the acting mayor, right, that I would think that maybe you should check with your team there that supports you, Madam Chair, and just see if that is, that's my recollection anyways. I could be wrong, right? But that was my recollection in reading the new meetings local laws. And I just think possibly this motion could be incompetent because of that. So, yeah, but anyways, and I agree with some of the other speakers as well that there's no reason, if that's not the case, right, and the Deputy Mayor can do that, that she should be able to undertake, goodness gracious, a few questions, a few 2 or 3, 4 questions from this side of the chamber. She should certainly be able to handle that. She's certainly been a council long enough and a Deputy Mayor long enough to be able to undertake these questions from this side. I just wonder if the Lord Mayor wants to maybe get some of those Dorothy Dix questions from his side, so he's able to talk about what he wants to talk about, and that's the Olympics, right? So we'll just see what all those Dorothy Dix questions are when they do come through from the other side, and to see what really was driving this change on the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Deputy Mayor, right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Only just to simply say I have undertaken question time before. It was, I think, the very start of this session that I undertook question time, and I thought it was pretty fun, actually. But it's quite insane, Madam Chair, that we have the opposition today criticising an opportunity for them to ask the Lord Mayor a question about what is going to be an incredible legacy for our... This is a really important day for our city, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. There'll be no interruptions. Thank you very much, Councillor Griffiths. Deputy Mayor.
As I was saying, Madam Chair, this is an incredibly important day for the history of our city. And we are providing the opposition an opportunity
Point of order, Madam.
to ask...
One moment, please, Deputy Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, I think you pulled me up 3 or 4 times, but is it okay for the Deputy Chair to be talking about the day and what's happening today, given you said I couldn't and Councillor Cassidy couldn't?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold your point of order. And I'll ask councillors to remain quiet and show... Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. I'm speaking, so you should not be. Deputy Mayor.
Just to say, I don't think a regime would change the order of an agenda to allow more transparency and more questions, Madam Chair.
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just going to remind councillors to remain silent while another councillor is speaking. I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
That motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Deputy Mayor Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 17th of March 2025.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting of the 17th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 17th of March 2025 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I'll jump straight to the items before us. So, item A, firstly, seeks Council's approval to make an application to the Department of Natural Resources and Mines, Manufacturing, Regional and Rural Development, the resumption of land for the Esher Street and Toohey Road intersection upgrade project at Tarragindi. The Toohey Road Sexton Street corridor is a suburban road and services the large residential areas of Tarragindi, in particular the Wellers Hill locality, and connects to the Pacific Motorway on-ramp and the southeastern suburbs of Greenslopes, which I know well, Holland Park and Coorparoo via Birdwood Road. The intersection currently experiences significant congestion, with a March 23 traffic count showing approximately 14,000 vehicles using the intersection every single day. It has an unusual road design at present, where a T intersection meets the end of the bottom of a curved road and Toohey Road becomes Sexton Street. As such, there are limited sight lines, which, in order to navigate safely, requires much attention from road users trying to turn out of Esher Street. To help alleviate this issue, Council has developed a concept design to signalise the intersection to create safer access for all road users. The project includes installing traffic signals with signalised pedestrian crossing facilities, widening the northern approach to create both right and left turn lanes into Esher Street, constructing a new wide pathway on both corners of Esher Street and Toohey Road, connecting to the existing shared pathway adjacent to the Wellers Hills Bowls Club, and installing yellow no stopping lines on all approaches to the intersection to improve traffic efficiency. The project provides the following benefits to the community, Madam Chair. Not only does it improve safety for all road users, it will enhance the overall performance of the intersection by widening the road and formalising the left and right turn pockets, increases connectivity for people walking and riding by constructing new wide pathways, and the option also reduces the potential for residential property resumptions, which would have been required for a roundabout or intersection realignment. To facilitate the project, Council requires land for road purposes from part of 2 residential properties, one being privately owned and the other by the Department of Housing and Public Works. Council has commenced the resumption of private land that's required and will acquire the land from the state by agreement, and I commend it to the Chamber. Item B, Madam Chair, is the ALGA 25 National General Assembly motions for debate. So Council has submitted a total of 9 motions for the debate at this year's conference, which will be held in Canberra from the 24th to the 27th of June. Last year, you might recall that we did not submit any motions for consideration at this event due to caretaker. This year's theme is National Priorities Need Local Solutions. The conference will focus on opportunities for councils to work with the federal government to deliver local solutions that will help them deliver on their vision for the nation. It's also a great opportunity for us, as Australia's largest local government, to continue to advocate for our fair share. Delegates from Australia's 537 councils will be brought together to debate issues of national significance to local government. All of the motions submitted on behalf of Council focus on a new practical program or policy change that can strengthen the system of local government nationally, the provision of the services and infrastructure required to support and strengthen our communities, and new program ideas that would help local governments to deliver place-based solutions to national priorities. The closing date to submit motions is the 31st of March, so I thank all the officers who have worked tirelessly to put these together. Item C is the submission for a contract variation for our Smart Poles contract with AnyHub. Council entered into a contract with AnyHub in 2019 for the design, supply, installation, operation and maintenance of 20 smart poles. In 21, the supply and installation had been completed and the 10-year contract term for operations and maintenance commenced from that date. The purpose of the Smart Pole program was to aid service and data delivery by using a number of technologies, all from the one asset. As a city with limited space, especially in our CBD and inner suburbs, it's important that Council looks at new ways that we can maximise the space we have available, as well as making sure we engage the most efficient services. As part of this process, Council's Asset Management Branch has undertaken a review of the contract for the smart poles. In doing so, they have worked to streamline the services that are provided by the contract. Since the installation, Council has undertaken a trial of these services. It's been done across Council, and as a result, we have refined how we can best use these assets for residents. The smart poles will be installed to collate information across the city. It assists Council by gaining helpful insights and provides the city with lighting, telecommunications, as well as CCTV services. The item before us will see the discontinuation of additional services which have been determined unnecessary or inconsistent, and I commend these items to the Chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on all these items and ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting, please. On item A, the Esher Street and Toohey Road intersection upgrade project, the details we've received in the E&C report before us and attachments show that this intersection upgrade project requires 41 square metres, which will be temporarily acquired for the works. There have been no objections to the temporary resumption. We assume that due process has been undertaken, given there weren't any objections to that. Improving road safety for cars, for motorists, for the people who are driving those cars, I should say. Cyclists and pedestrians is a good thing. There's clearly need for this intersection to be upgraded, and particularly the footpaths surrounding it because of the patrons at the Wellers Hill Bowls Club and Sexton Street Park, as well from the South East Freeway bikeway all intersect around here. We certainly encourage Council to continue to consider the connectivity of active transport and improving road safety for all users right across the city, rather than just simply taking the approach of upgrading bikeway projects only when road projects are done, which is what we're increasingly seeing. Another example of this, while this in this limited small section will be a good outcome, it'll inevitably not connect to very good active transport infrastructure much beyond, whether that is footpaths of a decent quality and width to allow people to use them, safe and separated bikeways, as well as the road space beyond this intersection. So we support this item today, but it is very much a very, very small target approach when it comes to increasing road safety for all users, for pedestrian, cyclists and motorists as well. So a bit of a missed opportunity there, but in the very, very narrow parameters of the project which the LNP are proceeding with here, we support those aspects of it. Clause B, the motions for debate at the ALGA National General Assembly this year. It's interesting, just note, it's interesting these motions are being brought before us for debate today, just on the eve of a federal election, of course. We've seen that occur a bit lately, right on the eve of elections. We see finally some action from the LNP, just a little bit of grandstanding, a little bit of opportunistic action, and then we'll see for the next couple of years absolutely nothing out of them. These motions have been submitted without debate in this chamber, so we'll hear the LNP. The Deputy Mayor will get up and say, oh, they're open and transparent apparently because they brought them here, but they didn't bring these items for debate to the Council chamber. These being submitted on behalf of all of us under the City of Brisbane Act. What constitutes Brisbane City Council is the 26 of us sitting here, plus the Lord Mayor. Now, he's not here today to debate his own committee item. He couldn't be here today to do that because he'd rather hobnob with the editor of the Courier Mail. But Council is us. Brisbane City Council is us who sit in here and are involved, apparently, in the decision-making process. So while these are being brought to the chamber for noting, these aren't necessarily, none of these motions are necessarily the views of council, they're the views of LNP councillors. So while we generally agree with the sentiment in some of these motions, I'll go through some of that now, but we are just being asked to note these. And then what these actually are doing as well is highlighting how dire things are here under this LNP Mayor's watch. So while we support the sentiment of the motions, particularly when asking for more certainty around the financial assistance grants, and more generally more funding for local governments, we do support that. And balancing the budget, we support that particularly because balancing the budget has been a problem for this LNP regime. We know that council is going broke on Councillor Cunningham's watch. Attachment D in this motion before us today actually admits that, and it shows that in black and white, that financial sustainability for Brisbane City Council under this LNP regime is a major concern. It says that there. It says that after 20 years of LNP rule, even the LNP are forced to raise an alarm on themselves because of their actions over the last 21 years. Now, the Lord Mayor is even at a point now where he is asking residents to do the basic work of council themselves because there's not enough resources for that, because he doesn't have enough staff and he doesn't allocate enough money to it. He's asking people to mow parks, to clean up after cyclones. Next, I imagine he'll be begging his billionaire mates to go spray for mozzies for him because he's not allocating the resources to do that following a cyclone either. Now, we know council needs more money because the LNP have blown the budget on pet projects while the basics out in the suburbs have been missing out. I want to see ratepayers get what they pay for, and they are paying more than ever, year after year after year. So yes, more money coming in from the national government is a good thing. And once again, we see here the Lord Mayor begging a Labor government to come in and save the day and bail him out. These motions relate to a range of items, but ultimately come back, of course, to council needing more federal funding to operate, to keep the lights on. I note attachment B in this item calls for a smoother process for disaster recovery funding. It makes us wonder whether the LNP struggled with this in the wake of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. They struggled with the clean-up, whether they struggled to apply for disaster funding. I suspect not. It's not surprising that there is really no capacity at council for administrative tasks like this, because the Lord Mayor has, of course, hollowed out council's workforce. He's cut 400 positions from council's full-time workforce, meaning that people pay more rates but get less for them, and employees get paid less to do more work. In attachment I as well, we're seeing here an item, a motion calling for improved databases to plan for housing all across Australia. It's staggering that this LNP regime is saying they need more information around the housing crisis and how that is impacting on people a week after criminalising homelessness. A week after the Lord Mayor stood up in this place and said he wanted to kick out every single rough sleeper sleeping in local parks. But in a motion before us today, an administrative item that he took to ENC last week, it says they don't have enough data to make informed decisions around the impacts of a housing crisis on Brisbane, how that's impacting on people who are living on the edge of homelessness and how that's impacting people sleeping rough in our parks. It seems like criminalising homelessness in Brisbane was a little too premature to do for the Lord Mayor. We, of course, have no issues with improved driver education, as outlined in attachment J, but we'd like to see council match that by improving road safety, by actually maintaining the roads we drive on, by actually expanding those safety upgrades beyond one single intersection here, improving cyclist safety and pedestrian safety and road safety for all users. We know that road resurfacing, curbing and channelling and pothole repairs have all taken a back seat under Adrian Schrinner and his regime. So yes, we support advocating for more funding from other levels of government, but at the same time, this LNP regime must take responsibilities for the things that they can control and start thinking about delivering the basics in the suburbs right across Brisbane. On to item C now, contract variation for these smart poles. Now, what we have seen week in, week out, month in, month out, is that after 21 years of LNP rule here in Brisbane, we're seeing council overpromise and underdeliver on a big time, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. They hype up a project in the media only to see it flop and then never get talked about again, just swept aside, and they desperately hope people don't talk about it again. We've seen that with multiple metro launches, Greenbridge project delays and blowouts, mobile CCTV cameras on trailers. That's just to name a few. And today, it's smart poles, of course. So in 2019, the LNP were telling residents that the Brisbane Smart Pole project was high-tech infrastructure that could monitor pedestrian and cyclist traffic and even noise levels. Public Wi-Fi, yep, it had it. USB charging ports, yeah, you got it. They had them. Tracking rising floodwaters, apparently they were also used for that as well. And we were told by the LNP back then it was all about making Brisbane a new world city. But now, just a few years after the poles were finally rolled out, this LNP regime wants to cut them. They're getting rid of the very things on poles of which they were promoted for being technologically advanced and making Brisbane a new world city. The charging and power points are gone, goodbye to Wi-Fi, noise monitoring features, and so much more. So what is the point of having a smart pole when it can't deliver the smart things that it was supposed to? It won't be a smart pole anymore. It will be an expensive light pole, a very expensive light pole, very typical of the LNP. And we heard Councillor Cunningham, the only real justification we just heard from Councillor Cunningham to take these smart poles out.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
I move for an extension.
Second.
Has been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the only justification that I could discern from Councillor Cunningham's speech then was that we wanted to be more space efficient. We wanted to better utilise space in the intercity. Shouldn't talk about space on the Sandgate foreshore where one of these light poles is located, but utilise space more efficiently. Now, these poles are about that round, for those that are watching on the camera, about 30 centimetres, I guess, across. And they're just a pole, right? So we're hearing from the Deputy Mayor that we need to make these cuts to the functionality of poles to save some space where the poles are going to continue to be located. The poles aren't going, it's just the functionality of the poles and the features of the poles are being removed. So we had this claim 5-6 years ago that we were entering this new phase of a new world city, we're going to be a smart city, or we're becoming a dumber city under the LNP, when they're dumbing down the technology, the public technology that was publicly accessible on these smart poles. Now, we know that the LNP are happy to have, parties and junkets and overseas trips, and the Lord Mayor today is at a fancy party, but they never really care about delivering things in the long term. We see that. Again, it's flash in the pan announcements, and then they let things wither away, all talk and no substance. So we've seen them cut Wi-Fi in public parks in the last couple of months, very quietly, just disappeared from the council website. The website was just updated, no more public Wi-Fi available in parks, and the last place, I guess, that was available was on smart poles. That's now being cut. I wonder whether the former Deputy Mayor, I guess, not the current one, didn't go to Paris, the former one did. Councillor Howard went to Paris, the Lord Mayor went to Paris. We wonder whether they learned anything about that. Public spaces there. Yeah, former Deputy Mayor. Now, there's more than 250 free Wi-Fi spots in the City of Love over there. And what does Schrinner and his regime do here in our City of Brisbane? Cut
Councillor
Wi-Fi.
Cassidy, refer to councillors by their correct name,
Councillor Schrinner cut Wi-Fi at parks and outdoor spaces, at ferry terminals, and now cutting them on smart poles. How embarrassing. You wouldn't have to travel to Europe to experience free outdoor public Wi-Fi, of course. Sunshine Coast has it, just up there. Gold Coast has it, the home of the Lord Mayor's mate, Tom Tate. They have it down there. You can access free and fast public Wi-Fi on the beach down there even. Oh, that's pretty cool. Maybe that's how they stole Olympic sports and venues from Brisbane. Working from the beach. Yeah. But they've reduced this contract, and it's commercial in confidence, so we're not allowed to say the figure, but you know, it's a pretty substantial amount of the overall contract. But we weren't talking millions and millions and millions of dollars here. We're talking hundreds of thousands to provide all that function that the LNP was saying was essential for a new world city, to have these poles that would monitor all sorts of things that would add to the data set the council had that then became publicly available, the data set the council had that would inform decisions we needed to make around flood resilience and around making sure we had a clean and green city which could monitor noise levels and pollution levels. All those things are now gone, and what the LNP are leaving us with on these smart poles is a pole that has a permanent light on it, and it can project a light on the footpath next to it. And that is the functionality of these poles. There's 4G and 5G repeaters within them, but in a city like Brisbane, I mean, in some parts and some pockets amongst tall buildings, yes, that is a good function to have, but all the other functions we were told by the LNP were essential, and we've not been given any explanation as to why they're no longer essential. The only explanation Councillor Cunningham was able to give us just then was that they were too big for Brisbane, but they'll still be there. It's just they have less functions available for us, for the people of Brisbane. So they're offering less to the people of Brisbane while they keep more cash in the back pocket. I mean, the amount of money they saved on this paid for the trip to Paris. So I guess they squared up there. So they were able to cut public services to pay for the trip to Paris for Councillor Howard and Councillor Adams and for the Lord Mayor. It's good if you can get it. It's good if you're in the LNP and you can get it. Council used to work for the people of Brisbane. Council used to work for the people of Brisbane, but not anymore. We are being left behind by this tired, old, stale LNP regime.
Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A for the resumption of the properties on the corner of Esher and Toohey Road, and thank Councillor Wines very much for delivering for the people of Tarragindi in the first steps towards an intersection upgrade that has been asked of me for the 8 years that I've been overseeing Tarragindi, and something that has been most widely needed, particularly in the last few years since we've had the ridiculous reduction of speed on Ipswich Road. It has been measured and noted that it is actually been noted the increase of cars that go down Eckerburn Road East and Toohey Road have increased significantly due to that 40-kilometre-hour reduction on Ipswich Road, which is a major arterial road. And now the cars go around that to go through the suburbs and makes this intersection in particular extremely congested. As the Deputy Mayor said, it is a very important intersection for the traversing of east to west from Greenslopes and Holland Park through to Tarragindi, Annalee and out to either the southwestern suburbs, out to Ipswich, or through past the PA Hospital and back into town as well. It is a very low-density residential area. However, as I said, the numbers of the cars are increasing as the numbers of students to Wellers Hills State School is increasing, and also the popularity of the Wellers Hills Bowls Club. And it's very exciting to see that along with the signalisation of the pedestrian facilities, the widening to the approaches and the safety of just having lights at this T intersection, that the new wide footways at the corners of here and the connections to Wellers Hills Road Wellers Hills Bowls Club are also being included. Not so much for bikes. There is a very strong bike network through Shaftesbury, which is off-road and connects down through Sunshine Avenue onto the bikeway. So this is not so much for bikes along Toohey Road, but very much for our pedestrians into Wellers Hills Bowls Club. And there has actually been a few residents with, definitely more than a few with prams, but a few in wheelchairs as well that want to access their local community hub Club as well. Willis Hills Bowls Club has grown out of their skin since COVID, one of the great success stories of a neighbourhood local community club with only 300 members in 2019 and now 3,000 members after COVID. Everybody has discovered the joy of a 1990s pot of beer at the Willis Hills Bowls Club, as well as the Tarragindi Tigers, which are going from strength to strength in their soccer as well. So constructing this right turn pocket on Toohey Road and making sure we have a wide enough footpath means there does need to be resumptions. The team have spoken with the residents there, as is seen in the papers. One of those houses is Department of Housing, which had no concerns, and the other private residents are also being spoken with. They're more than happy with the retaining wall and the sound barrier that we will work with them on for this intersection if it means giving up about 20 square metres of their property as well. This is a fantastic outcome for the community. In the last, before the last election, actually, I did an entire survey of the Tarragindi residents and the Holland Park residents, which are the most impacted that go through this intersection, and it was resoundingly supported by all residents for this intersection to be upgraded. There are some technicalities that I know Councillor Wines' team is working through in residents that have properties that have to actually back out onto this intersection, but I think they're going to be serviced with some ways to trigger the lights themselves as they're leaving their properties so that they can get out of their properties. It does remove some parking along this area as well, but in saying that, all of the houses along this street have off-site parking facilities, and the line of sight will be far improved with this intersection upgrade. In particular, I noticed that we have a lot of, and I've been through it with my kids a few years ago now, but a lot of P-platers and L-plate drivers in this area, using this area to get to and from school and get their hours up that they need. And this T intersection can be absolutely harrowing with the line of sight coming down Toohey Road, but also, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, at a 90-degree bend, only 20 metres to your right as well. So if you know it, I can see why you're definitely supporting me on this one as well. It has a very, very low crash incident, which is fantastic, but it does mean that it's a very slow and congested intersection because everybody does take their time and make sure that they traverse it safely. Thank you very much to Team Schrinner for stepping this ahead and going to the next step, and I look forward to delivering it for my community.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I'll speak briefly to item B and I'll also speak to item C. I just wanted to highlight very quickly a couple of things from the 9 motions that have been moved by this council. Of course, again, stating that there is absolutely no consultation with anyone that is not a part of the administration. And that is that there is 9 motions being moved. 4 of them are on financial assistance and only 1 of them is on housing. And this, of course, is a motion to increase funding for housing and housing-related infrastructure at a local level. And so 1 of 9 shows you the priorities of this council, especially when we're 2 weeks from the Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, making incredible, cruel statements that people are choosing to live in parks. These motions through the Australian Local Government Association show what the priority is, and we all know what the priority is, and it is funding. And some of these are really helpful, like, you know, the financial assistance grants, funding timings, you know, having them situated in a way that is consistent would be a real positive, I don't think, just for this local council, but also for councils across Queensland. But the one thing that I just wanted to highlight was the priority. Right, we know, I've spoken many times here, and so I won't take up too much time on that, about the financial place that the Brisbane City Council is in. I'll speak to that further when we talk about these smart poles. But it's clear that that's a priority for this council. So when it talks about being careless, when it talks about having been compassionate, when it talks about having done and doing all these amazing things, but not increasing funding to these areas, and it moves only 1 motion, On housing and housing-related infrastructure, out of 9, we actually know what the priorities are. On item C, 5 years ago, when the smart poles were first introduced, they were heralded as a game-changing investment. Integral to the smart, connected Brisbane corporate goal, people here, I wasn't here at the time, were told that these poles will help optimise city assets, turn information into intelligence, and ultimately create a more livable and technologically advanced city. And yet here we are with another cut. And let's be clear about what's being lost here. Pedestrian, bicycle, scooter detection devices, helping us improve safety in urban planning. Environmental noise monitoring devices, crucial for tracking and addressing any noise. Pollution, air quality monitoring devices, vital for understanding pollution levels and public health impacts. Climate monitoring devices, essential for a city adapting to climate change, which is what is clear in recent times, that we are dealing with a more volatile climate. Pole-mounted Wi-Fi, so that would improve public access to internet, particularly for those who can't afford mobile data. USB charging points and general power points, which would offer convenience and accessibility to residents and visitors alike. And of course, the central management system of these smart poles, which would be the very backbone of what connects all the information and data. And what are we going to be left with? Lighting, 4G, 5G small cells, and of course, CCTV cameras. This contract change is about cost cutting, at least in the papers. It did say that clearly, and that's pretty plain and simple. And it's good to see, in some sense, that there's not too much pretense about that anymore. The LNP cuts are here to stay. And what we've been told in the papers, it talks about minimal community impact. But again, with the lack of transparency, we don't see any reports talking about the impact or who was using it or how. So we're just going to have to accept this claim. And while these services that was going to make it a smarter, more efficient city are getting cut, what remains is the continuation of CCTV, which raises serious questions about privacy over policing and the effectiveness of measures in improving safety. CCTV fosters a culture of constant surveillance, disproportionately affecting marginalised communities. But it should be no surprise that this LNP administration would rather watch people than help them out. This isn't smart, it's short-sighted. Brisbane deserves better, and it's interesting
Councillor
that this
Massey,
incredible
your time has
LNP
expired.
policy is being rolled
Councillor
back.
Massey. Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak specifically on the motions in item B that relate to compliance and regulatory services. The first motion is about a national shortage of environmental health officers. Here in Brisbane, our environmental health officers do an incredible job of compliance, public health and safety across our city. From food safety inspections and disease prevention to managing pest outbreaks and supporting our immunisation and disaster response program. They are a key part of how we protect our community. But right now, the number of graduates coming through the system is simply not enough. In recent years, 15 accredited university courses in environmental health have been discontinued. That leaves us with just 9 courses nationwide, and one of those won't be taking new enrolments next year. This is not sustainable, and it's not just a workforce problem, it's a community health risk. That's why the motion calls on the Australian Government to step up and deliver a proper environmental health skills and training package. That means funding for universities, incentives for students, and a national effort to promote environmental health as a career of choice. Chair, these are not roles that you can just advertise and fill overnight. They require science qualifications, a strong understanding of legislation, and experience in compliance. If we don't address the shortage now, we risk leaving councils without the workforce needed to keep up with the growing demand and the growing health risks. This is a common sense motion that will help all levels of government, and we are proud to lead the charge on it here at Brisbane City Council. Chair, the second motion is about giving councils access to data to deliver better services.
We are calling on the Australian Government to start collecting pet ownership data through the National Census. We know that our Brisbane locals love their pets, and 2/3 of Australian households have a pet. But right now, we don't have any reliable national data set to help guide animal management policy. Instead, councils like ours rely on limited surveys that give us only estimates, not accurate figures. And that's a problem, Chair, because local governments are the only ones delivering frontline animal management services every single day. Here in Brisbane, our compliance and regulatory services team investigate dog attacks and animal management issues, deliver proactive programs through education like FIDO, operate our rehoming centres and enforce the state government's Animal Management Act. We take this work seriously because it's about protecting people, animals and our community spaces. But to plan ahead, we need to be smarter. To make informed decisions, we need better data. The census is the simplest and most efficient way to do that. We're already seeing strong growth in pet ownership, particularly since COVID. And that's changed the way people live, the way that they use public spaces, and the data simply has not kept up. This motion will give councils and other levels of government the tools they need to better support responsible pet ownership and plan for future services. Madam Chair, I also want to put on record just the thanks to our officers for pulling together these motions and to advocate for changes from the federal government level. I commend this report to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on a couple of points here in ENC, but the first one I want to speak to is in relation to the improvements at Esher Street and Toohey Road intersection at Tarragindi. Once again, it was interesting to hear Councillor Adams' comments on the intersection improvements. As a councillor who also represents Tarragindi, I think there's a lot of accuracy in terms of the need for an improvement at that intersection. There have been, I know when I used to represent that area, there were a number of issues of safety. And I think Councillor Adams did mention sight lines as well. So I welcome the improvements. I haven't been involved or heard about how the consultation's been done. I heard just then that Councillor Adams did her own consultation. So I'm not certain about the accuracy of that, and certainly haven't had that or had that explained to me by officers. But I do believe there's a need there, and I believe that there's the opportunity for improvements at that intersection. Some things I don't agree with in terms of what Councillor Adams was talking about is the issue of Ipswich Road going from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres, and that being blamed for the problems at this particular intersection.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
Yep. Anyway, I'll be interested to hear that. But I actually was one of the councillors, including Councillor Johnson, and I understand all councillors in this chamber voted for the changes to take Ipswich Road from 60 kilometres to 50 kilometres after extensive studies by TMR, after extensive studies by our own council officers, and we are meant to be listening to their advice. So I find it interesting that the council now, Councillor Adams, is saying, well, it's a bad thing and it's causing all these other problems. My understanding from the outcomes was that it was a good thing. It was supported by the community, it was supported by local schools, it was supported by residents, it was supported by TMR and Brisbane City Council and Councillor Adams herself. And it's a change that we needed, and it was actually a change that actually found the traffic was travelling not at 60 kilometres an hour along Ipswich Road, it was actually travelling at 50 kilometres an hour, which reinforced reducing the speed limit there, as well as we found so many pedestrians crossing that road, a lot more than any of us had realised were crossing that road. I can say for the record that I have had several LMP members who live locally come and complain to me that they see the woes and problems that Tarragindi is experiencing is because of the speed limit reduction on Ipswich Road. and I know those people, I have spoken with them, I've explained the situation, but it's interesting to hear Councillor Adams still talk about this issue and still say that it's causing many problems in Tarragindi. And if we're going to be talking about issues in relations to these areas of Tarragindi, I think we also need to be looking at the roundabout, at the intersection of Eckerman Road down there and Eckerman Road East. That's certainly a big issue and very dangerous issue for pedestrians. So there's a number of issues with that whole corridor that need to be looked at in terms of rat running. And one of the big issues that's a structural issue for us in that area of the city is that our corridors travel inwards, but there's no corridor travelling east-west across the city. So people do tend to, locals as well as other people do tend to find their way, find that they have to cut through suburban areas to get across the city. With that said, I think I welcome this intersection improvement and look forward to its installation. Thank you.
Councillor Adams, your point of misrepresentation.
I did not say that the Ipswich Road reduction caused the problem at this intersection. I said it excavated it.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on all three items. Just briefly on item B, the Australian Local Government Association motions for debate. I don't think this type of item has come through ENC very often at all, from memory. No, I'm wondering if there's been one other. This was quite a surprise that it was on the agenda. And as I only have 5 minutes now, I have to be quick. But I'll just refer to some of Councillor Hutton's remarks about pet ownership. I'm a little bit confused about why she thinks she needs more information about pet ownership, because Brisbane City Council registers dogs. You have to get a permit for your chickens, horses, lots of other things. And the LNP has repeatedly in this place since I've been here refused to register cats, which the council can do. So council is able to track animals within the city of Brisbane. Now, that would be pretty easy, I think. I mean, perhaps Councillor Hutton's interested in what everybody else does, but that is confusing to me why she thinks that this council does not have access to that information when we make people pay to register their pets and we have those figures available to us, and the LNP refuses to support a registration system for cats, which would also help us identify how many cats live in Brisbane, along with the chickens and the goats and the horses. So, you know, you are the administration, you can do this already. You don't need a motion at the National Assembly, but that's not really what I want to speak about today. I want to speak firstly about item C very quickly. Having been in the committee that looked at these smart poles, this is categorically embarrassing, yet again from the LNP, who announce projects with fanfare. They claim they can deliver all these amazing outcomes, and yet what happens is the scope of the project was poorly done. It's never been able to deliver on what it's promised to deliver, and the residents of Brisbane get done over and money wasted, officers' time's wasted. We're getting a reduction in the contract here, but basically all we're getting is a light pole. So what has not been explained is when these problems first started. Has this been since they went in? And it's exactly like the scooters. Council's not watching what it's paying for. It's not managing these projects properly, and there's a complete disaster that's happened yet again on the LNP's watch on a signature project that they proclaimed was going to make us a smart city. Well, apparently they can barely keep the lights on these very expensive street lamps. It's fairly embarrassing. I do want to speak on item A, the intersection of Esher Street and Shuri Road intersection upgrade. I'm familiar with this intersection. It is an east-west connection that runs across through Tarragindi to Annerley. And I used to represent as far east as Eckerman Road, which connects through this way. So it is a key east-west arterial corridor. I recognise that. However, my concern is that yet again an LNP project is being prioritised. There is no information provided to us today about where this intersection sits on the intersection list that Council has, and based on the list that I have from a few years ago, it didn't even appear as one that was ranked for an upgrade. Now, I've got dozens of intersections that are ranked highly for upgrades, including the nearby intersection of Ipswich Road, Venner Road and Waterton Street, which is the key connection between the two arterial roads that Councillor Adams is talking about. It doesn't have turning lanes and arrows.
Councillor Johnston, please remain relevant to the report.
A small intersection.
Councillor Johnston, remain relevant to the report, please.
Well, I heard Councillor Adams mention a whole heap of other roads that aren't in this report as well. So, and I am. A key intersection that links to this intersection does not have, that links an arterial road, does not have turning lanes. 2 people have died on Venner Road. There are dozens of crashes every year, 95 on Ipswich Road. What's happening with this intersection doesn't appear on the intersection upgrade list from a few years ago. And as Councillor Adams has told us here today, oh, well, it's got a very low crash history. So my question is, why are intersections where people are seriously injured or die being ignored, and intersections like this
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Being prioritised?
Further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Oh, can I just reset that clock? Oh, here we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item B, the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly motions. Madam Chair, I've repeatedly said in this chamber that there are only limited levers that local government can pull when it comes to delivery of housing in our city. However, we understand our role to continue to advocate to all levels of government to ensure there is greater funding and assistance provided to the housing and construction industry. In our Housing Supply Action Plan, a key advocacy piece was to continue to advocate for the early delivery of essential infrastructure to be able to support growth. And Madam Chair, one of Brisbane's motions to the LGA National General Assembly is to call on the Australian Government to provide more financial support to help councils build the infrastructure needed to enable new housing. It is widely acknowledged that a primary reason for high housing cost and low affordability is a lack of housing supply. Brisbane City Council is often criticised for not enabling more housing, despite development applications being approved and significant latent supply sitting in the current city plan. Councils are required to ensure financial stability or sustainability and community value, which impacts on the ability to provide long-term solutions upfront at the expense of current ratepayers. Local infrastructure such as transport, drainage, parks, water and wastewater must be built before more land for housing can be released. This includes greenfield land, increased density around transit nodes and renewal of underutilised former industrial land. The impact of low housing supply and high construction costs are being felt nationally. And as the federal government benefits significantly from the taxation revenue for new housing, such as GST on construction, the flow of this revenue into housing enabling infrastructure at a local level will enable local governments to respond to this growth in a more sustainable and equitable way. As such, in this motion, we are calling for a federal fund which guarantees a reliable, predictable annual provision of local development infrastructure funding to councils. This would make a significant difference to housing supply capacity and allow for funding and delivery of infrastructure to be upfront and take pressure off development assessment processes. Madam Chair, Council has also submitted a second motion calling on the federal government to provide improved national information databases that governments and the private sector can rely on to plan for new housing across Australia. Data such as population, housing approvals, housing completions, migration and economic activity are key for both local and state governments. And Councillor Cassidy did express a concern about the need for data, but certainly from our perspective, the federal government can provide some very valuable data, particularly around population growth, immigration, where they're expecting those people to live in the country. That will certainly support the data sources we already have. So this data informs population assumptions. The demographic analysis helps us in our land use planning, and it also supports the supply of additional housing projections. It supports our infrastructure delivery, it supports our transport delivery, and of course it supports our land use planning. However, as the housing affordability crisis has shown, ongoing improvements are required. The federal government, with its critical role in monitoring migration, economic activity and demography across Australia, can enhance the strategic planning processes significantly by ensuring that the data that informs land use and infrastructure planning is provided accurately and in a timely fashion. As such, greater provision and funding for improved, consistent, coordinated and frequently updated databases relating to housing demand and supply at a national level would be highly valuable to local and state governments when planning for new housing. Madam Chair, the theme for the upcoming National Assembly is National Priorities Need Local Solutions, and that's very fitting. And I hope these two motions are not only supported by our national colleagues, but also the federal government as they commit to the delivery of these motions for all the councils that will benefit across the country. So while clearly these motions are put up by Brisbane City Council, we see many councils across Australia potentially benefiting from these motions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item C and then probably B, and I don't think there'll be enough time for A. But anyways, start off with the smart polls, but as one journalist recently commented, it was now it's a dumb poll. I think it's a denuded poll, right? Naked poll, if you want to call it that. So there was 10 functions that this smart poll was going to undertake. I was part of that presentation as well when it was. Yeah, it was the greatest thing since whatever, sliced bread, is the old saying, and I thought it was really it was cutting edge, and I'm sure other jurisdictions have done this, but I think for Brisbane it was cutting edge. It was going to monitor air quality. It was going to monitor climate monitoring as well. You know, we just had a cyclone. I mean, climate change is with us. So these couple of functions would have been quite important actually. So we're left with three functions basically that are really old technology, anyways. And these polls, there was 20 of them. So let's not forget that there was only 20, and it cost in that budget back in 1920, whatever it was, $1.9 million. Oh. $1.9 million is now, quite frankly, down the drain. Literally down the drain. And so it's important that, and of course, I don't know what maintenance cost, you know, for the last 5 years has been covered there as well. But why are we just taking all these functions away? I mean, honestly, it just doesn't make any sense to me. We got 20 polls out there, and then that didn't cover all of Brisbane either, by the way. You know, just some areas, and you know, one could say mostly LNP areas, but maybe that's not quite true. Maybe there was a couple of opposition ones as well. But honestly, it's just a huge waste of money, and I just think it's important that when we undertake these programs and projects, right, that we just follow through on them, right, and get as much as we can out of them, and not start cutting it back. When it comes to item B, in regards to some of those motions, I read through all 9, and there was just a couple that stood out for me, which not at a recent one, a few years back, I did sit in on a conference, an LGAQ Queensland conference, over at the convention centre, right? And I sat in with the local mayors of Southeast Queens, not of Southeast Queens, mostly they were the regional mayors, right? And I could just hear their frustrations when it comes to trying, the grants programs and how much money they get or don't get, how much more they could do if they could get a little bit more, because their rate base is pretty small, right? It can be thousands or maybe tens of thousands, but certainly not like Brisbane, Gold Coast, Logan, hundreds of thousands, right? So they really struggle to be able to deliver those things they would like to deliver to their communities. And that 1% increase, which is really 33% increase, right, is what they're asking for, or what we're asking it to be considered, is I think is very important for those regional councils. Now, one of my predecessors, Councillor Les Bryant, which I don't mention too often, but he had a passion for the regional councils, and he tried to do, under the Sorley administration, he tried to do as much as he could to get Lord Mayor Jim Sorley to help some of those councils that really struggled just for machinery purposes, right? Just to build things, right? So I always, when he brings this up, I always listen to him, because really I think we got to remember about our country cousins here, right? They're very important, especially when we go touring, right? And supporting them out there to have that infrastructure that we need, or that their local residents need, to be able to give them that quality of life that they definitely deserve, right? And lastly, in regards to the census for pets, unfortunately, I'm not just quite sure which pets they're talking about, because the word pet, of course, I mean, yes, dogs and cats and horses, but there are lizards and turtles and all sorts of snakes, right? And I know there's probably a couple of spiders as well, some quite large ones. So it'll be interesting to see if that is, if they go ahead and do the census for pets, what category of pets they're actually going to ask people to write down on their census form, because I would be very interested.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to this report, in particular items A and C. So item A speaks to the proposed Esher and Toohey Road intersection upgrade. Councillors can see the proposed design in their papers, and it speaks to an upgrade that sees the installation of traffic signals with supporting pedestrian crossing facilities, widening of the approaches on both right and left turn planes from Esher, construction of a new pathway on the corners of Esher and Toohey, connecting to the very popular and increasingly so Wellers Hill Bowls Club, and the installation of no stopping lines on approaches to ensure and improve safety at that intersection. Council is seeking a permanent resumption of some land, some 41 square metres, and a temporary resumption of others for the construction of this site. I trust from the comments made earlier from all councillors that this is well supported by both councillors, but more importantly, this local community, who will see a significant improvement to this particular intersection, but also the safe operations of that road and access to that particular community facility. There's been a lot of discussion about the smart poles today, but I just want to take a moment to discuss those and what's actually in front of us today. So the smart pole project was about improving some of our public facilities to allow a range of information gathering and public provision of some services. Now, we have been engaged with a company called AnyHub since 2019 for the design, supply and installation and operation of these smart poles. The smart poles were first installed in 2021 on a 10-year contract for operation, and the maintenance commenced. The smart poles were procured to support a smart and connected city. Our aim was for them to collect data to improve the operation and efficiency of our functions, and to provide a range of beneficial services as well as real-time information. Some of the devices included cameras, sensors and pedestrian and bicycle counters, some of which were connected to our central management system. Council undertook a review of the smart pole services and working with AnyHub to trial and test options to improve performance of all those sensors to meet Council's operational requirements. As a result of that engagement with AnyHub, we've taken the opportunity to vary the contract scope for the 10-year operation and maintenance plan, which is what is before us today. The purpose of the Smart Pole program was to get better service delivery and data utilisation across a range of technologies using that one asset. The review of the smart poles to get best use of assets and to understand where there was value for money, the AM branch has gone through what has been similar to a trial period, and now we are refining what it is we would like these assets to do. Now, core functions such as lighting, telecommunications and CCTV have performed effectively, particularly in light of the changes from the 4G to 5G systems. The 5G boxes are much smaller than 4G, but however they require many more locations, and so the coverage of the inner city in particular has improved greatly as a result of our smart poles. However, some of the additional services such as movement counters, noise and climate monitoring, Wi-Fi and USB charging has faced a range of challenges, in particularly around maintenance and ongoing serviceability, as well as inconsistent data provision. And as a result of that, we will be discontinuing that. Also, efforts have been made to improve performance to get more value out of the smart poles. However, several services were not performing as we had anticipated. And as a result of data accuracy, reliability and limited utility, the city will no longer be paying for those services. We'll only be paying for the services listed inside the resolution in front of us, which are providing value to us as a council, but especially to ratepayers in the community. So, as I say, this is about ensuring that the contract continues to serve the city. We most definitely pursued the objectives of smart poles. However, there has been a great deal of work between ourselves, and particularly the Asset Management Branch, as well as AnyHub, to provide as much information as possible through these. Council, through its recent trials and works with the organisation, has determined that we will continue to work with AnyHub and our smart poles to deliver these services that are popular and that we're using consistently, and no longer pay for the ones that we don't really use so much. And that's really what this proposal in front of us is about.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Deputy Mayor. We'll now put items A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Motion is carried. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 6 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 18th of March, be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Parry that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 18th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, obviously we're all just in the process of digesting the outcome of the Games Independent Coordination Authority review, but what I can say is from a little bit of scrolling in just the last half an hour through the reports and the many different pages and recommendations, it looks like a fantastic outcome for Brisbane and a fantastic outcome for transport infrastructure in this city, and we'll have a number of obviously debates in this place over the coming weeks, months and indeed years ahead about that report. But what I will say is what an incredible coincidence that many of the features that we found in our Race to Gold Olympics Transport Legacy document are also featured in key recommendations in the report. And I want to commend the many officers in Brisbane City Council who worked on that Race to Gold document, who provided the business community and the many people in transport planning, infrastructure, design and development, a document that actually provided some leadership on Olympics transport planning during those dark days of the Palaszczuk government when we were having, you know, RNA stadiums being sprung on us and QSAC being sprung on us and all these weird brain farts. This was the only document that actually provided a way forward for Olympics infrastructure. So to see it very much reflected in some of the findings of this document, I think is a fantastic thing. Now, Madam Chair, the committee report is about Council's Safer School Precinct program. I'm very pleased to announce that consultation on the Mansfield Safer Schools Precincts is now open. As councillors may know, Mansfield is home to a number of high enrolment schools. In fact, Mansfield State High School is the second biggest state high school by enrolment in Queensland. Improving travel to these schools and for children, improving safety is a top priority of the Shrinner Council. And this program will help ensure that children and their families can move around those precincts safely. Now, whether you choose to walk, drive or ride, we want to make it safe for people to commute to and from schools all around Brisbane. And this whole Safer Schools Precincts project is a pilot project to enable schools to engage deeply with council on the treatments that they might like around their schools. We know that work is already progressing in Councillor Parry's area, now moving to Mansfield. No physical works are yet undertaken, but these deep consultation processes have now begun. And I'd like to encourage everybody in Mansfield and the surrounding area to have their say now on the future of that precinct, given consultation has opened. Local residents can do this by visiting Council's website or Googling Mansfield Safer Schools Precinct and following those links. Now, speaking of active transport, Madam Chair, we know the Kangaroo Point Bridge has been an outsized success, but we've hit a new milestone this week. Actually, not just yet, but later this week, we anticipate the Kangaroo Point Bridge will hit 1 million users. So 1 million people on that bridge since its opening in December. Madam Chair, quite an achievement for this bridge, which has well and truly surpassed any and all patronage expectations. And speaking of surpassing patronage expectations, our last committee meeting for the session, we received an update on patronage on the M2 service. We had a great presentation from Jess Payton, who is the General Manager of Network Planning, and she talked about the M2 and some of the challenges that we have overcome there. Of course, the M2 has already begun changing the face of public transport in Brisbane. We replaced the previous Route 66 with the M2, and we've increased the capacity on that route by 3.4 million passengers in a year. This has reduced overcrowding on what was one of Brisbane's most popular bus routes, and I'm pleased to say that since we introduced the M2 over the 66, we've seen an uplift in patronage of 17%. So pretty significant numbers, Madam Chair. We would kill for those numbers year to year in patronage growth, let alone month to month that it has been. So this is a fantastic outcome. This has reduced overcrowding on this route, and as I said, we have also implemented 28 new school district services and 9 route changes as we prepare for the full implementation of Brisbane Metro later this year. We are now very much in the process of preparing for that. We've trained 123 new drivers, and we very much look forward to updating the chamber when we get back on the launch of M1 services to all of Brisbane.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I just rise briefly to speak on the M2, the metro, commencement of the metro. And I just want to put on the record, I get very confused when Councillor Murphy talks about a route. A route to me and to most English-speaking people is when one army vanquishes another, or one basketball team vanquishes another, or one cricket team smashes another. It's been a rout. They've been smashed. A bus route is something very different, and I think that's what he's talking about. So I'm not sure why he can't pronounce the word route, because that is the English pronunciation of the word, how it's spelt. So I just want to make a couple of observations about the M2, because residents have been contacting me. Firstly, we know that the route that the M2 travels on did not include all the major stops, and bus services have particularly been lost at Dutton Park Place, which is the last stop on the south side before buses go across the Eleanor Chanel Bridge to the University of Queensland. Those residents are left now having to flag down any number of the odd suburban buses that run at odd times so they can go that last kilometre over to the university. It adversely impacts residents at Dutton Park, Fairfield and Annerley who rely on bus services. They live very close to the University of Queensland but can't get there because this Lord Mayor did not upgrade the Dutton Park Place stop. Yep. Now, I actually think that the metro buses could stop there, but there might be a problem with how many buses are coming through at one time. And that leads me to the complaint that I'm going to put on the record from a constituent I received yesterday. This is a resident who has gone to try. So they're going from my area in Yeronga all the way over to the busway to hop on the M2 to give it a try. Their feedback is, 1, the metro buses are not stopping right on the stop, and on one occasion he was unable to exit the bus because the last carriage of the double bendy bus hung off the back of the platform and the driver wasn't able to open the doors. Yes. So he got caught on one occasion. On another occasion, he and another lady were able to get themselves to the middle carriage doors and exit there. So that seems to be some sort of operational problem that needs to be addressed. But of course, the biggest problem that he's raised with me is that bus congestion in the tunnel is getting worse, not better, and that buses are getting jammed up at the tunnel exit at Melbourne Street, which we all knew was one of the biggest problems. And unfortunately, the LNP got rid of the improvement that was supposed to happen there, and all surface buses come out of a dedicated busway onto a public street in South Brisbane, onto a highly congested bridge at peak hour where the buses still stack up waiting to get to the platform to pick people up and drop them off. Now, the reason this is a problem is because the LNP stuffed up planning for the Brisbane Metro. Most people who weren't here then, and there's a lot that aren't, will recall or will know now that the LNP started works on a tunnel connection under the cultural centre without the approval of the landowner, the Queensland State Government. They issued contracts to private builders to undertake the work, and at the last minute they had to cancel them, costing this city tens of millions of dollars in wasted project time, scope and cost. Instead, the biggest bottleneck in this whole project remains exactly the same as it did before the project, which is the exit out of the tunnel on the south side onto Melbourne Street and across the Victoria Bridge. Nothing's changed. People are still sitting in a jammed up bus stop that has to go out onto a public road. It just makes a mockery of $1.6 billion, I think it is, of expenditure that hasn't actually improved bus services. Yep. Now, the other bit of feedback we get is people are waiting for at least 15, sometimes 30 minutes for a metro. This idea that they will come every 2 to 3 minutes is just a complete furphy. It's just not true. And what we know is people are waiting and waiting for the metro buses to turn up, and it's at least 15 minutes, even in peak hour.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
And it's really not good enough.
Are there any further
speakers? This is supposed to be a brilliant
speakers?
new bus service.
Councillor Strong.
Sorry, Trina. That's all right. I'm sure you'll have your 5. Okay, I always get up and have a chat about Metro from a perspective of my constituency out at the Forest Lake Ward. Now, I haven't talked to anyone that's actually tried Metro 2 yet, right? But I just want to put on the record that, you know, we've got 11 stations, right, that the Metro 2 goes through from Bogle Road through to the RBH and everything in between. But none of those, of course, go into the western suburbs, of course. So if any of my constituents actually want to use the Metro, they have to actually take a bus from, say, Forest Lake or Inala, probably through to the MARTA, and then get off. Yeah, probably 100. There's a couple actually. Anyways, and they have to. So it's a broken trip, and you know, and they were talking about this before this became a reality, and it's just, and the other thing that really couple of residents have really mentioned, and I have mentioned this before, and that is we thought the Metro was going to be dedicated to those to the transport corridors, right, that were built some years ago, and we've added to that with the tunnel and everything. But what we didn't realize, or what they didn't realize, that there was going to be the normal commuter buses using that as well. So congestion will be an issue. Timing to stations will be an issue, because you have all those other commuter buses, the existing bus fleet that we have, that are using using that space as well. And so you really have 2 different systems using the same road corridor. So it's a bit, and then when they started telling me that that there's a bit of congestion that they believe will happen, I'm thinking, well, possibly right. I don't know. I can't really remember Councillor Murphy actually giving us that information, right, in regards to all the times we've talked about Metro. I couldn't recall that that the current rolling stock, or the rolling stock that we had prior to Metro, was also going to be using those busways as well. And so I thought, wow, I wonder why that wasn't mentioned, or it wasn't mentioned very often. Anyways. It seems to be a heck of a lot of money that's invested by the city, and of course the western suburbs really aren't going to have much use for it if they continue to live over in the western suburbs. So that's something that I think is important to mention, because you know, if there was a Metro 3 or 4 or 5 that was going to maybe come out to the western suburbs, you know, I think they would be a lot more interested in a Metro, right? But currently, my constituency, every time they talk about it, they see it on TV, and I may run into them at the shopping centre or whatever, and they asked me about the metro. When are we going to get a metro? Why is there one going north and south and and east or whatever? And we're getting nothing out in the western suburbs. And I say, well, that's the administration's priority, not the western suburbs. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I just rise to speak to put a couple of things on the record about the metro from my residents. First, of course, just reiterating through you, Chair, Councillor Johnston's reiteration of the challenges that have been faced by residents of Fairfield, Annerley and also Dutton Park because of the fact that Dutton Park Place Station wasn't included in the Metro 2. And it's important to state it's not just about convenience and reliability. We know that there is a mixture of buses that do stop at Dutton Park Place, but something that's really important to note for those using that commute, whether to go to the university or to go to the city, is that the mismatch of buses that go there are not frequent. They're not reliable, and also, most importantly, end very early, particularly on the weekends. And so, this has become a challenge for some of these residents, and it's important for us to place it there because there was a lot of uncertainty if the Metro would have stopped there, and we know that Metro 2 didn't include every stop. It would be incorrect of me to not advocate for the future of Metro to stop at Dutton Park Place, noting across that area, Annerley, Fairfield and Dutton Park, there are increases in the biggest hospital in the south with the Princess Alexandra. There's also density increases that are coming into these areas. And so, as I've said before, in this place, increasing the frequency of the trunk is important, but we also have to make sure that that frequency is consistent, and we need to make sure the roots and the leaves of that trunk is also accessible. Something I'd also like to place was one of my residents who lives with a disability, noting for them that they can only enter through a wheelchair through the front seat of the Metro. And for that person that had no idea that this was going to happen and was concerned then realising that they couldn't enter the other two other doors, because there's 3 doors to the Metro, they felt really stressed out. The disability accessibility is a really important part of what our city should be doing, especially for rapid frequency transport. We know that as we move towards the Games, the Paralympics is going to be will play a very important role in what we're doing, and that accessible city piece is going to be incredibly important. And lastly, I just wanted to talk very briefly, because residents do speak to me about how difficult, 2 things that I want to note. I have had residents that speak to me about peak hour and how great the frequency is in the peak hour, so that's wonderful. But also about the fact that peak hour goes from 3 till 7. And then that ends, and the infrequency of the Metro has then created a challenge with people waiting much longer times. And I think maybe that is something we should consider, especially as the note that's being said here, and through you, Chair, Councillor Murphy talked about the great success of a 17% increase in usage. Our peak hour times and work hour times are diverse, and maybe we should continue to increase frequency on the Metro for extended periods. And of course, undeniably, residents within the ward have talked about the congestion at the busway leading out of the tunnel onto Victoria Bridge. I'm sure that we can talk about ideas and different things to discuss it, but I thought it was just important that I get these concerns on the record. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy, right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to rebut, I suppose, some of the misconceptions about Brisbane Metro that we just heard from, firstly, Councillor Johnston. So Councillor Johnston has raised this issue of Dutton Park Place not being serviced by Brisbane Metro. Now, she referred, I think, to it as a station. Dutton Park Place is a stop on the north side of the Eleanor Chanel Bridge. It has never been a busway station, and as we all know, Brisbane Metro is bus rapid transit, and its services.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnston, you will not call out. Councillor Johnston, if you have something further to say, you can do it in general business. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That services, sorry, my apologies, it is on the south side of the river. It's a stop though, it's not a station. It was never proposed to be serviced by Brisbane Metro. It's never featured in any of our route maps. In 8 years on the project, no one has ever said Brisbane Metro will be stopping at Dutton Park Place station because it doesn't have the patronage to support a bus rapid transit service stopping there because so few passengers get on and off there. It would be a waste of time and money for us to upgrade it to a station. And we've never made a commitment that Metro would stop there, so I don't know why this is coming up now. Metro services such destinations as UQ, Boggo Road, PA Hospital, Cultural Centre, Roma Street, Normanby, QT, Kelvin Grove, Hurston and the RBWH. It does not service a park with nothing around it other than a car park and some playground facilities. So it services major destinations, and that's why it doesn't service Dutton Park Place, and we've never said that it would. In terms of Cultural Centre Underground Station, she claimed that we had abandoned...
To the councillors by their name, please. Councillor Murphy.
Councillor Johnson said that we abandoned the underground station. Well, councillors will recall, we tried to build an underground station there. Her mate, Minister Mark Bailey, we had 300 meetings with his department and they refused to approve the underground station there. And so we went to an overground solution because of her local member. So nothing to do with our decision making, all to do with the state government and their interference in the project.
Johnson.
So you know, but now of course, oh, where's the underground station, Madam Chair? Oh.
One moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Madam Chairman, I know you just named me then, but there were multiple LNP councillors also calling out.
Councillor Johnson, that's not a point of order, and I caution you
Why was I singled out, Madam Chairman, and the LNP councillors weren't?
Not a point of order, and I caution you about continually showing unsuitable meeting conduct.
No, I'm not.
Please remain quiet while another councillor is on their feet speaking. Councillor Murphy.
Councillor Johnston has attacked us in this place for years for the investment that we are making in Brisbane Metro, and now on the eve of the project's completion she's saying we didn't invest enough in Brisbane Metro, we didn't do other parts of the project that we in fact tried to do.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
But her best friend Mark Bailey stopped us from doing it.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Madam Chairman, claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Murphy.
Councillor Johnston also made another false claim, which is that you wait 15 to 30 minutes for a metro. It's simply not true, Madam Chair. This metro has a peak frequency of 5 minutes.
One moment,
okay,
please.
well,
Councillor,
I hear the interjections from those opposite.
Councillor Murphy. I'll wait until the chamber is quiet, and I remind all councillors to remain silent while a councillor is speaking. Councillor Collier, and I am speaking, so you shouldn't be. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that is simply false. And the reality is that if it was so bad, why would we be getting 17% uplift in patronage? If Metro was so bad, if it was performing so terribly, why are so many people catching it?
A moment, Councillor Murphy.
Why is the Sunshine Coast now getting their own Metro? Why does the Gold Coast want Brisbane Metro? Why has the Redlands Mayor asked for Brisbane Metro? They're all wrong. It's the opposition here that's right.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Madam Chair, multiple councillors, both on my side and on the LNP side, were obviously calling out. You have singled me out repeatedly today. So why, now, Councillor Wines, Councillor Adams, a bunch of them. So I'm just wondering, Madam Chairman,
thank you, Councillor
why
Johnson.
are you applying the rules to me and not to the others under the same standard in the meetings local law?
Not a point of order, but I will again remind councillors on both sides to remain silent. Councillor Murphy.
I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. It's route, not route. I got that wrong. I'm really sorry, everyone. I'll try to get my English and my diction better in the future. Finally, Councillor Massey, she made the point that accessibility is an issue on the Brisbane Metro. I will just say Brisbane Metro has won multiple awards for the accessibility working group that we put together, making it the most accessible bus in the world. So you do not win accessibility awards if you don't have an accessible bus. And part of the reason that Metro is now
Point of order. Misrepresentation. Claim misrepresentation.
I note your claim. Councillor Murphy.
Part of the reason that Brisbane Metro is being adopted now and supported by other local governments and by this state government is that it is a fantastic solution. It is 80% of the benefit of light rail at a fraction of the cost, and people are now getting on board. So what you would have to believe the opposition is that everyone else that supports Brisbane Metro is wrong and that they are right. And when it comes to Councillor Johnson in particular, we know she's never been a supporter of public transport, because when it came to a bus depot in her own ward, she opposed it. She opposed improvements for her own ward.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
She has a terrible track record when it comes to public transport, Madam Chair, and we just hear it again today.
Councillor Murphy, your time has expired. Councillor Johnson, your 2 points of misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. On the first point, Councillor Murphy said that I was supportive of greater investment in the Metro. That is not the point that I made in my speech, and I was misrepresented. I basically and very clearly said that this LNP administration had stuffed it up, and it was their bad project management that had caused the problem. We don't need more investment.
Don't debate it.
Yeah, we don't need more investment.
Going. What's your second one?
Yes, and the second one was Councillor Murphy's ridiculous statement that I don't support public transport. Councillor Murphy was not here. Of course I support public transport. I have voted for public transport over and over and over and over and over and over again in this place. And I gave several other locations for the Sherwood Bus Depot, which were all ignored at the time by the then Lord Mayor.
Councillor Massey, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Murphy, through you, claimed that I stated that the Metro was inaccessible. I stated constituents' concerns about where the accessibility was, which is the first door in the bus, not that the Metro was inaccessible in totality.
Councillor Massey. We'll now put that item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillor Wines.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
I move that the motion currently lying on the table relating to reproductive leave come off the table.
Second it.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the motion from the 7th of May 2024 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor. You just called the name, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just check whether this is taken out of 3 hours for motion debate for the agenda, or whether this is treated as separate time?
No, it isn't, Councillor Johnson. It isn't taken out of that 3 hours. Okay, the motion is carried and the motion from the 7th of May 2024 has been taken off the table, and I will restate the motion for the chamber while it is being redistributed to councillors. Sorry. The motion, originally moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that this council commits to implementing 10 days reproductive leave for all council employees. Councillors who have already spoken are Councillors Collier and Cunningham, so debate now resumes from where it left off on the 7th of May 2024. Is there any debate? Councillor Dixon.
Madam Chair, Council has reached in principle agreement with the unions representing council workers to progress the next certified agreement. As part of this new agreement, Council will continue to provide an extensive suite of arrangements to support employees of all genders through a range of personal and medical issues. Under the Queensland employment standards, employees receive 10 days paid personal, sick and carers leave each year. We already do better than that, with an additional 5 days. That's 15 days paid personal, sick and carers leave each year. Sorry. On the topic of reproductive leave, the opposition seemed to have forgotten or perhaps deliberately ignored the fact that our last agreement included the use of personal, sick and carers leave for pregnancy, assisted reproductive technology and surrogacy-related specialist appointments. And Madam Chair, through bargaining, Council put on the table a proposal to clarify and expand when personal, sick and carers leave can be accessed, particularly for reproductive health purposes. We have also put forward access to 5 additional personal leave days for reproductive health purposes when an employee has a personal leave balance of 5 days or less. Given that the motion before us concerns issues which have now been resolved through the bargaining process with the unions representing council workers, and this motion seeks council to do something which is contrary to the agreement which has been agreed in principle with council workers, I move this motion now be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved for the motion to be put by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givning. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no? No. The ayes have it.
Division. Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Thank you, councillors. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring your bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seat. Councillor Collier, right of reply.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I'd just like to check how long Councillor Collier has to sum up. Because this motion was passed under the previous meeting's local law. The new meeting's local law wouldn't be retrospective, I'd be thinking. So I'm just wondering if she gets 10 minutes or 5.
No, Councillor Johnston, 5 minutes with the current meeting's local law. Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sharon. What is clear is that this is a pretty dastardly strategy from this LNP regime, who have left this motion on the table for more than 10 months when they could have implemented it the day that this motion was first brought, in fact. And they've decided to bring it off the table today because there's a lot going on. We have asked, I think, at least 10 times since the LNP decided, no, we're gonna just have a think about it. Yep. And today, of all days, the LNP regime has decided to take it off the table, to shut it down. The reasoning behind shutting it down as well and not deciding to implement it, we know that reproductive leave was on the union's log of claims going into EBA negotiations, and we know that that they refused. They didn't actually negotiate at the end of the day, and had to have it all mediated and arbitrated. So it wasn't. It was never intended that the LNP were really serious about implementing reproductive leave or seriously considering it. The LNP Council, of course, can approve additional leave, which is what reproductive leave would be, at any point in time. They can do it any moment they want to. So it's not that they can't do it, it's that they won't do it. This is another example of this LNP regime making a choice to not support women in particular, who would be the greatest beneficiaries. But let's remember, reproductive leave is for everybody. It is for everybody. It is for things like preventative screening for breast cancer and prostate cancer. It is for things like fertility and IVF treatment. It is for things like chronic reproductive health conditions like endometriosis, and we all sat here just a few short weeks ago and listened to speakers talk about why these things are important, the impact it has on workforces, the impact it has on the economy as well. And now the LNP are making people take annual leave for health reasons. That is what is happening today. I know Catherine from Two Souls Co, who came in very recently and addressed this chamber. She said, my baby died. I wasn't sick, but I had to take sick leave. And that is what this LNP Council wants people to do. When your children, when someone dies, they are saying, no, you're sick. You have to take that sort of leave. Instead of making the choice of saying, no, we could actually quarantine a specific sort of leave. That is what people are asking for. There has been a concerted effort. It's been implemented by the previous state government, and it should be implemented, if it hasn't already, by the federal government too. We had the opportunity to do this. I truly don't understand why this LNP Council wouldn't take that opportunity. It's not a political thing, I didn't think, but maybe the LNP wanted to make it that way. You know, this should be a national employment standard. We pride ourselves on, as a council, on our workforce, on the way that we treat people. Apparently, we have the opportunity to do something that is really quite incredible and quite life-changing for people. And this LNP regime has made the choice today to shut that down. That is shameful. We have been trying to bring new ideas, trying to have a fresh approach, and what is clear is that after 21 years in administration in this place, the LNP refused to move with the times. It is mean-spirited to shut something like this down when we know what a difference it could make. We've heard just in the past session from two different speakers about the importance of addressing issues like these and the impact that it has on people's lives. There's a choice being made today by the LNP, and it's not to support women, it's not to support the people of Brisbane, and it certainly isn't to support our council workforce.
I will now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted.
And I gladly second it, Madam Chairman.
Moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 18th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Of course, the report is before us today, but before I get into that, there was an interesting item of discussion as part of the Esher and Toohey intersection upgrade about whether Council proposed and supported or the State Government proposed and supported the speed reduction on Ipswich Road. Now, it's been discussed in this place in the past that the speed reduction on Ipswich Road has had an effect on surrounding roads, in particular Eckerburn Road, that have seen increased volumes of motor vehicles on those roads. I think that that's something that's accepted and something that, of course, we don't really think is a favourable outcome. We think that vehicles should stay on main roads. They shouldn't be on secondary roads. So that's part of the objective of main roads is to convey large amounts of motor vehicles. And so one of the ways that that's done is with an appropriate speed limit system. So, however, there was some conjecture that somehow Council had proposed this. So I note, I'd like to draw the Council's attention to an interesting article I found, Brisbane Times, by the esteemed Tony Moore, dated July 4th, 2020, where it states here, Brisbane City Council previously refused to reduce the speed, saying maintaining traffic flow on Ipswich Road was a priority. It remains a priority as well. That's my addition. However, reading again, quoting again, the review recommended the speed be lowered around Annerley Junction. Quoting again, the Main Roads Minister Mark Bailey tweeted on Friday that Council had agreed to reduce the section of road on Ipswich Road, but Council insisted a decision would be made after the July school holidays. This is now I'm quoting Mark Bailey within the article. The Council will confirm today that after the submission to Council of an independent review by the State Department of Transport and Main Roads, the City Council will agree to a lower 50km/h speed limit through Annerley. So, just in case there's any conjecture, Mark Bailey was very keen to take credit. The State Government paid for that independent report and then put it onto us, onto our organisation. Now, the objective of that was to reduce the speed in Ipswich Road, which has happened, and the obvious secondary effect is increased traffic congestion and likely increased speeds on secondary roads near and around that network, which we know is happening, particularly up at Eckerburn Road. So that is...
One moment, Councillor Wines. Councillor Griffiths, just one moment, please.
That is...
just one moment, Councillor Wines. I really want to point out that, Councillor Griffiths, I do caution you because I've told all councillors time and time again during this meeting to not do that. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And as I said, it's now accepted that that change has affected the secondary road network, and that is under review. Now, what we're saying here, I'd like to draw the Council's attention to the presentation before us at last week's committee, which was of course, the Hammond and Tingalpa Road intersection upgrade in Tingalpa. So this is part of our MTII program, a key initiative aimed at improving safety and reducing congestion, enhancing traffic flow at key intersections. It's all part of our plan to keep Brisbane moving, helping residents to get home sooner and safer. This is a project jointly funded by both the Council and the Australian Government through the Roads to Recovery program. The committee heard that early works have commenced in February of this year, with civil construction beginning in March, and the project scheduled for completion the middle of next year, weather permitting. I know that the Councillor for Doughboy is very keen to see this progress, given the particular safety and congestion challenges at that intersection that has occurred in that area for some years now. In background, the Wynnum Road and Hamilton-Galpa Road intersection is an unsignalised intersection with meeting Wynnum Road, which is a 4-lane dual carriageway road, which is intersected by Hamilton-Galpa. As the major feeder for Hemmant, this makes the existing access a challenge for those trying to enter Wynnum Road. So Wynnum Road itself carries about 23,000 vehicles per day, while Hemmant and Tingalpa about 3,500 vehicles per day. And between 2016 and 2023, 10 reported crashes at that intersection. These high volumes and this accident rate, largely due from right turns into and out of Hamilton-Galpa, has drawn the need for this intersection upgrade, and it's something that we are very much looking forward to delivering. There were a number of questions in committee last week that were taken on notice. The first one, when was the Hamilton-Galpa upgrade plan listed? Wynnum Road and Hamilton-Galpa Road intersection was included in the original LGIP adopted on 3rd of July 2017. Question 2. Where does the Hamilton-Galpa plan fit on that list? The intersection is programmed and funded as a high priority. Madam Chair, my time has expired and I'll table the balance of those answers.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today I also rise to speak on item A, the Wynnum and Hamilton-Galpa Road intersection upgrade. To say I'm excited for works to begin to install the new traffic lights would be a complete understatement. My community is ecstatic. Locals know this section of Wynnum Road as the Mad Mile, and yes, for good reason. People just do crazy things along this section of Wynnum Road, such as speeding and overtaking, which has sadly led to a number of serious traffic accidents. As councillors, we often hear from motorists wanting upgrades to our road network, but this upgrade will also be a huge win for pedestrians and cyclists. Right next to this intersection is the Hemmant Cemetery, a much-loved place for my community, which has a lot of visitors every day to visit their loved ones. During the community consultation process, I met with a gentleman who walks every day to see his wife at the Hemmant Cemetery, and he spoke to me about the difference it will make for him, and he was beyond grateful to council for this upgrade. I also want to thank Belinda from Eastbug for making recommendations from a cyclist point of view to help improve this design, and we implemented a number of those, so thank you, Belinda. While this project has had its hurdles, I want to thank every council officer who has worked on this project to overcome these and to also carry out a great community consultation process that has led to redesigns which has resulted in improvements for all. Some of the improvements as a result of the community consultation process includes modifying the centre traffic island on Wynnum Road and constructing a dedicated turn pockets on all approaches to the intersection, create a dedicated signalised U-turn pocket for vehicles travelling in both directions on Wynnum Road, and upgrading the footpaths and curb ramps to enhance accessibility and connectivity. But the overall project will enhance safety for all of our community, and I'm really grateful for everyone involved in this project. And you are correct, Councillor Wines. I'm excited to turn on the lights with you next year, and I recommend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Can I rise just in response to Councillor Atwood? It will be a project that will materially improve the daily lives of thousands of people in the Hemmant area in particular. I'm so glad to see her support of the project, and I, like her, look forward to the timely delivery of what will be an important upgrade in that community.
We'll now put that item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item A was a presentation on Council's outdoor gallery program, very colourful and interesting presentation. The outdoor gallery evolved from the Vibrant Laneways program, which was an initiative that stemmed from the Brisbane City Centre Master Plan 2014, and a need for cultural offerings and new attractions to promote Brisbane's lifestyle. What started as just a few lights in 2013, the outdoor gallery has grown to be a citywide gallery spanning across Brisbane's inner city laneways, streets and car parks from Fish Lane, South Brisbane to Howard Smith Wharves, Fortitude Valley. The outdoor gallery comprises of light boxes, banners, vitrines and evening projections, and builds creative collaborations between people, businesses and Brisbane's urban environment to create a diverse program of activated places and experiences that celebrate the identity of Brisbane. Light boxes, wall banners and vitrines are chosen because they offer a dynamic and engaging way to showcase artwork in various formats. For example, light boxes enhance visibility, especially at night, creating a striking illuminated effect. In comparison, wall banners utilise vertical space, making them ideal for large-scale visuals that can be seen from a distance. And finally, vitrines provide a protected display area, allowing for the inclusion of delicate or three-dimensional pieces. The placement of each element is determined based on factors such as visibility, audience engagement and the nature of the artwork. High traffic areas may feature eye-catching banners, while light boxes are strategically positioned to maximise illumination. Vitrines are placed where viewers can closely interact with detailed or fragile works. Together, these elements create a cohesive and immersive outdoor gallery experience. The previous exhibition, Paradise Gloss, ran from the 14th of June to the 3rd of November 2024 and included artworks as well as workshops, events, partnerships and online resources. More than 20 creatives across the program, from emerging community-based artists to internationally renowned professionals, were engaged. The exhibition featured the following artworks: Cloud-Based Fantasy by Samuel Leighton Dorr, located at Edward Street, Details of Play by Sunday Jamot, located at Fish Lane, and Perfect Chaos by Arabella Walker, located at Edison Lane. The current exhibition, Asia Pacific Triennial Kids Outdoors, is a collaboration with the Queensland Art Gallery, the Gallery of Modern Art, and will run until the 5th of May 2025. The Asia Pacific Triennial Kids Outdoors features eye-catching displays made especially for children and families and includes works from 70 artists, collectives and projects with more than 30 countries. Madam Chair, I look forward to updating the Chamber later this year on our next exhibition. Item B was a petition regarding a development application at 77 Gaskell Street, 8 Mile Plains, and I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Sorry. Yes, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the presentation in regards to the outdoor gallery. When I was in the Planning Committee last term, it was, I think we had a presentation on this, and I found it quite interesting, of course, because it's always something that I have a little bit of a passion for, because I keep saying this ad nauseum, but I do have the only suburban Brisbane City Council owned gallery. So I take an interest in galleries and what galleries do. And to have an outdoor gallery, not fixed in a building, right, is a great idea. Sadly, we don't see much of that out in the suburbs, right? It's all about the city. And for those councillors that benefit from it, I congratulate them, right? I just wish we could have more out where I live. That's right. Anyways. So I wanted to have a look at some of these banners that are on display, and instead of driving around to the ones that are located that told us where they were in the presentation, we went to Google Maps, right? And they give you a 360-degree, whether it's a laneway or road or whatever. So the first one I actually looked at was in Griffin Lane, right, which is just above the public car park entry. And you can tell really from Google Maps, streetscape, right, that there's no way anyone's ever going to see this banner, right, unless they have a sunroof, right, because as you come down the lane, right, you can't really see a vertical side of it. I mean, you can't really view the side of it because it's on that wall that you're coming down. And then as you turn into the car park, There's just no way you're going to be able, unless you're a rubbernecker, be able to look up and actually see it. And there's really very little traffic or pedestrian traffic along this lane as well. So I just thought it was curious as to why they put a banner there which is not really going to be visible to too many people. It's a lovely banner, by the way. Right? I wish I had it in one of our buildings out where I live. The other thing that was very curious as well, and I hate to, just point out the possible mistakes in the presentation, is the one at Cordelia Street and Irish Lane. Tell you what, could not find Irish Lane anywhere. We think maybe it was Fish Lane, but it says Irish Lane in the presentation. So, anyways, we wasted about 10 or 15 minutes just trying to find why we can't find this Irish Lane. So maybe it was just a misprint, which is fair enough. But anyways, certainly some of the other banners were well positioned and well viewed in a distance by pedestrians and or drivers for that matter. And so I commend the program. It's just that I think it's something that we should look outside of the inner city suburbs or the CBD and maybe have a look in some of those buildings which would benefit. Some of those sides of buildings which would benefit from a banner or another type of artwork. So thank you, Chair.
Further speakers?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Chong-Wah.
I'd just like to call Sarah Adam for item A and B, please, for voting purposes.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Strunk for his contribution to the debate. I would point out that on Council's website, if he just pops on there and searches Outdoor Gallery, he'll find a lot of information on the individual artworks and forthcoming programs. There's also a map there that will help him to locate the various artworks, so he probably doesn't need to rely so heavily on Google Maps. Thank you.
We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division? Seconded.
Division has been called by Councillor Chong-Wah and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour and 3 abstentions.
Motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, the 18th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Marx that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee presentation last week was an update on our 3 environment centres, and they're at Downfall Creek Bushland Centre, the Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre and the Boondall Wetlands Environment Centre. So the Downfall Creek Bushland Centre is a beautiful environment centre that's located in the McDowell ward. Lots and lots of people like to come and visit. We have a wonderful playground there. There's some terrific walking tracks and there's some activities that happen weekly that bring families down to enjoy. And we learnt that in 2024 we had over 32,000 visitors come to what is our smallest environment centre. We also learnt more about the Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre, which has a large nature play area. It's got barbecues and picnic tables and 42 kilometres of walking tracks, so lots to do there at Karawatha. It's become an important meeting place for many cultural groups. They come together generally once a week, and last year there were over 90,000 visitors to that particular environment centres. The Boondall Wetlands Environment Centre is the largest South East Queensland Ramsar protected wetlands, and it also has a state-of-the-art centre that connects people to the surrounding environment. And if you've been out there, it's a fantastic place to visit. There's some interactive elements to it, but that's within the building itself, but lots to see and do around the outside. And I had the great pleasure of visiting Narashino in Japan. We have a relationship with that environment centre with regards to migratory shorebirds. And Boondall Wetlands is a very special place for them to visit when they come out to see us every other year. In 2024, there were around 32,000 visitors to that environment centre. The vision of the environment centres, though, is to deliver a visitor experience that fosters a connection to the environment. The Environment Centre workforce is made up of 3 streams, that's volunteers, educators and community engagement services. And these workers bring many skills and life experiences to the program with backgrounds in education, marine biology, zoology and volunteer coordination. In 2024, approximately 80 volunteers engaged with 11,767 visitors across the environment centres. Over 15,000 visitors to our environment centres took part in community engagement programs, and those activities included wildlife presentations, night adventures and twilight hours, and it's a terrific one that they do at Downfall Creek. There was kayak discovery tours, biodiversity seminars, as well as active and healthy programs such as bush yoga, orienteering and Pilates. We launched our Bush Babies program in 2024 to cater to parents of children from birth to 1. Attendees have praised the program for allowing them to form new friendships with other parents and connect with nature. And since its launch in 2019, our Bush Kindy program has welcomed more than 21,700 attendees, with participation steadily increasing each year. The Bush Kindy program was awarded the Lord Mayor's Award for Excellence in the Passion for Brisbane category in 2024. The Environment Centres also deliver a range of nature-based curriculum-linked learning experiences aimed at school students. In 2024, 363 lessons were delivered to more than 9,000 students, and those programs that were delivered included the Bush Neighbours program, which builds partnerships between council, schools and the local community to raise the profile of our local environment, and the Creek Neighbours program, which educates kindergarten-age students on the value of Brisbane's creeks, as well as the need to protect them. We also deliver our free native plants program at environment centres, and in 2024, 4,460 native plants were given to residents, and with more than 15,800 plants given out since the program's launch. There was so much to learn about our environment centres, Madam Chair. For those who do not have an environment centre in their ward, I would encourage councillors to go visit them. They're wonderful, and encourage, with the school holidays coming up, for their residents and children to visit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to place on record my thanks to the hardworking council officers. As local councillor for the Karawatha Forest Discovery Centre, I know how popular this location is. It's also somewhere where I regularly hike myself, and especially with my new puppy. It's wonderful that there's a footpath there that they can go along that's very safe. Especially this last week as well, we've celebrated Harmony Week, and I had a little bit to do with Natalie there, who invited me down to come and say hello at the bush kindy and reading stories that they had. On top of that, they even had Bollywood dancing earlier this week as well. I hear that there's monthly events going on at the Discovery Centre, and I know this is the outcome as well of former councillors who have invested a lot of energy into the fruition of this Discovery Centre, and it's incredible to see that it's the most popular centre all across Brisbane as well. There's a few key concerns that local community groups have raised with me that I just wanted to address. One was the diminishing of wildlife and natural flora and fauna, especially as the railway comes in. This is something that the Karawatha Forest Protection Society has regularly brought up to our attention, so this is something that would be great for council officers to place on record and to consider. The second one is also that I'll be working very closely with Councillor Griffiths on the rewilding program that he does in his ward to consider replanting wildlife and looking at different areas that could do with a bit of work. So thank you to all of our council officers who have brought this wonderful centre in our local area. I also know that this is a place where many different things happen, including the Scouts Trail Jam, where many Scouts groups get together, as well as the Sunnybank Hills Rotary Club, who will be holding one of their big fundraising walks there later this year. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item B, which is a park naming, to name the park formerly known as Thomas Street Park in Sherwood to Erna Brazier Park. I'm delighted to be able to stand and speak on this item today. I think, firstly, I want to say that Erna Brazier is someone who I've worked with right up until her death in 2023. She was the coordinator of the local neighbourhood watch group when I became a councillor in 2008, and she was incredibly welcoming and knowledgeable about her local community. And it was, you know, like all new councillors, you get to know these extraordinary community volunteers who work behind the scenes to make our communities better, richer and safer. And Erna Brazier was one of those people. Erna was, I don't think it's a secret, but in her mid-80s when she was still the coordinator, she had given so much of her life not only to supporting community life in Sherwood, but also through her church, supporting new families, new mothers and mothers with small children. She was also a volunteer at the Queensland Museum. So over her life, she was this quiet achiever, an extraordinary volunteer, and somebody who was deeply committed to her family and her community. Erna very sadly passed away in May 2023, and our neighbourhood watch group, the local police and the Brazier family all had a discussion about what we could do to honour Erna. And the park right at the end of Ernest Street, where we held all our neighbourhood watch events, actually has a name. It's Strickland Park, after the Strickland family, and there's a story to that. But we had this unnamed park adjoining Strickland Park called Thomas Street Park, and as we know, this is a default name. So I discussed it with the Braziers, with Neighbourhood Watch and with our local police officer, Senior Constable Lisa Easton, and everybody thought that naming the park after Erna would be a fantastic idea. So I'm very pleased that Council has reviewed the submission, and we're all voting today to support the renaming of Thomas Street Park as Erna Brazier Park today. I particularly want to thank Erna. I think we've all got people like Erna in our communities. She would let us know when the grass was long, when the stop signs were down, but she did all those things because she cared about our community. Yes. Not only that, when I first started, she said, Nicole, I want to bring people together. Neighbourhood Watch has changed. How do we bring people together? So every year now, we hold a very successful small community fair in Strickland Park. We have the police, we have the fire trucks, we have a local choir, we have a jumping castle, the ukulele band plays sometimes, and all the neighbours from that part of Sherwood come down for a lovely afternoon with a barbecue, a sausage sizzle, and Erna started that, and I've been very proud to support her work over many years. I want to particularly acknowledge Mike Brazier, her husband, and her oldest daughter, Bev. Bev took over running the Neighbourhood Watch when Erna became ill, and we've had another change just this year to a lovely young couple who've taken on the role of coordinating our local Neighbourhood Watch. So Erna's legacy will live on through the sense of community that she has created. It will now live on as a place in the city of Brisbane, and there are too few places in Brisbane that are named after our extraordinary women. So this is not a person who has held high office. This is not a person who was a high-profile person. Erna was a quiet, respectful, dedicated community volunteer, and I am so proud that our council can recognise Erna's contribution to Sherwood and to the city of Brisbane by renaming Thomas Street Park as Erna Brazier Park. Again, I would just like to say a big thank you to Sherwood Neighbourhood Watch Number 1, Senior Constable Lisa Easton and the Brazier family. I'm very pleased to say that from today it will officially have a new name, and I look forward to the sign going up and be able to celebrate that with Erna's family, friends and our local community in coming weeks.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations, Councillor Johnston, on that achievement. I know you've been working very hard to get that name through, and it finally made it through the Environment Committee. I have a few items I need to speak to in relation to this report. The first one is, I'll just raise this because maybe the Chair can respond in her response, but Councillor Davis, I had through you, Madam Chair, there was a question about wipeout weeds and the allocation of that funding we discussed last week, and there was also a question of the $14,000 spent at Cracknell Gully Park, or paid by QU for the re-establishment of flora at Cracknell Gully Park, and what's happened to that money. So they were two questions that I was expecting an answer on today. In relation to our environment centres, can I congratulate the staff on the great work they do and the passion they have for Brisbane, but not just the passion for Brisbane, the passion they have for Brisbane's environment. And the more and more I go out into the community, it's the environment that people are talking about. It's the environment that our multicultural community want to know about. It's the environment that our young people want to know about. It's the environment everywhere I go. And they want to be involved in restoring and rebuilding and improving our environment. And that's why I've been working with the local community to set up a rewilding group. And we've had so many people involved in that group. So one of the initiatives that did come out of that was koala walks through Tui Forest. And with Tui Forest, we actually had Griffith Uni approach me as a councillor, wanting to say, we've got a great centre here. In fact, it's one of the best in Brisbane. It's set up for environmental education. It's accessible. It's on a bus route. It's 7 kilometres from the city. We'd love to host Brisbane City Council on weekends to run walks. Now, I put that to the Lord Mayor and to the Deputy Mayor, and it was met with a big brick wall. Big brick wall, no innovation, nothing happening. And this could have been a 4th environment centre for our city. Karawatha has 90,000 people go through it. And we heard Councillor Emily talk about the benefit it is to her community. 90,000 people, that's a lot of residents to engage. And over on the north side, Downfall Creek and Boondall, they both have 32,000 people going in to those centres, using them, despite us having cut back on hours, having cut back on staff, having cut back on wages. They're still really well used and loved. And it's a shame. It speaks loudly for the administration about what they really think about our environment centres when they really think about our environment and our parks, because they always cut back. They're out there singing the praises of these groups and these people, but behind the scenes, they're cutting, slicing, dicing. They're reducing. There is no passion for Brisbane there. And I think what is such a shame is missing an opportunity, like Griffith University, offering us a hub that we can use on weekends, and we have koalas there, and people want to go and see these koalas. And I pay the university so that their students get paid to take people on walks. And I think that's a great initiative because the students are getting something out of it. They're taking people on walks and they see live koalas in bushland setting, and it's a great experience for them teaching, but it's a great experience for the residents attending that walk. And those residents come not just from all over the city, they come from all over the world, and they find out about these walks and they want to be part of them. So on a day when we're talking about the Olympics, I think we should be talking about our environment hubs and how we can present what we're doing, what we do so well in terms of looking after our natural environment. This is where we should be leading in terms of what we have to show Brisbane and how we show Brisbane the future. Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it was great to hear councillors talking up the environment centres. They are wonderful. The staff at those centres are very passionate, and I've had the great opportunity to meet many of them. They deliver a wonderful service to the community on days where we have visitor numbers that people are turning up to. With regards to some of the questions, I apologise, Councillor Griffiths, I ran out of time, but I can provide some answers to a few of the things that were raised last week. Firstly, Councillor Massey, we did speak about the Flood Resilient Homes program, but with regards to the City Botanic Garden and the Kangaroo Point Bridge, I'm told that the Public Space Operations has adjusted the gate closure so that they're now left open. With the construction of the Kangaroo Point Bridge, retractable bollards are now in place, which manages the risk of leaving the gates open. Regarding parking for wildlife carers in the city, we do have a program, our wildlife carer grants, that wildlife carers can apply for funding, and that can go towards a number of things, including transportation or parking. But there's not a program specifically for wildlife carers to have a sticker on their car for parking purposes. Councillor Griffiths, regarding the Wipeout Weeds program, I have a very long list here of those sites that are under management in 24-25. I can provide that to you later so that you've got them. And with regards to the $15,236 that you were speaking about, which went into the Environment Offset's internal account, it did so in January. From the Tarragindi Reservoir Works. At this point of time, those funds have not been allocated, but offsets funds are allocated where there's best value for money in relation to restoring habitat across the city. Sites are identified, and that's where the offset money goes to. There's no guaranteed on any site where the money is sourced from that it goes back into that specific site. We want to make sure that we look at a citywide, through a citywide lens to make sure that those areas that need the work done are the ones that are prioritised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll now put that report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Hutton, City Standards Committee.
I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. Now, before I jump into the committee presentation, I do want to say a big thank you to all of our teams who have presented in this session. Now, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the great work that we've had in all of our programs. Our waste teams came and presented, our road resurfacing program, but I did want to highlight, I think that the best in session this council session has been Kirsty Cronin, who came in to present about invasive species and brought along the Corinda panther, which was a bit of a fantastic presentation for our committee to hear about. So thank you so much for the efforts that you put into our committee presentations. Now, Madam Chair, to last week, our committee was provided an update on the critical role played by our council rapid assessment teams, or RATs, in the time of disaster. As part of the operational response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, Council's Rapid Response Group transformed into this RAT teams. This elite team comprised of 32 field-based officers, each trained to provide 24/7 first response capabilities across Brisbane. The vehicles used by the team are equipped with essential safety and hazard identification equipment, including traffic cones, hard hats, warning tape, first aid kits, highlighting the team's capacity to respond quickly and safely to emerging hazards. The primary role of the RAT team during this disaster was to deliver rapid, real-time intelligence to our local disaster coordination centre. This intelligence ensured that decision-making and resource allocations were informed by accurate on-ground assessments. Following the landfall of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, the RATs were mobilised on the 8th of March. Their role was critical to identifying and documenting flooding impacts, creek levels, road blockages, tree damage and other hazards throughout the city. Between the 8th and the 12th of March, the Rapid Assessment Team conducted 1,136 damage assessments. Beyond the critical intelligence provided by the Rapid Assessment Team, the numbers around our broader clean-up efforts tell a story of resilience and teamwork in the wake of the cyclone. Our arborists and tree crews have faced over 3,500 tree jobs to date. This means anything from fallen branches, uprooted trunks, and obstructed roadways have been cleared in the past few weeks. Much of this work was collected directly from the roads, footpaths, other public spaces to ensure that everything remained safe and workable. This debris either ended up in our resource recovery centres or at our temporary green waste facilities, where we've collectively processed over 6,000 tonnes of green waste. Meanwhile, our roads crew have worked quickly to patch nearly 1,750 potholes, preventing further damage to our road network and helping to keep Brisbane moving. These statistics don't just highlight the scale of the challenge, but also the determination of our officers and also our wonderful volunteers. Now, Madam Chair, there are a number of questions that I would like to table from the committee presentation. Thank you, Billy. Now, Madam Chair, I also wanted to provide an important update about our city's waste management systems. Now, from the 1st of April, Brisbane households will see a gradual replacement of the old green or grey general waste bin lids with the national recognised red lid. So if you have a grey or a green bin lid, it will be replaced with a red bin lid. Now, almost 80,000 red bin lids are being replaced, which is about 20% of our total bins. Now, what makes this interesting is that some of the lids actually date back to our very first wheelie bin rollout in June 1984. Can't say I was here. It wasn't until 2011 that red lids started to become the new standard for general waste. And this change will align with our services with the new national curbside standard, which was put in place at the end of last year. By going red, it instantly is very clear that it is general waste, thus reducing contamination and keeping our waste streams very distinct. Red for general, yellow for recycling, and green for green waste. Residents won't have to do a thing, Madam Chair, to receive their special new lid. There's no need to call up or fill out any special forms. Simply continue putting your bin out on your usual collection day from the 1st of April until June. Our dedicated crews will identify the older lids and replace them with bright new red ones. The discarded old lids do not go to landfill. They will be transported to our contractor Sulo, where they will be recycled and transformed into new bin components. This project is fully funded by the Queensland Government and comes at no cost to the ratepayer. We know from experience that many residents already understand how crucial it is to keep our waste services easy to understand. By aligning our bins
Councillor
with...
Hutton, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, in response to Councillor Hutton's Corinda Panther, I also wanted to thank Kirsty Cronin as well. Got a lot of nightmares from that, sadly. It was this dead black cat that was stuffed and looks just like my 2 family cats as well. But aside from that, I also do welcome the changes for the red bin top. I have had actually local residents that I've door knocked who have also asked if they can have an updated bin as well. So we welcome that change and hopes that it happens smoothly for our area. Yeah. I also have an old bin as well, so I hope to see that change as well, and we look forward to it. In relation to the committee presentation, we heard in the committee that 1,136 jobs were completed over 5 days from the Wednesday to the Friday. We sincerely also thank the council officers who are on the front line, so much that we also know that outcome managers were actually tasked to do the manual labour, especially out Councillor Cassidy's way as well. We know that this has been happening for the past 14 days, including work such as cleaning up the grass and trees in our parks over the past few weeks. A few years back, a rapid response officer was also quoted as saying they have to be across 46 different pieces of legislation at state level or our own local laws. So this just goes to show the difficulty of the job that rapid response officers have, and the fact that outcome managers are being tasked to do this work says a lot about the times that have come, the short resources that we have at the moment. So we would love to see improvements there to take the pressure away from other officers who are already doing so much. They were also quoted at the time to actually saying their work is extremely challenging. So we on this side of the chamber recognise the hard work that they're doing. We also wanted to just commend them and thank every single council officer involved over Cyclone Alfred who stepped up and also fulfilled duties that weren't necessarily in their job description. We also hope that they do get some compensation and more levels of acknowledgement, such as thanking more flex or more reasonable working arrangements for them or further compensation down the future. I also just wanted to briefly touch on the challenging nature of these jobs, especially when the former LNP councillor for Calamvale was around. She was actually wasting our taxpayer money on calling the rapid response crews on myself and also police officers as well, which I thought was a complete waste of their time given there were much more important jobs for them to do. I thought that I would put this on the record because I think it's a complete misconduct and inappropriate use, especially as a local councillor who should be putting residents first. So thank you to our hard-working rats in this case, who are out there making our city a safer place to be, also our outcome managers and even other council officers who had to step up. Under this council administration, we've seen staff cuts and also post the $400 million cuts we saw post the last council election, we're seeing the devastating effects this is having on our public service. As a result of these constraints, I've been out with my Scouts group actually physically emptying people's waste, people's bin lids. We open them up and then we've been putting them into trailers thanks to people that I've met on Facebook who have generously come down and met us at the Scout Den the other week. There are lots of crowdsourcing efforts as well on Facebook comments. If anything, at certain stages throughout the cyclone period, we were getting more information through cross-referencing different streets that were closed as opposed to council updates we were receiving from this administration, which was just some feedback that I wanted to pass on. And I just want to be clear that I am not criticising the work of the council officers on the ground. We're more than supportive of all the work that we do, and we'll continue to make sure that we support all the resources that will work in their favour. And in summary, I understand there are roughly 32 rats as well who are out and about. That's theoretically about 41,000 people that they have to cover, which is basically, for some wards, even bigger than that. So they are under tremendous workload, and I hope that that work gets acknowledged and the right resources are put in the right places. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Chair, I move that the motion currently lying on the table, that this council requests that the Lord Mayor increase the Pathways Out of Homelessness grant to $5 million per year for the 2025 to 2028 grant program come off the table for debate.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that the motion from the 14th of May 2024 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
The motion is
Division.
lost. Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I want to go on record as well as to on the response from the cyclone that we went through, and go on the record to with my appreciation of the great work that a lot of council officers have done in my ward. Right. The biggest issue, of course, or the biggest worry for my residents for the cyclone wasn't the water factor, although that was going to be a good part of it, but it was the trees, and thankfully it just turned into a low, and it wasn't it wasn't a lot harsher cyclone when it came across the coast. But there was a lot of anxiety in my ward in regards to trees coming down, branches coming off trees, whether they be into roads or onto houses, and there was a little bit of that, there was some of that, and the interesting part is a lot of people get very anxious because there's these blue dots that get put on trees, which usually signifies trimming. Right, and people get told this, of course, by their neighbours, and friends and neighbours, what those blue dots mean. So they think that the tree should be trimmed at some stage, right? In most cases, the tree was already trimmed, but they didn't know it. But the blue dot never comes off, right? For whatever reason. I don't know if this is a policy thing or they just don't have the people to go around to take the blue dot off.
Another job for that.
Yeah. Take the interjection from Councillor Griffith. Right. Anyways, so I just want to point that out to the chair that maybe we should have a look at that issue, and I'm sure it just doesn't happen in my ward. I'm sure it happens elsewhere as well. So maybe we can reduce the anxiety levels there. The other thing is that the response for those people that did lose trees or branches and things was pretty quick, actually. The wood chippers were out within days, and they were doing their work, especially on those big connector roads, that mostly have footpaths and things that were blocked by a number of falling branches and the occasional tree as well. So I just want to put on the record my thanks for the quick response they had. The other thing was, and I don't think I mentioned it last week in talking about the response. At least I don't think I did, anyways. But the line marking people were out as well, right? And the contractors that do that work were out as well. A day after the cyclone, on that Monday, basically. Which I thought was quite interesting that they had their work to do and they were out, but they had more work to do because they had to blow all the leaves and everything on those yellow lines and the ones around the roundabouts, the white and the chevrons as well. They had to blow all that stuff off before they could actually do their work, which I thought that was quite impressive. And other people mentioned it. It just wasn't me seeing it. There was other people that were seeing it and thanked me on behalf of, as the councillor, to thank the officers for doing that sort of work, because they've been after their lines, or especially their yellow lines, to be renewed, because they do get a bit faded, right? So that was really good as well. But apart from that, in my ward, everything seemed to not be too impacted. Other than what I've just already mentioned, and so I'm sort of thankful for that. And of course, most of the residents I talked to about the cyclone, they were very thankful that it wasn't a lot worse that it could have been a lot worse. And I think we sort of dodged the bullet a bit in my ward, anyways, and with all those trees and everything. But anyways, thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak to this briefly to also get onto the record to share my thanks to the rapid response teams. Noting that the worries of the Gabba ward were specifically around flooding, parts of it for river flooding, other parts for overland flooding. But of course the ferocity of the winds, not only on the Friday but Saturday night, meant that there was actually a lot of debris and broken trees in some of the key pathways across the ward. And I do want to place my thanks because I know that these were resolved quite quickly, specifically for the trees that were over the roads in West End, in Kangaroo Point, and of course also in Highgate Hill, noting that all these places are peninsulas and there's very limited ways to get in and out. So I do want to share my appreciation to the hardworking teams that were out, noting of course that there have been reductions in staff. I think they did an incredible job. The job that they did really helped in trying weather conditions, really put forward the support that the residents needed, and of course other potential vehicles. And of course the safety of residents at this time forward. And I just wanted to place on the record my thanks for that. I did notice how quickly it happened. Some of the things that I reported on the Saturday were cleared by the Sunday, and these roads were readily available. And so for me, I want to just place my thanks to the rapid response teams and the amazing work that they did. We're thankful that Alfred became an ex-cyclone and that the damage wasn't too much. And of course, because again, so many parts of the Gabba ward is a peninsula, the rapid response team's rapid response, I know, was incredibly appreciated by residents. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I feel like after listening to Councillor Hutton that I'm in a parallel universe sometimes, because I just hear how wonderful Council's performance was in relation to flooding and the cyclone, and flooding and a bit of a cyclone. And I hear about, like, there was great communication and we had hundreds of people on the ground and they were everywhere and they were doing things, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Now, I'm not blaming the staff. I think the staff of our organisation are exceptional, and I think they're dealing with a pathetically governed administration. But I just did not see what Councillor Hutton said. And, I just find it disturbing that we're going to have another review, another Jersey review. I'm just going to give him the review I gave him last time, because none of the recommendations he made last time happened. Communication was still being done out of the Lord Mayor's tweeting.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Just relevance to the committee report about rapid damage assessment crews.
I think everyone's spoken about this.
Please come back to the report.
I will. And in the report, everyone spoke about the cyclone and about flooding. And in relation to the way this was actioned, I would ring the LDCC and spoke to some very polite staff, very good staff. Yes, Councillor, we'll get back to you. Did all the stuff. They actually didn't know what was happening because they weren't following the Lord Mayor and his social media unit, who were tweeting one whole reel of information that didn't match with what Council was actually doing or delivering. I understand you don't want to talk about it. I understand you don't want to say anything.
Councillor Griffiths.
Happy to talk about it, but it's not in the report, Madam Chair. He's talking about CCL, LCDC, sorry, and this is about the rapid response.
Oh, this is absolutely. Let me get back to rapid response.
Councillor Griffiths.
Let me talk about rapid response. We saw no rapid response. There was no rapid response in my ward. There were streets that were flooded that had no signage up. Officers were telling me on Monday morning, these are people who work for council on the ground, do the hard, gritty work, that they had to go into training for how to claim money back from the state and federal government. This is what this is what our staff were doing Monday morning. You know, this fantasy, this absolute fantasy that things were fantastic and superb is not the case. In fact, I was talking to several LNP councillors about their experience of the event, and it was like, oh, we got flooded, and then the trucks came in and washed the roads down and cleared it up, and it was all done. And I'm thinking, well, in my ward, we haven't seen anyone to have any trucks come round and wash down the wards or clean it up.
Councillors?
That's not a falsehood. That's true. That is true. That is true. And it's so this whole parallel universe that the LNP have created is just sad. It's sad for employees because it does them over. They think this place is run like crap, and they see it. Then we've got a whole lot of people in the executive team who think things have never run better. And then we've actually got on the ground where people are just going, what the hell, where is council? Oh, you can get some utes. What? Utes? What? Like, isn't that your job? In fact, one resident, I should have brought it in, one resident said, I'm not voting for him again after he set up this ute army. Isn't that council's role? So rapid response, yes, great staff. We don't have enough of them. I think we got rid of, 460 permanent staff? This is the Deputy Mayor's sensible savings. Get rid of 460 permanent staff. Sensible savings. It's even more, what's more interesting is looking at the bushland debacle of the funding there and seeing how that's being cut and hacked up. So I have to say my experience with this event was as bad as it's ever been in terms of our delivery on the ground. And in terms of what residents saw, it was non-existent. We weren't there. We were missing in action. So I'll be putting that in the review and it will...
Councillor Griffiths, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I'll rise to speak briefly on the rapid assessment teams and the disaster response. And I know the CEO is listening today, so I'm going to speak about this and what we found during the latest storm response. Now, I know our council officers try hard, and I know there was a very big job. I generally am reasonably patient. After I log a job, I will give council time to go and do it. Well, not in this case, but there's a couple of things I want to note for the record. In our assessment of the cyclone and flooding that occurred in Tennyson Ward, we came across a parks job from January in Girraween Park, Graceville, from that major storm event that still had not been done 2 months later. Now, those in this committee would know that I raised my concerns with council's failure to include Tennyson Ward in that storm recovery at all. Yes. Council considered that to be an eastern suburb storm, Councillor Hutton told us, and the rapid assessment teams were sent out in the eastern suburbs and they had a whole weekend of cleaning up in the eastern suburbs, and the dozen parks in Tennyson Ward with dozens of big trees that were down weren't done, and still I started complaining a month later, why isn't it down, why isn't it down? Councillor Hutton stood in the committee and said, there are no trees down in Tennyson Ward.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
Yeah, Councillor Hutton said there were no trees down in Tennyson Ward.
Point of order, Chair.
We all heard her.
Point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
And there were. And I sent her some very big pictures of all the trees down in Tennyson Ward. And guess what, Councillor Hutton? There are still big trees down in Tennyson Ward.
Councillor Johnston, through the chair, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chairman. Through you, Madam Chairman, to Councillor Hutton. As we stand here today, 2+ months later, there are still big trees down in Tennyson Ward from the January storm event.
Maybe post the picture.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's very interesting, isn't it? Now, I don't think this council treats all wards fairly. I think I've made my views on this pretty clear over the time. And the one thing I want to put on the record today that made me incredibly angry was when I read on the Friday, so this is Friday week ago, the storm Sunday night, Monday. By the end of that Friday, Councillor Hutton had tweeted how the water play area in Wocks Riverside Park was up and functioning. Meanwhile, in my ward, I still had trees down on roads that had not even been taped off. Yes. Now, what I want to know is who is directing the rapid assessment teams, why non-urgent storm damage is being fixed before urgent storm damage, like trees down on roads, trees down in dog parks, trees down in parks, the pontoon for the disabled people at Graceville, Sailability and the Sea Scouts. I had to jump up and down about that to get council to fix it, and we all heard the Lord Mayor's delightful answer to my question on that last week. He'll be pleased to know that work started yesterday on this, and I suspect it wouldn't have if I'd embarrassed him into why a water feature in an LNP ward can be fixed and disabled sailing groups don't get access to a pontoon. So the big problem here is I think our council officers mean well. I think they want to work hard and do a good job. I don't believe that this LNP administration is ensuring that those resources and workers are fairly allocated out to all parts of the city. That was absolutely the case in the January storms. And in this time round, I think Tennyson Ward again was one of the worst wards affected with flooding and damage. We certainly have seen good work being done, but I cannot sit back and watch Councillor Hutton say how great this is when a water feature in a barely damaged park in her ward gets fixed before a pontoon for disabled sailors or trees down on a district road in Tennyson. So it is about this administration's priorities. It is about the way they manage. It is about the way they manage this council, and I know our council officers are doing their best, but they're not getting the right leadership or support from this LNP administration.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Hutton, right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it was an interesting story time here. Can I tell you that those on the opposite side, through you, Chair, Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Johnson, the claims that they have made in this chamber are completely false. I really want to acknowledge the incredible...
Point of order, Madam Chair. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr Deputy Chairman. Oh, I'm sorry. You were like a ninja there, so my apologies. Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Yeah. Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Well, look, I look forward to seeing their claims, Mr Chair. Can I say, Councillor Griffiths, it blows my mind that you said that there were no council officers out in your ward. They did an incredible job, and I just find it disappointing that you come into this chamber and make things up. And I appreciate that you're in the opposition and you do not want to ever acknowledge the great work that our team has done here, but it is so disheartening for the work and the effort that our officers have put into your ward to clean up after a really big storm. And it's very shameful. It is very shameful. And Councillor Johnson's claim that the Rocks Riverside water play was fixed before her pontoon, I just want to acknowledge they are entirely different teams, entirely different problems. And I hear Councillor Griffiths laugh. I laugh that she can bring these two worlds together and somehow claim they're the same thing. It is actually a skill. It is completely abhorrent and bizarre to suggest that cleaning the water filter in Rocks Riverside Park is somehow related to fixing the pontoon. Anyway, I digress. I do want to say thank you, Councillor Kim, for your acknowledgement of our teams and their effort. I did want to clarify that our rapid assessment teams are in our compliance space. So they are the ones that drive around in our blue and yellow cars. They aren't our outcome managers. So they are a different team. Our PSO and our flying gangs do a different job entirely. I just wanted to get that clarified. No, I think it's really important because there was a suggestion that our rapid assessment teams, the job was being done by our outcome managers, which is not correct. That's actually not correct.
Councillor Cassidy.
And Councillor Charles Strunk, I just want to say thank you so much for having an honest reflection on the effort and energy that our council team have delivered in your ward. Thank you again to all of our teams out there who work tirelessly. The work continues. There is still so much work to be done, and I do want to say thank you to our residents and our council officers for continuing to report those jobs. We are working really hard to get our city back up and running as per normal. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston, your misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Hutton stated that the claims I had made in my speech were false. Councillor Hutton has misrepresented my speech, and I would just like to clarify that the trees are still down in Girraween Park, Graceville, from the January storms. That was confirmed by my outcomes manager yesterday. The Rocks Riverside water play was opened after a thorough clean-up following Cyclone Alfred, posted by Councillor Hutton on the Friday the 14th of March. And the trees were still down. This was my point, both in the committee and today. The trees were still down on King Arthur Terrace at the time Councillor Hutton made this post on Friday the 14th of March.
Councillor Griffiths, your
yes, my point of order is similar to Councillor Johnston's in that I was apparently told my information was incorrect. False. Oh, wow. No idea. The information I provided is correct. In fact, I would ask for all the jobs to be tabled in this chamber now by the chairperson in the date order they were done per ward, per time frame. Let's see them. Let's see all the dates, all the jobs tabled.
Thank you.
Now,
we are not debating,
so that
Councillor Griffiths. That is,
who's telling the truth and who isn't.
We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Just checking on how much time we have in the general meeting.
Yep, we still have about 15 minutes to go. Councillor Howard, Community and the Arts Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Community and the Arts Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Wong that the report of the Community and the Arts Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 18th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, before moving to the report, I would like to just spend some time to talk about some of the wonderful, fantastic arts and community events that have been happening throughout Brisbane during the last week. And one of the first things that I was privileged to attend was a production of Breaking the Castle, which won the Best Edinburgh Fringe Festival 2023 and was written and performed by Peter Cook. And I just need to say we are very privileged here in Brisbane to have such talent that can then bring those performances back to our city. We also had the Queensland Youth Orchestras, their Queensland Youth Symphony launch over the weekend. And again, what a magnificent job those young people do in giving the city such beautiful music. And they are incredibly talented young people, and we are truly blessed to have them within our midst. Madam Chair, we also had a couple of multicultural events on the weekend. One was the Greek National Day, and that was at the Greek Orthodox Church, and it is always wonderful to see our Greek community come together, and the Governor and her husband were there, and of course it was a fantastic event, and I understand that we'll be represented tonight at an event at Parliament House, and so I think it's important that we recognise the multicultural communities that we have within Brisbane, and to that to that effect, I also attended the AGM for Dante Alighieri, which is an organisation that teaches people Italian. I'm still to attend one of their sessions. I did attend their AGM, but it's magnificent to see the people who really appreciate all of the work that these not-for-profit organisations do to keep their heritage alive. And I also want to give a big shout out to River City Pride. They had a meeting through the week, and again, the work that River City Pride do within our organisation is second to none. We are so blessed to have so many amazing people, and it was a fantastic meeting. I want to say a big thank you to Sarah and her team, and everyone contributed. It was just such an uplifting meeting for me to attend, and I really want to say a huge thank you to you, and know that I will support you in all of the fantastic things that you have planned for this year. And finally, just before moving to the report, I want to mention Queensland Gives. They currently have their 2025 Queensland Philanthropy Awards open. There are 7 categories. Nominations close at the end of March. And can I encourage all of our councillors to go online to Queensland Gives, have a look at those 7 categories, because I'm sure there is someone within your community that has done such fantastic work that would deserve one of those philanthropy awards. So Queensland Gives does an amazing job across the city and across the state. So if I can encourage everyone to do that. And then, Madam Chair, to move towards our wonderful presentation that we had, which was, of course, about our treasures of the archives, 100 years of Greater Brisbane. And we had Michael McKenna, who introduced the wonderful Annabelle Lloyd, and who is our archivist, and she was here in the chamber last week. We had some wonderful artefacts that we were all able to enjoy, and it truly was one of our more memorable committee meetings. And of course, it was to celebrate Council's 100th anniversary. Now, Madam Chair, the Brisbane City Archives were established in 1994 to enable Council to meet its legislative requirements for record keeping, which are currently outlined in the Public Records Act of 2023. And the creation of Greater Brisbane was a long and complex process, with the final authority was the result of the amalgamation of 20 local authorities and the Queensland Government activities and functions assigned to be managed at the local government level. And some of these included tramway operations, water supply and sewerage, and of course cemeteries. So the committee was shown a visual representation. It was a wonderful silent movie that was there, but I know everybody at the committee had a fantastic time, and I really would like to commend the presentation to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, listen, the presentation by Annabelle and Michael, Magic Mike, was very, very interesting, and I'm a little bit of a history, I won't say a buff, because you have to have a really good memory for history, and I've got a sort of a good memory. But anyways, I was just glued to listening about all that history that was in document form with us in the presentation. From the first mayor of Brisbane, or Greater Brisbane, William Jolly, and the fact that the first meeting was held up at the QUT, I think it had a slightly different name back then, in one of the blocks up there, and there was a film. There was a film produced, silent. And we were able to watch a little bit of that film, right? And I believe it will be posted either on the council website at some stage, maybe in one of the, the website that actually holds these meetings. Maybe the first one can be on that website, that particular site. But anyways, it's going to be posted so everyone can have a look, and it's really. It's really interesting to see silent movies. Anyways, they sometimes can be a bit funny looking, but the way people sort of act out what they're there for and what they're doing. So anyways, so when you consider that it took 20 20 municipalities, I should say, to be combined into one Greater Brisbane, right? That took a lot of courage, and it took a lot of for a bunch of politicians to sack themselves, I suppose, or be made irrelevant and from their own municipalities, and then some of them obviously ran for the Greater Brisbane election. But many of them, of course, weren't successful, obviously, and they were no longer aldermen, I suppose, it was the term back then. So that's always an amazing feat of bureaucracy for a bunch of politicians to sack themselves, right? If you think about it. So I'm taking my hat off to them that they thought of the Greater Brisbane area to be more important. Now, my ward at Forest Lake, of course, was part of that one of the municipalities, which was called Sherwood. Yay! So you can tell all those Sherwood people that well, of course, back then, of course, it wasn't Anala or wasn't Forest Lake, but it was the Archerfield Station, which was the majority of my ward anyways. So there wasn't a lot of people living in that space over my way anyways at that time. Annabelle, as I say, it's the archives itself is at Maruka, yes, which is right. I think a great place for maybe some of the schools, whether it be primary or secondary schools, to maybe go off and have a look at what's in the archive. It could be a little bit more interesting to maybe secondary schools kids. But I'm going to go across and definitely have a look, because it's they have some really valuable pieces of collection over there. As I say, the first mayor was William Jolly. Now, actually the first meeting, of course, as Councillor Howard said, was last week. The anniversary of the 100th year anniversary. The first meeting was last week, but it actually could have been the week before. But there was a death in the family for William Jolly, and the opening or the commencement actually was put off by a week. All right, so just a little bit of history there, but it was really good that they were able to do that as well, so that his family could grieve that bereavement. Anyways, other than that, I think that's pretty much it on that particular presentation. I'm really looking forward to what the council is going to do to celebrate the 100th year anniversary of this council over the next number of months. I'm really looking forward to what that's. Was that going to be it? Sorry, I take the interjection from from the councillor. Was that it? That's the big thing. Okay. Well, let's maybe we can move a motion to do something else. Maybe, I don't know, because I think 100 years, and I know a lot of people they say 100 years, that's history. Let's move on. But I think you can't move forward unless you know where you've come from, right? And I think it's important that, because the whole history teacher told me that.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise on item A, last week's presentation, Treasures of the Archives, 100 Years of Greater Brisbane. So I love the history of Brisbane, and every day I pinch myself that I am lucky enough to work in this great building filled with a lot of history. If only these walls could talk from the past 100 years. So last year was a remarkable milestone in the history of our great city. It was 100 years since the City of Brisbane Act was formed. So William Jolly was the first Lord Mayor of Brisbane, and a new era for Brisbane began when the Act gave Brisbane the status of a city, taking charge of its direction, and it's fair to say we haven't looked back since. So not only am I lucky to work here in this building and represent the residents of Hamilton Ward, but my ward office has a special place in this city's history too. So where I am on Racecourse Road, where I work every day, has a connection as it is adjacent to the Hamilton Town Hall, which was built in 1920 to hold council meetings. It comprised of council chambers and a public hall for use. However, in 1925, the Hamilton Town Council, where they used to meet in the Hamilton Town Hall, merged into what we know these days as Brisbane City Council, and the building has had many purposes since. It was a council depot. During the war, it was used by the Australian Army Survey Corps as their headquarters, and then post-war, it became the Hamilton library with a hall for hire, and it's remained like that ever since. So it's a venue nowadays as well for many community events, including my annual Australia Day ceremony that I co-host with the Rotary Club of Hamilton, and many other community groups meet there as well. As a mark of its historical significance, it was listed on the Queensland Heritage Register in 2005. The Hamilton Library continues to be very popular as well and a fixture on the iconic Racecourse Road. But back to the City of Brisbane Act. It can't be overstated the impact it's had on modern Brisbane today. It has enabled generations of local government representatives to make decisions that have driven our city's growth and infrastructure. Could those in the first council meeting imagined a city that is becoming known throughout the world for being a hub for arts, culture and technology, as well as a city with a great lifestyle? I'm sure we can all agree on that. So I learned a lot from the committee report, that the 20 councils and the new council operated concurrently from March to October to enable a smooth transition. I learnt that the last mayor of Brisbane was Maurice Barry, and I was pleased to learn that my old university, QUT at Gardens Point, was the site for the first meeting. Interestingly enough, it was deemed so significant it not only got local press, but it also got interstate press as well. So the first council meeting was filmed and shown at the theatre, I guess a precursor to the live streaming that we have today in our meetings on YouTube. So Brisbane City Council's had such a rich history, and it started with the formation of the City of Brisbane Act. So interestingly, 100 years ago, roads were a priority, and they still remain a priority today with the Schrinner Council, who is keeping Brisbane moving. So thank you to the Brisbane City Archives, who put on a display that we had last week, both in the committee and in the chamber. Annabelle from the Archives, you have my husband's dream job, curating the records of Brisbane now and into the future. The committee report was an opportunity to reflect on what a great privilege it is to be here as a representative. It is incredible to think that my children's children might be looking at the next 100 years in 2125 at a great-grandma on the wall as the councillor for Hamilton Ward. Not everyone gets this great honour, and it is a marvel to be here for the people, but also a small part of the City of Brisbane's history. So the formalisation of the City of Brisbane Act 100 years ago was a turning point, a moment that allowed the vision for this great city to take shape. As we celebrate a century of progress, let us honour the spirit who built this city, those who dreamt big, who worked hard and who shaped Brisbane in what it is today. So Chair, I will conclude my remarks here, but before I do, I can't wait to see what the next 100 years brings for Brisbane. Thank you.
Further speakers?
Yes, just briefly, I suspect I only have
Councillor Johnston, yeah.
very limited time. I just also want to acknowledge just the part that my beautiful ward, Tennyson Ward, plays in the history of Brisbane City Council. And firstly, I just want to say that the Sherwood Shire and the Yurongpili Shire councils were abolished when the Brisbane City Council came in to being. But the Sherwood Shire, its last great act was to create the Sherwood Arboretum, and the first act of Brisbane City Council was to plant the trees and open it. It was great, wonderful legacy.
Thank you. You may wish to speak further in GB. Under the provisions of section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon. Without further amendment or debate. So I'll now put the Community and the Arts Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put the Finance and City Governance Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Councillors, we will now move to question time. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, last year we promised the people of Brisbane to progress work on expanding the Brisbane Metro to more suburbs. In light of this announcement today on Olympic and Paralympic Games venues, can you advise the Chamber of what the road ahead for the Brisbane Metro expansion looks like?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Atwood for the question. Well, something very exciting happened right before Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Our city received some very welcome news. The federal government committed $50 million to a rapid business case for future Metro bus rapid transit extensions. $50 million, Madam Chair. A clear vote of confidence from the federal Labor government into this city-shaping project. The funding will now allow Council to plan our metro extensions and grow our bus network in time for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And we want every part of our city to be connected through this project. This funding boost will enable us to grow the spine of this network. And as part of the expansion plan, there are 2 new metro lines and 2 extensions to existing lines. Firstly, the southern extension of the M1 line grows the service from 8 Mile Plains to Springwood via Rochdale, outside the Brisbane local government area. It allows our friends in the Logan City Council to experience Brisbane Metro for the first time. Secondly, the M2 line extension takes the service north from the RBWH all the way to Castledine, something I'm sure your residents would love, Madam Chair. The service will then be able to stop at Windsor, Lutwyche, Kedron Brook, Kedron North, Chermside, Aspley and Castledine. Moving on to our proposed new lines, Madam Chair, the M3 line will start at Roma Street Station, will take passengers as far as Capalaba and via Carindale. This will service existing areas, but it will also add Cooperoo Square, Camp Hill, Carina, Carindale, Chandler and Capalaba into the metro network. And then finally, the M4 line has 2 alternative routes possible, but will travel from Woolloongabba to the airport, either via the Airport Link Tunnel or through conversion of the Doomben line from rail to busway. Each of these potential routes will be investigated as part of this business case. This allows us to explore all of our options and ensure that we deliver the best possible turn-up-and-go transport for our city. And there has never been a more exciting time for public transport in Brisbane. Already this year, we've had the successful launch of the M2 service, servicing UQ Lakes to RBWH. This service replaced the popular Route 66. The M2 service has proved even more popular, with its patronage smashing that of its predecessor. The introduction of M2 was complemented by improvements to our school bus services, and in a few months, the M1 will be introduced to our network. This will connect 8 Mile Plains and Roma Street, and Brisbane's new bus network will be implemented concurrently with this. This will be the biggest change to our bus network in decades. Over 70% of bus routes in the city will change. How people move across our city will change. And the Brisbane Metro project is the catalyst for all this change. This is a transport solution that is built for Brisbane. Our new fleet of high-capacity, fully electric metros are able to better utilise our existing busways at a fraction of the cost of light rail. This new fleet allows us to reduce the overall number of buses travelling into the city. It allows us to introduce turn-up-and-go services, moving away from the traditional timetable and scaling up our services in line to what people expect in a major city. We are becoming a global city, an Olympic city, and we are all reminded of this on this historic day. Brisbane will be on the world stage in 2032. We need to be able to move people effectively and efficiently through our city. Today, we finally have certainty on the venues for the 2032 Games. After the wasted years of the previous Labor government, the Crisafulli government has an Olympics plan, and they are getting us back on track. Decisions have been made, and now finally the work can begin. This council has already started this work through the Race to Gold plan, which we released last year. And today, we've seen that many of the projects and priorities within that Race to Gold plan have been adopted by the state government, including the Brisbane Metro extension to the Sunshine Coast. We know that all the way back in 2016, when the Games bid was first raised by then Lord Mayor Graham Quirk as an option for Brisbane, The opportunity for investment in transport infrastructure was sold as the key benefit. Well, here it is. We now have a golden opportunity to deliver in this race to gold, to deliver for 2032 on that promise that he made to Brisbane residents, to show Brisbane residents that when we said we would deliver transformative transport outcomes for our city, that we really meant it. This federal government money is a vote of confidence in the Schrinner Council to keep delivering for Brisbane.
Questions, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in 2020 you said, "I'm so proud to be leading a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform Victoria Park into public parkland." Today, the Premier announced that Victoria Park will be bulldozed for a $4 billion stadium instead. As Lord Mayor, you've failed generations of Brisbane residents by ditching your vision and selling out to your LNP mates in state government. How much money is Council making by selling off Brisbane's Victoria Park?
Lord Mayor.
That's an interesting question from the only councillor here who I understand was a member of the Sewelley administration. Sewelley administration who built a motorway through the middle of Victoria Park called the Inner City Bypass, who cut the park in half.
Point of order.
With a motorway.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Griffiths,
I
point of order.
question the Lord Mayor's accuracy, but I'll just claim to be misrepresented. I'll take it up.
I can see he's distancing himself now from the Sewelley administration for obvious reasons. I know, though, that the Leader of the Opposition sees Jim Sewelley as a mentor and has championed him many times in this place. The person who was not only happy to keep Victoria Park as a...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Take a seat. Under section 22(2) of Meetings Local Law 2001, I direct members of the public gallery who are calling out and interrupting proceedings to vacate the public gallery immediately, and I authorise my representative to escort you from the gallery.
Point of order.
Just wait. No, councillor. I will call upon you once the public gallery is vacated. Just wait. No. Just wait.
So then
please,
why can't we
councillors?
proceed?
Councillors.
Point of order, Chair. I call for a recess for a period of 10 minutes.
Seconded.
Adjournment. We don't need to listen to this rubbish.
The person has left the gallery. Do you still want to vote on that, councillor? Yes, I know it has to be.
No, Chair, but we shouldn't have to put up with that. Thank you.
No, I know. It's not being recorded, so, and that person has been removed. So it has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Wine for an adjournment. All those in favour say aye. I would happy to withdraw.
I have a withdrawal, Madam Chair.
Now, Councillor Johnston, I believe you had a point of order.
Yeah, I most certainly did. Madam Chair, I note that you have enforced the rules with respect to members of the public gallery. I draw your attention to section 33(8) and the following rule. Neither the Lord Mayor nor the Sydney Cabinet Chair shall debate the subject of the question, and, quote, the answer will be relevant and succinct. Now, the Lord Mayor is debating Councillor Griffith's question. He's talking about things that are clearly not relevant and it's not succinct. As you're applying the rules strictly to others, will you apply them to the Lord Mayor as well?
Councillor Johnston, the question itself was quite lengthy and on the edge of debating and not very succinct. So the Lord Mayor had only just started answering the question and he still has 4 minutes, I think, to answer that question. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, where was I? I was pointing out that the former Labor Lord Mayor was quite happy to see Victoria Park as a fully commercialised golf course that members of the public couldn't get access to without paying, and then they built a motorway through the middle of it. So we know what they think about Victoria Park. But to the specific question, Councillor Griffith asked what we were getting for selling off Victoria Park. Well, first of all, Victoria Park is not ours to sell. It's actually state government land held in trust by the Brisbane City Council. So in fact, it is the state government's land to start with. And so, quite frankly, it shows Councillor Griffith's ignorance of Victoria Park, obviously not aware of the situation, not aware of who even owns the land, but we know that he was quite happy to sit by as a member of the Labor Party and see it carved up with a motorway.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, actually it was, I was quoting the Lord Mayor who said, I'm so proud to be leading a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform Victoria Park into public parkland.
Councillor Griffiths, that's not a point of order.
I'm just reminding him of what the question was.
Councillors will remain. Councillor Griffiths, that's your second caution. As you know, councillors will remain silent while another councillor is speaking. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have...
one moment, please. Councillor Cassidy, you are clearly going against what I just asked you to do. You are warned as well. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say, my team and I are incredibly proud of opening up Victoria Park to the people. Rather than a few golfers that had to pay to use it, we have opened it up for everyone. Our desire was always to see something for everyone in Victoria Park, to see more people using it. And what we've seen consistently from day one are some people who don't want other people to use the park, who don't want other people to come in there, who see it as their basically private parkland just for them. And then they've been, unfortunately, strong-armed to become part of a Greens campaign. Speaking of a cult...
Please take a seat, Lord. Please take a seat, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, thank you. Again. I do, under section... councillors who should understand the behaviour that is expected in the chamber. And I'm noting who's calling out or who is doing other things.
The public accept honesty.
Under section 22(2) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I direct members of the public gallery who are calling out and interrupting the proceedings to please vacate the public gallery immediately, and I authorise my representative to escort you from the gallery.
Madam Chair. Well,
No, Councillor Johnston.
and I know you turned my microphone. Where
Councillors are not to be recording the chamber, whether film or recording, and I do warn you, Councillor Massey, that that is not appropriate. And Councillor Johnston, one moment, I'm speaking. And Councillor Johnston, I asked you to wait, and I would call upon you once the public gallery was settled.
Point of order, Chair. There is not a single recording of what's just happened here on my phone, and I'll happily show it to you if you would apologise publicly, because that's an outrageous claim.
I won't, Councillor, and I'm explaining to you that that is inappropriate.
Point of order, Chair. This is an unfounded claim. Look at my phone.
Councillor Johnston, Councillor Massey, I made my ruling. We go back to the question. Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
Okay.
That's defamation.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Massey, stop calling out.
Point of order, Chair. If you make a claim...
I'm dealing with another point of order at the moment. Councillor Johnston.
Well, Madam Chairman, I feel, I wasn't going to, but I feel Councillor Massey's quite aggrieved by your statements about her that appear to be untrue, and perhaps you might like to consider withdrawing them, given that she's saying your statements about her are untrue. And I think that would be the appropriate thing to do. That's not my point of order, but I feel very strongly that... You're not going to?
Councillor Johnston, what is your point of order?
Okay, Councillor Massey can move, I don't know, dissent in whatever your chit-chat was. Madam Chairman, I note that you have stopped the meeting for whatever reason. So my point of order, Madam Chairman, is the meeting was still running. My understanding is you turned off the recording and wouldn't allow anybody to speak, despite the fact that the meeting was in progress.
Councillor Johnston.
And Madam Chairman, I'd like to know under what authority you stopped the meeting for no reason. Did you stop the live stream as well as the recording? And what authority do you have to stop the meeting when it is in session? Can you point me to the rules that allow you to do that?
Councillor Johnston, there are councillors in the chamber who can get up and put their mic on and speak, and when they do, I respond. That is who is recorded in this chamber and not the gallery.
Point of order, Madam
And
Chairman.
I
You
do not
repeatedly
uphold your
turned
point
off
of
my
order.
microphone when I attempted to speak
Councillor Johnston,
and make
I
a point
gave
of
you-
order.
I gave you
Madam
a
Chairman, your
request.
statement there is specifically untrue, and I've asked you a question about the running of the meeting, and I would ask you to, one, please answer the questions about what was recorded, what was live streamed, and why you stopped the meeting for no reason.
Councillor Johnston, I made a ruling and you continue to get up and question that and speak when I have addressed the issue. So, as you have failed to comply with my request, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Now, you may not like my ruling, but you cannot continue to make a point of order on the same thing that I have answered.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I move...
One moment.
Thank you.
Point of order,
I'm
Councillor
gonna-
Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that you are engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct as the Chair of Council, and that you should be reprimanded for that conduct.
Seconded.
As this is a procedural motion, I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Those against, no.
I'm moving...
The noes have it.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. I'm moving a motion under the meeting's
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, just so there's no confusion, I'm moving a motion under the meeting's local law that you are engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct, and that you should be reprimanded for this under the Code of Conduct. So my understanding is I'm moving a motion that we can debate and that you should leave the chair and we go through that process.
Seconded.
Just confirming, Councillor, are you moving a motion to remove me from the chair?
Yes. No, Madam Chairman. 21A2. The councillors at the meeting, other than the chair, may by resolution decide whether unsuitable meeting conduct has occurred, i.e. with you, the chair, and if the unsuitable conduct meeting, make an order reprimanding the chair for the conduct. 21A1 and 2. It's not that hard. I've done it like 3 times now.
So you've requested I leave the chair, which I shall now do.
Point of order.
That's insane.
Point of order, Councillor Chongwa.
Chair, I'm just curious, is the meeting still going and are we still recording and minuting everything right now?
Yes, we are.
On the record?
Everything on the record?
Let's get it on the record.
And when was it resumed?
He never stopped. Now we are going to the debate. And Councillor Johnston, as the mover, can you speak?
Yes, look, this is the process that is set down by the meeting's local law to address the conduct of the chair. Now, there are 2 or 3 key issues here. I stood up making a valid point of order about whether or not the council meeting was still being recorded and live streamed, and the chair of council refused to answer. She then falsely stated that councillors could stand up and speak in the chamber, and I repeatedly attempted to do so only to have my microphone turned off, which is controlled by the chair and the clerks with the chair. So her statements in this place were absolutely false, and I was prevented from raising that point of order. But the bigger question here is what happened and how this meeting has been managed while there has been some disruption in the chamber. In the first instance, the chair has an ability to deal with disruption in the chamber, but that does not give her a right to shut the meeting down by simply saying no one can speak. As far as I know, there is no meetings local law that allow her to do that. My understanding is the live stream continued, but she turned the sound, the chair turned the sound off to the live stream. So it is unclear to me whether or not she has made honest statements here in the chamber today about how this has been handled. Now, obviously, this is a difficult situation, but it's not the first time this has happened. I remember all the unit rate payers back from 2008 and 2009 who were just as cranky in the chair. But what we cannot have is the meeting being held in silence for no reason, councillors not being allowed to speak or make a procedural point of order, even when the meeting is running. And this is the issue. At the time that Councillor Landers refused to allow anybody in the chamber to speak, the meeting was running. Now, that is inappropriate conduct. When she was asked to clarify procedurally what had happened, she warned me instead of actually explaining what her actions were in governing the chamber. Now, that is inappropriate conduct. As a statutory office holder, she is responsible under the Code of Conduct to apply all the rules, local, state and federal level. She has to be respectful to councillors here. And that leads me to the second issue, which is Councillor Massey has strongly denied doing any kind of filming in the chair, as Councillor Landers alleged, and Councillor Landers did not withdraw her statements. And I'm sure Councillor Massey will speak to that. We cannot have a situation where the council meeting is not running because Councillor Landers just says, be quiet, and then we sit there. Either the meeting is in session and all of the rules that apply to the meeting are able to continue, or an adjournment is moved. Now, I think that's a cowardly way to do it myself. There is no reason we can't continue speaking while we have active members of the public gallery. Are we that weak that we can't stand up and continue debating when we've got a couple of protesters up in the gallery? It certainly doesn't bother me. So I am very concerned at the way Councillor Landers has handled the meeting today by simply saying no one can speak, restricting the recording, possibly restricting the live stream, and also turning off my microphone when I wanted to make a point of order, and publicly being dishonest about saying councillors could speak when she was deliberately turning my microphone off when I attempted to do so. And there are 7 people on this side who can all see it. So there is a really big problem with the way Councillor Landers is governing the meetings yet again, and she certainly needs to think about how to manage these meetings better and in accordance with the meetings local law, because they have to be able to continue with very mild disruption. I mean, if we can't handle a bit of criticism here and there, God help us. Like, we've been here a long time. We can do this. So I'm very concerned about what's happened here today and the dishonest statements from Councillor Landers in her role as the Chair of Council.
Any further speaker?
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Yeah, point of order.
I move this motion now be put.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Wine, seconded by Councillor Dixon. It is a procedural motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division. Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell.
Does anyone want to have a look?
Yep, clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please go back to the seats.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Oh.
As there's no further speaker, so there's no right of reply. So now we are going to have a vote on the unsuitable meeting conduct.
Point of order, Councillor Wine spoke, Mr Chairman. Yes, he did. We all saw him stand up.
It was a point of order.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Wine spoke, Mr Deputy Chair.
It was a point of order, so it wasn't speech. So now we are going to vote on the unsuitable meeting conduct. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Chong-Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 16 against.
The motion has lost. Can someone ask the chair to come back to the chamber? Yep, Madam Chair, there's no unsuitable meeting conduct.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair. Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair. He's off.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, could you please advise the chamber who directed the sound to be turned off during the council meeting and the recording of the council meeting?
Councillor Johnston, until I call upon the person who calls a point of order, then they shall not respond, and I hadn't called. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. You just called me.
Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Johnston, you called me. It will be on the record. You called me,
Councillor
Madam
Johnston,
Chairperson.
I have made my ruling.
No, Madam
and
Chairman.
we are moving
Madam Chairman,
on.
I move that you are engaging in unsuitable meeting conduct by failing to comply with the meeting's local law. I move, Madam Chairman, that unsuitable meeting conduct is reprimanded. Seconded. Come on, she can't do it.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Point of order. Councillor Johnston, once a point of order is disposed of, a further point of order may be raised provided it is not the same or a repetition of a point of order already disposed of earlier in the meeting.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, we've seen at least 6 point of orders from Councillor Johnson. We've seen repeated points of order previously disposed of. I ask that you consider that this is unsuitable meeting conduct and that this is dealt with under the rules that you have to deal with people who are doing this.
It is the same
outrageous.
reason that was given earlier and debated. So, yes, it is. I do not uphold your point of order, Councillor. And Councillor, it's the same motion, based on the same reason that you gave. So I do not uphold that.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
We are moving on with question
Madam Chairman,
time.
I'm not aware that there is any restriction on me moving a motion of unsuitable meeting conduct against you, Madam Chairman, and my reason for doing so is because I made a point of order, you called me, and then you said I didn't call you and I don't uphold your point of order. So, Madam Chairman, if you want to know why, I get to speak on it, but I have moved a motion of your unsuitable meeting conduct under the meeting's local law, which I am required to do on a different issue.
Councillor Johnson, you are making a point of order when you get up to do that motion, and I've already said that once a point of order is properly disposed of, a further point of order may be raised, provided it is not the same. And in the Chair's view, that you are obstructing the meeting by making excessive points of order during another councillor's speech, then I may rule that no further points of order be made by you during the remainder of the Lord Mayor's speech.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
I refer back to your statements accusing me of recording within the chambers, and I ask you to withdraw.
Councillor Massey, I didn't accuse you. I said I warned you not to. I said that it is. I warned that you shall not, but I didn't say that you actually were, and you can check that later.
I'd be happy to check that, but why I would be isolated is unbeknownst.
Okay, well, I'm just going to remind everybody before we move on that, as I did at the beginning of this meeting, councillors and members of the public gallery are to remain silent when a councillor is speaking. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As I was saying before, Council has no plans to sell off Victoria Park. If we owned it, we wouldn't sell it off, and we certainly wouldn't sell it off if we didn't own it either, and we don't own it. It is a state government park. Now, we had a great plan for Victoria Park, but now there's an even better plan for Victoria Park, a plan that will see even more people coming into the precinct and benefiting from it, and a plan that I know has got not only Brisbane excited, but Queensland excited, a plan that will see a genuine legacy for our city, not only in the form of an oval stadium, which we need to replace the Gabba, but also a world-class aquatic centre to replace the Centenary Pool. And so a great outcome for Victoria Park, using only a fraction of the park, leaving a huge amount of green space for people to continue to enjoy, green space that they couldn't enjoy previously because it was fenced off as a golf course. So it's a wonderful outcome, an outcome that I know not only we support, but the wider community supports. And as I said, we know what Labor's record on Victoria Park is. They put a motorway through it and they had it fenced off to the public and you had to pay to get in.
Further questions, Councillor Parry.
Actually, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I actually had a misrepresentation from what the Lord Mayor had said.
Yes, my apologies. Yeah,
no, it's all
a
right.
lot happened, so...
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yep.
I just wanted to... The Lord Mayor said that I had been a councillor under the Sawley administration. I was never here under the Sawley administration. I was here under Mayor Quinn.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy,
We've just heard about how the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving with unprecedented investment in our public transport network. Last week, we heard those opposite claim that Council actually delivered more public transport services under the leadership of Councillor Cassidy's mentor, Lord Mayor Jim Sawley, and potentially Lord Mayor Tim Quinn. Can you please update the chamber on some of the public transport highlights of the last Labor administration?
Councillor Murphy. One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy, as you have failed to comply with the request to not talk and call out and show unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6). Councillor Cassidy, you might want to wait. You might want to stay here for this. Councillor Cassidy, as you continue to fail to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, in accordance with section 21(8) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Councillor Murphy.
Well, Madam Chair, I would have thought Councillor Cassidy might have stayed for the answer to this question, but I understand why he would leave, because last week we heard him give a fascinating retelling of Labor's record when it comes to public transport. He made some very interesting claims. He alleged that in the year 2000 there were 152 million trips on council buses and ferries. This is under Labor Mayor Jim Sawley's administration, which I found incredible, really, considering Brisbane at that time had a population around 880,000. Now, being a keen student of history, I decided to delve into the archives to test this claim. So let's play some Trivial Pursuit. How many total trips do we think there were in Brisbane's bus network in the year 2000? 120 million, maybe? 100 million? Was it 80 million? Madam Chair, try 54 million. So a full 100 million passengers less than Councillor Cassidy's claim. So we don't know where he got this figure from, Madam Chair, but he made the figure, he repeated the figure quite clearly several times in the chamber. I know why he's walked out, because this one's, I know why Councillor Collier is covering her face, because this one is a real stinger. He has just made this figure up, and the funny thing is, Madam Chair, this figure of how many passengers were carried by Brisbane's public transport network in the year 2000 are so easily and publicly verifiable. It took me 5 minutes to find them. So I thought maybe we should have a quick look at Labor's time in office. What did they actually achieve, the Sawley and Quinn administration, now that we're talking about it? And Madam Chair, I didn't raise Labor's record during the Sawley-Quinn years. It was actually Councillor Cassidy that did it. That's a favourable comparison, and now he's walked out. But if you're a sporting fan, you might have heard the phrase that a player is on fire. And of course, this is used to describe a player that is in some of the best form of their career. Unfortunately, under the Labor administration during this time, this phrase took on an altogether different and quite literal meaning, because, Madam Chair, Brisbane buses would literally catch fire on a regular basis. That is their record. Far from the modern air-conditioned fleet that we now run in Brisbane, under Labor, we had an ageing and poorly maintained fleet of diesel buses, which resulted in those buses catching on fire on occasion. And as you can imagine, that is a less than ideal environment for the passenger. And Labor's brilliant solution to this wasn't to maintain the buses better or to buy new ones. Their solution was to switch to gas turbine buses, a move that no other public transport operator in the country was doing at the time. And very true, those buses did not catch fire, but they did explode, and they literally blew up on regular occasions, and that whole bus procurement decision blew up in Jim Sawley's face, so much so that it took a change of administration, our administration, to lower the pressure in those buses and stop them from exploding. Labor also comprehensively failed us on air-conditioned buses. If you go even further back, and again, He started the history lesson, not me, Madam Chair. If you go further back to 1975, you'll find Labor then committed to air conditioning Brisbane's buses. And they were in power, let's remember, the vast majority of the time between 1961 and 2004, except for a short sojourn with Sally Ann Atkinson. And they never managed to get it done in the most humid, hot, subtropical city with a major public transport network. For 30 years, they failed to air-condition Brisbane's buses, and it took Campbell Newman booting out the Quinn Sawley administration to get 100% of Brisbane's buses air-conditioned, cool and comfortable, which was done in 2009. We also were able to bring the average fleet age down from 15 years to just 9 years, making our fleet the most modern fleet in the country, which also reduced the number of explosions and fires that did occur on our buses, which again is a great result for customers. So, Madam Chair, why the history lesson here? Because I think Councillor Cassidy has so engaged in self-deception here that he is now inventing Labor's positive record when it comes to public transport in this city, living in a utopia where in the 90s and the thousands, Labor presided over a golden era in Brisbane's public transport with hundreds of millions of people catching buses. But as we know, Madam Chairman, that is a fiction, and those numbers and that record exists only in Councillor Cassidy's head. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Earlier in this meeting, and I quote, you stated, recording in the chamber is not acceptable, and I warn you, Councillor Massey, that that is inappropriate. That wasn't a warning, that was the direct quote, and I ask you to withdraw.
No, Councillor Massey, I will not withdraw. That didn't say that you were. Councillor, further questions? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you said the reason behind criminalising homelessness was because there was enough housing for everyone sleeping rough. We know a week later, not one single person experiencing homelessness has been moved into permanent housing. Even the police think your evictions are cruel and have not been moving people on from parks. So why did your LNP regime do it?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Madam Chair, there's so much wrong with that question. It would be harder to fit more misinformation into one question. Councillor Collier clearly wasn't listening last week when we confirmed that putting up a tent in a park is not a criminal offence. It has never been a criminal offence, but has certainly been a local law for 99 years in this city. 99 years. And, you know, Councillor Collier, you should know this. Even your own Leader of the Opposition knows this. Councillor Cassidy has been telling his own constituents that it is illegal to put up tents in parks. And if you've got a complaint about a tent in a park, you should call council and they'll do something about it. This is the Leader of the Opposition caught out wanting to get rid of the tents in his parks, telling residents to call council to enforce the local law. So, Councillor Collier, probably check with your own Leader of the Opposition before you ask a question like that. Now, what else was wrong with that question? First of all, you claim that I said something that I simply did not say. And I would invite you to show where I have said what you suggested. Now, the other interesting thing is that on the one hand, they've suggested that somehow we are forcing people to move out of parks in 24 hours. And then on the other hand, they're saying no one's been forced to move out of parks. So what is it? They don't know what they are talking about. But once again, I'll tell you who does know a few things about this. Councillor Cassidy knows about this. Let me quote from an email that Councillor Cassidy.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Point of order, Chair. Relevance to the question. I didn't ask about Councillor Cassidy. I asked about what the Lord Mayor's doing.
Lord Mayor, can you come back to the question, please?
Oh, this is very much on the question. It is exactly about the question. I can understand why Councillor Collier doesn't want to hear it, but this is exactly about the question. So, Councillor Cassidy has written an email to one of his residents. The resident then forwarded it to me, basically saying, Councillor Cassidy said you can help clear people out of parks for me. Can you do that? Because Councillor Cassidy wants us to enforce the local law. So I'll read it out. This is the email from Councillor Cassidy to the residents. I have attached Council's public land and council assets local law which prohibits camping in parks. You will find the reference on page 12. This information can also be found on the Queensland Government's local law database. As you have rightly pointed out, Council's resources are deployed in assisting people access services to move from sleeping rough to supported services. Yeah? Yes. Council does not have coercive powers and cannot physically move people on. Councillor Cassidy knows. Only the police can do this. Council's public space liaison team had visited Stanley Park to visit the people sleeping there, to educate them about the local law and help connect them with services including accommodation. Council can issue infringements if the first stage of education is not successful. This is the case with every local law. So I don't know, reading between the lines, Councillor Cassidy is quite happy to see people fined. I table this email, Madam Chair, which shows Councillor Cassidy is caught out wanting the tents out of his own area and then running a dishonest campaign against the enforcement of the very local law that he is championing. This is the Labor Party dishonest on this matter. This is it. It shows it right here. Councillor Cassidy knows exactly what we do and don't do, what we can and can't do. He's spelled it out to residents and then yet peddles misinformation in this place and in public about what we're doing. So, what I will say is this. We have never said we are kicking people out of local parks. We have said that we are linking them up with the housing that is available through crisis accommodation, but we are not allowing tents in local parks anymore. We're not removing people, we're not forcing people out, we are simply not allowing people to camp in parks. These are playgrounds, not campgrounds. And because there is crisis accommodation available, we are making sure that we have the state on hand to link people up with that crisis accommodation. That is exactly what we're doing. That's what we'll continue doing. And Councillor Cassidy knows what we can and can't do. And the Labor Party should be ashamed of their dishonest campaign, the dishonest misrepresentation they have been putting out there in the public, the unnecessary scaring of people.
Expired. Further questions, Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Chair of Community and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, last week we heard from Councillor Collier that the opposition has recommitted to their policy of using vacant council assets as homeless shelters, a policy that I understand was first debunked when it was suggested by former Labor councillor Cara Cook. For the benefit of those of us who were not in the chamber at that time, can you please refresh the chamber's memory as to why that policy would never work?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Gibney for the question. Chair, those opposite claim to be champions for our most vulnerable, but when they were in government, what did they do? Nothing. Crisis accommodation was just not available. We had nowhere to house our rough sleepers. And just a few months into the new Crisafulli government, we already have crisis accommodation available for every single rough sleeper. In just 148 days, the Crisafulli government has delivered what Labor couldn't in 9, almost 10 years. And meanwhile, the Labor team in council, what's their solution? Not to house the homeless in hotels and homes. They want to house them in buildings unfit for habitation. The Crisafulli government is providing hotel rooms for rough sleepers to ensure they have a safe place to sleep at night. And yet, through you, Chair, Councillor Collier and her colleagues, their policy solution is to house rough sleepers in vacant council buildings. The same policy was suggested by the former councillor for Morningside Ward, Councillor Cook, in 2022. We told Councillor Cook then why the policy wouldn't work. The vacant buildings that Labor councillors hail as a safe haven for Brisbane's homeless are vacant for a reason. They are not fit for safe habitation. Labor's answer for rough sleepers is to put them in what? The old Paddington water tower? A water tower. It's a water tank on stilts. The old electricity substation at Victoria Park. It has no toilets. It has no water. It has no sewage connection. The old signal substation at Moreton Island. The old pump station at Acacia Ridge. The old windmill at Spring Hill. A shed. These are all uninhabitable buildings, totally unfit for any human to live in. So one has to wonder, why would Labor councillors want to house the homeless in these atrocious conditions? Instead of a hotel room with fresh linen, a bathroom, a safe place to sleep, air conditioning, everything one needs to have a safe night's sleep. They don't want to hear the answer. They don't. The answer is obvious, Councillor Chair. Labor councillors...
One moment, please, Councillor Howard. Councillor Collier, you are calling out and you have been told not to several times. So as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Labor councillors have absolutely no interest in delivering real solutions for our most vulnerable. Labor held the state government for almost 10 years and did nothing. In just 148 days, the Crisafulli government has delivered what Labor couldn't in 9, almost 10 years. Madam Chair, you have to wonder at the ineptitude and the heartlessness of the former state government. What is clearer than ever to every Queenslander in this state is that the former state Labor government made a conscious decision to actively do nothing to help our most vulnerable residents. Because if the Crisafulli government has been able to deliver the resources we need in just 148 days, it's not that the former state Labor government didn't have the capacity to act in 9 years. They simply chose not to. Thank goodness we now have a new government at 1 William Street that is truly committed to delivering what is needed to make sure that everyone has access to a safe and secure place to sleep at night. Because unlike those opposite, we do not believe that living in a tent is an acceptable outcome. Unlike those opposite, we do not believe that shoving someone into a shed or a water tower is an acceptable solution. It is beyond unacceptable. It is quite frankly reprehensible and inhumane. Instead of trying to be part of a compassionate solution, those opposite would rather prey on the most vulnerable, engage in a massive misinformation campaign and scaremongering crusade to make people believe that there are no options out there for them. That might have been the case under the former state Labor government, but unlike those opposite, the LNP refuses to sit idly by and do nothing while Queenslanders are doing it tough.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired and that ends question time.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Dixon, point of order.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for a dinner break for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no? No. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber.
Councillors, are there any petition? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to lodge a petition requesting Council remove the gum tree located at 52 Reardon Street, Callambel, and replace with an alternative species.
Any other petitions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I submit a petition for the speed reduction on Annerley Road, a speed limit review on Annerley Road.
Any further petitions? Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No? There being no councillors rising to their feet, are there any matters of general business? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on the recent passing of community champion Jack Poole, a man who gave much of his life serving others and was a legend on the north side. Less than a week after he retired as a paint salesman, long-time Stafford resident Jack Poole started volunteering at Meals on Wheels. He'd seen other people his age slow down in their retirement, but he wasn't interested in that. He knew that the only way he could keep going was to keep going, or keep giving, in Jack's case. For almost 30 years, Jack delivered more than a meal to thousands of people in Stafford and beyond. He served as the president of Stafford Meals on Wheels for many years, instilling a strong culture of community connection. Jag was dogmatic about the importance of involving everyone in their purpose. He engaged with local schools so that hospitality students got experience in the kitchen. He also built contacts with other agencies to allow younger people with disabilities to help deliver meals as well. He drew on his own experience as a young man with a medical condition that saw him lose the use of his arms and legs, ultimately taking him out of school. This experience is what compelled him to live a life of service. The Junior Red Cross, St John's Ambulance, Meals on Wheels, numerous committees in the local area. He stood up for seniors, refugees, people with disability, mental ill health, or even those that just needed a chat. Long before COVID, Jack was a pioneer in stamping out social isolation. To know Jack was to love Jack. When I first met him about 18 months ago, his reputation had preceded him. I knew about his near 3 decades at Stafford Meals on Wheels and the countless awards and acknowledgements he received. He was a Westfield local hero, won an ABC Radio Brisbane Community Spirit Award, a Volunteer of the Year Award from the Member for Everton, the Mary Lowe Living Legend Award from Meals on Wheels, the list goes on. He took great pleasure in telling me he was named the Lord Mayor's Citizen of the Year in 2008 and was 3 years older than the Senior Citizen of the Year. He was as cheeky as he was humble. He credits Meals on Wheels for keeping him going after the loss of his wife Tony in 2009 and his son Darren a few years later. He told me he went back to work at that little brick building on the corner of Tevan and Appleby Road not long after. Knowing that he had clients who counted on him is what got him out of bed in the morning. When he let us know he was crook, I went to visit him in hospital at St Vincent's Northside. While I was there, he couldn't stop talking about the exceptional level of care he was receiving from doctors and nurses. He said he couldn't fault them and would never hear a bad word about the place. He also told me he caused quite a stir on his ward because all of the nurses wanted to take him home. But what really blew me away was his disbelief that anyone would come to visit him. He said the calls he received from people to check in on him and the outpouring of support, he didn't get it. He teared up at the thought that people would care so much about him. But we did, Jack. We cared about you because of how much you cared about us. And I'll finish with this short anecdote. Jack lived his life guided by 2 values, empathy and communication. One thing he would always do when he put in the long hours at Meals on Wheels was to say thank you to every volunteer who helped that day. He said it was important to understand their generosity and to show how much they were appreciated. His daughter Gail would say, "Dad, you spend so much time at that place." But it was important to him to show his gratitude and to keep the volunteers coming back. So with that, thank you, Jack. Thank you for embodying the heart and soul of Meals on Wheels. Thank you for extending this reach far beyond delivering a meal. Thank you for inspiring others to volunteer. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. And thank you for showing us through all your actions how to really contribute to society. Thank you for your service. Rest in peace, Jack.
Any further joint business? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on 3 items, just to add some words in addition to what Councillor Parry just has about Jack Poole, to talk about an email sent to the Lord Mayor's office and about drainage in my ward. And I just want to echo what Councillor Parry has said, pardon me, about Jack Poole. One of the most amazing men I've ever met. I first met him back in 2010 when I was, no, it was a bit earlier than that actually, volunteering in Wayne Swan's office in my early 20s, and they were picking up some slack at the time to do a Meals on Wheels run out of Stafford, and I said, yeah, I could do that on I think it was a Wednesday, so I took the Swanee Ute around and did a run in Stafford Meals on Wheels, and I'd never met anyone like Jack before that, or since. Back then, obviously, it was, whatever that was, 13... No, what year is this? 15 or 16 years ago, and to have sort of seen him continue in that work and that advocacy for many, many years after the year or two that I did that Meals on Wheels run out there was just really quite inspiring. And also pioneering Meals on Wheels delivery to new mothers as well, and providing that service out of Stafford, which I think was the first of its time. Not sure whether that happens at any Meals on Wheels anymore, but really quite an incredible man. So I just echo the words that Councillor Parry has said about Jack Poole. Rest in peace, and you'll be sadly missed, Jack. Lord Mayor read out an excerpt of an email that I sent to a constituent earlier in this meeting about council's local laws and their application. He selectively read out of that, and what I did send to that constituent was basically copy and pasted from council officers. So the attack that the Lord Mayor levelled on me was actually being levelled on council officers. But the Lord Mayor didn't read out an email that same constituent sent back to him, which says, I have written to the Lord Mayor stating I do not want any further correspondence from him or his office. This is because it's very likely he will engage in further bullying while continuing to refuse to address or answer questions. There's quite extensive correspondence in there. So I guess when you get the Lord Mayor standing up in this place reading selectively from emails, you have to take that with a grain of salt. When it comes to drainage in my ward, I have spoken in this place quite extensively about the need for further investment in suburban drainage projects. As I said last week, we found out recently in the last month or so that council's basic maintenance budget for basic drainage maintenance works had been completely expended this financial year, and drain cleaning couldn't occur in multiple locations in Brighton. Now, to add to these revelations, which I have discovered over the last couple of weeks, we have over this session of council attempted to submit questions on notice asking council to list the locations of drainage infrastructure awaiting maintenance or repair. Now, the first question we put in was citywide, and the response we got was that council officers said the answer cannot be answered within the timeframe provided under the meetings local law. So we thought, fair enough, there must be an awful lot. We cut it down to just several wards around Brisbane, and we received the following answer. Council officers advise this answer cannot be answered within the timeframe provided by the meetings local law 2001. So last week we submitted a question on notice just asking for the locations of any drainage infrastructure awaiting maintenance and repairs in the ward of Deagon. Just one ward. Just one ward, and the answer is council officers advised that this answer cannot be answered within the timeframe provided by the meetings local law.
You're joking.
Despite the fact that a previous question on this list asking for any open footpath maintenance works to be answered around Brisbane, which magically could be answered, there's 860 specifically listed items which include a location, a description and a price listed there for the works that need to be repaired. So if council officers can pull together an extensive list of 860 specifically listed items with their location, description and price for broken footpaths awaiting repair, we can only assume that the number of drainage infrastructure projects awaiting maintenance or repair in just the ward of Deagon far exceeds 860 specifically located items.
That is the only assumption we can make from this, because it's the same system that council officers use to book in jobs for footpath repairs as they do for drainage maintenance, and to find out here in official answers to questions on notice that this LNP administration either can't track where drainage maintenance projects need to occur, or there are so many listed that they cannot in a week pull together
Councillor
a list
Cassidy, your
of
time
projects
has
is
expired.
disgusting.
Any further general business? Okay, Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Victoria Park, Brisbane and the proposed Olympic Stadium. Today, I was at Howard Smith Wharves protesting with the Save Victoria Park group and speaking to the news media while our Premier announced the results of our new LNP state government's backroom deals on the billions of dollars available for stadium infrastructure development. They had 100 days of wheeling and dealing with big developers about where they wanted new stadiums. The State Premier, Chris Fully, announced as this fully booked event paid by donors, developers and LNP influencers, that a new Olympic Stadium will be built in Victoria Park, Brisbane. At the Brisbane Times reported live from the event, and I quote, "At the centre of the plan, there will be a stadium at Victoria Park," Chris Fully said. "Hear, hear," called our Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, to erupting applause from the paying crowd. Outside, protesters from the Save Victoria Park community group were lining the footpaths with placards in opposition to the new stadium. Let me be clear. This is an anti-community decision by a group of arrogant and uncaring politicians and greedy developers who have been behind this plan all along. This state government reneging on a major election pledge only 140 days into their term. Despite repeated requests, the LNP State Premier has constantly refused to even meet with Save Victoria Park Group. Clearly, the LNP Cabinet and the LNP Council administration do not care about legal agreements they have made with the International Olympic Committee. The official agreement between the IOC and the Queensland State Government and the Brisbane City Council, and I submit and table the host contract, stipulates that new Olympic venues must not be constructed adjacent to or within cultural protected areas. A significant part of Victoria Park is state heritage listed place. This decision is breaking a very clear legal contract between the host and the IOC that new venues will not be built on or adjacent to state cultural heritage sites. There is no legal doubt that the state government is proposing venues on adjacent to a state cultural heritage site. The Olympic host agreement is a legally binding document. Constructing an Olympic stadium in Victoria Park, Brisbane will break clause 15.3, which is the highest order of contract agreements. There is no doubt in my mind that protection of Brisbane and the arrogant and shameful decision that this culturally protected park can be sacrificed for an Olympic stadium will become the focus of an international campaign. The world has been experiencing an increasing amount of international environmental oversight of Olympic Games constructions. That is exactly why the IOC have put in these clauses. I would not be surprised if we see significant international support for our campaign to protect and preserve Brisbane. I also want to take a moment to thank all the dedicated and passionate community members that have been part of the Save Victoria Park Brisbane campaign. Thank you so much. Good on you, Sue. Yes, good on you. Good on all of you. Standing up and fighting back. Whatever backroom dealings LNP politicians think, this campaign is not over.
Any further general business? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to talk about leave entitlements and would like to also respond to comments made by Councillor Collier in the motion debate earlier and put on the record some facts. So, Deputy Chair, it's the Schrinner Council that moved to provide employees with 5 additional personal leave days for reproductive health purposes when an employee has personal leave balances of 5 days or less. And I just wanted to point out, for the benefit of the chamber, that when federal Labor made changes to federal Fair Work legislation over the last few years, they did absolutely nothing when it comes to reproductive health. Just like no forced redundancies and the Lord Mayor's very clear stance on that, we are committed to providing generous and fair employee entitlements in the public sector. Perhaps Councillor Collier, through you, Deputy Chair, should direct her grievances with the Prime Minister, because this council provides and will again continue to provide and put on the table throughout our EBA negotiations a compassionate approach which supports our employees. Quite frankly, Deputy Chair, it's a bit rich that this has come from the Labor Party, whose leader says that maternity leave is a break. Thank you.
Any further general business? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on the decisions of the Chair earlier today and the proceedings of the Council meeting. Earlier today, some appalling decisions were made by the Chair of Council, Councillor Sandy Landers, and I want to put on the record my concern about her failure to comply with the meeting's local law and be respectful to all councillors in this chamber. Under the meeting's local law, section 24, the council, that is us, the council, has made a decision that an audio or visual recording of this meeting can be made. Now, that includes live streaming of the council meeting, and we all had to sign our lives away, as I'm sure the senior council officers sitting in the gallery remembered, before we were allowed to even have live streaming of the council meetings. Earlier today, somebody gave a direction to turn off the recording of the council proceedings. Now, that was very clearly made. Councillor Landers was asked by me in a point of order to clarify what was happening, and instead of doing that, she warned me for inappropriate conduct. Now, at some point today, somebody in this chamber, and I can only presume it is Councillor Landers because she refused repeatedly to answer the question, turned off the recording of the council meeting, and we sat here in silence. I attempted to make a point of order and the sound was turned off. I was not allowed to do so and was repeatedly turned off when I attempted to speak. Once I could then speak and the sound was turned back on, Councillor Landers falsely stated that councillors could speak during the meeting. Clearly, the sound had been turned off. These issues can be visually seen on the recording, but the meeting cannot be heard. Now, that is contrary to the process that is set down under the meeting's local law. The Chair of Council does not have the authority to just switch off the live stream audio if she does not like what is happening. And that is what has happened. Whether or not there are interjections in the gallery, they are part of what is happening in the meeting. And to deliberately remove them and pretend they did not happen is falsely altering the minutes of the council meeting and the proceedings that happened in this chamber. They happened. The fact that the LNP want to sanitise them and pretend that they didn't is inappropriate. Inappropriate. It lacks transparency. Thank you, Councillor Chong-Wah. So there is no authority for the chair to do this. Now, if Councillor Landers was not the decision maker, when she was specifically asked by me on 2 occasions, then she should be able to say who it was, because then I can pursue that person. But because she has denied it repeatedly, I can only presume it was Councillor Landers. Now, the second thing that happened when I made a point of order once the meeting resumed, clearly on the recording and in the meeting, Councillor Landers called me to make a point of order. I made it, and then I sat down and she said, "I didn't call you, Councillor Johnston. I don't uphold your point of order." That is on the record. So Councillor Landers has again falsely stated things that are completely untrue, not in accordance with the meeting's local law and not in accordance with her own behaviour seconds before. It is, I don't know what's going on. Well, I do know. There's been problems since she took over the chairing from the beginning. And yes, it's a difficult job. I completely accept that. But not being able to explain why the audio recording of the minutes of the council meeting have been turned off when asked a procedural question demonstrates that you have something to hide. And the final and the third thing that is just outrageous in my view is Councillor Massey stood up this evening to explain that she had not been using her phone other than to do emails and so forth. She hadn't been filming or recording anything. She made that very clear to Councillor Landers on 2 occasions, and he asked Councillor Landers very politely to withdraw the warning that was issued, and Councillor Landers simply refused to do so. She was in the wrong there as well. Now, the LNP will hop up and defend her to the hilt, but the Trump-like changes to the record of the council meeting absolutely should not be happening. Now, I know the Lord Mayor copped a grilling on the 7:30 report.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
But he cannot hide what happens in the meetings.
Any further speaker? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise on one item of general business, World Down Syndrome Day. On the 21st of March, on the Friday just past, it was World Down Syndrome Day, and I was very privileged to celebrate this day at breakfast hosted by Down Syndrome Queensland. This day is dedicated to advocating for the rights, inclusion and well-being of individuals with Down syndrome. But it is more than just a day, it's an opportunity to reflect, educate and be inclusive. It is observed every year on the 21st of March. Down syndrome is a genetic condition that occurs when an individual has an extra copy of the 21st chromosome, which is why the 21st of March has significance. This extra chromosome leads to development and intellectual challenges, but it does not define the person. Each person with Down syndrome is unique, just like everyone else, with their own dreams, ambitions and potential. Down Syndrome Queensland is headquartered in the Hamilton ward at Ascot, and I'm very lucky to have this great organisation in my local community. This year's theme was to improve our support systems, and I'm very proud to have worked with Down Syndrome Queensland since I became a councillor nearly 2 years ago. Michael Harrison and his team do an amazing job to raise awareness, fundraise and provide programs that enrich the lives of people who have Down syndrome. And the breakfast was a testament to his hard work as engagement manager. It was a packed room and Michael did an excellent job in pulling together keynote speakers and an informative panel over a hot plate of breakfast. It was lovely to attend and also support this event through the Lord Mayor's Community Fund with sponsorship. It has been my pleasure to welcome many students to my office for a chat from Down Syndrome Queensland, and they come and have a tour as part of their Possibilities Pathways program, and I also attend their graduation ceremonies. You can even get your caffeine fix through DSQ Brew, which is a special blend of coffee that you can buy, which I do, created by 2 dads who met over coffee who have children with Down syndrome. And in conjunction with Crema Coffee Garage in Stafford, in the mighty electorate of Marchant, you can buy this special brew and the money goes to Down Syndrome Queensland. I can assure you it is very delicious. But this day is not just about raising awareness, it's about fostering a culture of respect, inclusion and celebration. Chair, I will conclude my remarks there, but happy World Down Syndrome Day for 2025. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on 2 items of general business. Firstly, Say Their Name Day, and secondly, an upcoming addition to my family and the circumstances surrounding it. So I just want to make some remarks about today. Today, of course, has been an eventful day for the people of Brisbane, and certainly has been a day in this place that, you know, there's been a few things going on. But it is important to know that today is also Say Their Name Day, and I just want to provide a content warning that I'll discuss, you know, topics of stillbirth and pregnancy loss from now on. So today is Say Their Name Day, and it is a day to help raise awareness of pregnancy loss, stillbirth, baby and child death, and raise much needed funds to ensure that every bereaved family has access to the support that they need, not only access to the support, but for as long as they need it. And I think that is an important point that we have all not discussed today I mean, I call it debate, quote unquote, but there was no debate, I guess discussion today about offering reproductive leave to council employees, is that some of the issues that are covered in the provision of reproductive leave are not things that are covered. These are not issues that last for 5 days. These are issues that leave an impact on people for the rest of their life, whether they are diagnosed with prostate cancer or they're facing, unimaginable tragedy, through any of these circumstances. And so we're missing the point. We're missing the point that there is still so much more to do to provide our workforce ongoing support for matters like these. So I hope that, the takeaway from today, it shouldn't have been a political debate, but the LNP made it one, let's be clear. This is a researched and well-regarded policy, not only for the benefits of our employees, but the benefits to the economy that this sort of leave has. And I do implore anyone in the public or the private sector to implement it if they haven't before now. So I'll just leave my remarks at that, but just adding my thoughts, well wishes, support to any family who is commemorating, say, their name day today. The second thing I want to talk about is I will be taking a break from this place to go and have a baby in 2 weeks' time, which I'm pretty excited about. And I again just want to remind the LNP of the circumstances around it. Councillor Cunningham said earlier that I'm heading off on maternity leave. Just to be clear, industrially, there is no maternity leave for councillors, and it's a bit rich. Industrially, there is no leave for no parental or maternity leave, so every councillor misses out. And, the LNP claim that they're this, they introduce these quote-unquote family-friendly hours. I don't know about you, other councillors who have young children. I FaceTimed my family earlier and said goodnight to, my 2.5-year-old. Not very family-friendly, is it? But, yeah, it's the LNP's version of family-friendly. And it's a bit rich coming from Councillor Cunningham to talk about, parental leave. She said maternity leave, it's actually parental leave, but this is coming from the councillor who went on ABC radio and slammed former councillor Cara Cook for suggesting that maybe we should investigate that maybe we should investigate making this place more family-friendly by implementing hybrid meetings and giving families flexibility. There is still so much more to do when it comes to making politics an equitable and accessible place for families, for women, for people who live with a disability, for people with colour. And every opportunity the LNP have to make it just a tiny bit easier for any of those people, they shut it down. They fight it and they shut it down every single time. So to wrap up my remarks, I am looking forward to welcoming a new child to my family. It's a really special time for me and for my husband Matt and my daughter Maisie. We're really looking forward to it. I'm so grateful to the outpouring of support that I have had from my Labor colleagues in this choice that I've made to expand my family, and also to my community. And I am so looking forward to taking some time to spend with my new addition to my family, who will be joining us in about 2 weeks' time. But I also look forward to making it better for the next person who wants to join their family.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just one thing to talk about this evening, and that is to congratulate two councillors in advance of the impending birth of their children this evening, and that is Councillor Lisa Atwood and Councillor Collier. And obviously, as we've just heard, Councillor Collier will soon be having her second child. Congratulations. And also, Councillor Atwood will be having her fourth child. And I'm not sure that she's done yet. But look, it's a truly wonderful thing. And it is, I've just watched in this place the increasing number of women that have not only served amazingly as councillors, but given birth whilst in office, and some in cabinet as well. Councillor Cunningham being the first to be a cabinet member and give birth. While we've heard from Councillor Collier that apparently there's no parental leave, what Councillor Collier is not telling you is that there's no such thing as leave for a councillor at all. There is no leave at all for any councillor. There's no leave at all. But you can look at it that way, or you could look at it that you can take as long as you want, Councillor Collier, because there's actually no limit. I know that the limit that we have on the leave that is taken effectively is what we feel comfortable in taking. And so...
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier, you had your opportunity and you did your general business. Every councillor in this chamber is entitled to get up and speak without being interrupted to do their general business. So I ask you to show the same respect, please. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And so it'd be nice if it didn't have to be turned into a political point for a start. That'd be a great thing. But the reality is I just want to pay tribute in particular to Councillor Atwood because I have seen her and we have seen her firsthand with one of the most impacted wards in the cyclone, and nothing slowed her down. Even when it should have slowed you down, it didn't. And I just want to pay a special tribute on behalf of all of us to what you've been doing under incredible pressure. And Lisa, you always put your community first, but I know you also put your family first as well, and that's not an easy balance to find. But you are an incredible mum and an incredible local councillor, and I've been so proud of you seeing what you've been doing. I really do think that the residents of the Doughboy ward are genuinely fortunate to have you as their local councillor. I know that they will also join me in welcoming your newest addition to the family, and this time a boy. And so after 3 girls, I know it will be a change, but look, on behalf of all of us, wish you all the best, Lisa. And I do, Lucy, wish you all the best as well. As I said, I think it is a genuinely wonderful thing. And it's certainly a sign of how much the chamber has changed over the years as well, because when you look at that first meeting 100 years ago, they were all men. There was no one giving birth. And it stayed that way. And they were all scary looking men as well, with beards and hats. And it's so much of a more inclusive place. And it should be. And I think it makes this place better. And particularly, I know in my team, with more women than men in the team, that is something that makes it a wonderful place as well to be in this team. And I wanted to lead a team that has more women and also more mothers than we've ever seen before.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to rise just to pick on one item tonight, and that's the retirement from community service by a lady by the name of Anne Bailey. Anne's been a long-time resident of the Inala community for probably more than 50 years. And in that time, she has been a volunteer with a number of community organizations. Probably the largest one in the area in my ward is Inala Community House, who have a fairly sizable budget. And for many, many years, she was the treasurer for Inala Community House. She was really good at BAS too, by the way, BAS returns, which a lot of organizations that are registered try to find people that can actually do the returns. Anyways, but she also did a lot of work for the Inala Hub, which was in Corsair Avenue at the time, but it has moved up to Poinsettia Street. But at the time that she was a member of that community group, they were funded by the state government, but they needed to raise some funds to do a number of projects that wasn't covered under their package. So Anne devised first of all, they applied and got a commercial kitchen installed so that she and her team of volunteers would be able to facilitate sandwiches and other things for meetings of groups and organizations right throughout my ward, and did for many, many years. You know, if you went to any, usually if you went to any organization and they had a bit of a meeting, there would be trays of sandwiches that Anne and her group made, and that's how they made their money for the Hub Neighborhood Center. But she didn't finish there. She also volunteered for Southwest Progress Association, which started more than 20 years ago. And she was treasurer because she liked doing that sort of work. And there was a number of large events each year, welcoming the babies, the Queensland Day Awards. Listen, we had multicultural days. We had all sorts of things over the last 20 years. For all that time, she was a member of Southwest Progress Association as well. Now, you know, she also, for most of that time, she worked full time, or I don't know exactly how many hours she worked, but she worked for the local Woolworths, well past retirement age, by the way, right? And she was the lady who put up the bread, you know, up into the racks and everything every day. And of course, she'd have fantastic conversations with people. Everyone knew Anne. And she did also a lot of work for her church as well. So when I heard she was retiring from community service, I'm thinking, well, we're really going to miss her because, I mean, she was an institution, right? But, you know, at a certain age, she thought, well, I've done enough. I'll look after the family or my husband. Now, you know, the kids have all grown up and have left, but I'll look after hubby now, right? This is his time. And I'm sure they'll do some traveling and things like that as well. But Ann Bailey is one of those people, and I'm sure we all have them in our wards, you know? Multiple volunteers from multiple organizations over decades, right? Never asking for any praise or acknowledgement, but we gave it anyways, right? She won a Queensland Day Award as well, local Queensland Day Award. Better be specific about that. And a number of other awards that the other organizations actually facilitated for her. I mean, you know, honestly, we probably should nominate her for an OAM, right? Because she deserves it for everything that she's done and all the sacrifices she made over all those years for a community that, once they get to know her, are enamored of what she's been able to do for that length of time. So congratulations, Anne. You deserve a well-earned retirement. And I hope you'll probably come back and say hello to us from time to time after your travels. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have 4 items to speak to in general business. And while we're speaking about people who assaulted the earth, I would like to speak in relation to one of my residents' experience with regards to the Ute Army. I had 2 people who in particular came and volunteered in relation to the Ute Army. One of those people was from Bundaberg, and he heard about the cyclone, he heard about the potential flooding in Brisbane, and he travelled down from Bundaberg to help. He stayed for 3 or 4 days. He stayed in a tent in someone's yard during the storm and assisted a number of residents, the 2 of them worked together, a number of residents to cut and remove trees and vegetation from their yards. I was, I suppose, in meeting this guy, or he contacted me because he contacted my office and said, we have to go back, I have to go back. I've sort of done what I can do, and he basically had an accident in his car while he was doing that work. So this man who was helping, who travelled from Bundaberg, who isn't employed, was working for the community, doing a whole lot of work that we were organising. The council was posting out in social media, and he damaged or had an accident in his car, and decided to head back. So that damage cost him $800 in terms of having to pay for the insurance. I think there's something perverse about us setting up a volunteer program where people are losing out who volunteer. I think there's something really perverse in that. I sat through the presentations and I listened to Councillor Johnston, and I thought I'll hold back and just listen. But from my perspective and from my officer's perspective and from my staff's perspective and from me, it was a complete mess. It was a complete mess in what it delivered for residents. It was a complete mess for what it delivered for volunteers. Great for social media, great for a news grab, and that's what was happening with this whole cyclone. Was it was all about the news grab and social media, but it wasn't thought out, didn't work out well, and this is one of the victims of that. This is a victim of our game playing and not doing things properly. So to that man, I will write you a reference, I'll do what I can do, but I think we as a council deserve to do so much better than quick, snappy little social media grabs. I want to also say tonight, my second point is, I don't support the loss of the Gabba. I can't believe a grand institution like the Gabba is going to be demolished and gone under the LNP, under this Lord Mayor, under an LNP Premier, just obliterated. Gone, like it never existed. I can't believe that. And I can't believe people aren't reacting to that. I just think about all the AFL games, cricket games that my family go to there, and I can't believe that we have just so cold-heartedly gone, it's gone. It's known internationally. And what's this council, what's this mayor, what's the Premier say? Oh, it's gone. We've done a deal with our mates and it's gone. I don't support that. I don't support development of Victoria Park. This is shocking. Are we like fools? I've heard of it compared to Central Park. If in New York, the council went and said, we're going to put a stadium right in the middle of Central Park in New York because we think that's great, there'd be a riot, and there'd be a riot all over the world. But here we have a park that we've compared, the Lord Mayor has compared to Brisbane's Central Park. And what's he doing to it? He's developing it. He's letting his mates, his grubby little mates, get onto it and develop it. This is shocking. So no, I don't support that either. Along with, we're jamming all these people in there, but we're actually removing park space. And the last point I just want to pick up on is the forced redundancies. No, you haven't done forced redundancies. You just haven't replaced 480 staff. And it is showing all through the organisation,
your time has expired.
Everywhere.
Further speakers. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to speak very briefly on the passing of my sister. It's not something I would normally do in this place. It is the anniversary today. It was 5 years ago today. Over FaceTime, I had to say goodbye to her. And the reason I'm doing it today, because it was her birthday today and her passing today, and her one wish in life was to come and visit me in Australia. She never made it. So I wanted it on the record that her name, Joanne, was mentioned in this place forever and today. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak on 3 topics today. Dutton Park, ride to school, the Story Bridge footpath closures, and open season. This Friday I was really privileged. Max and I served over 200 quesadillas to family and students with a group of volunteers at Dutton Park's Ride to School Day. It was wonderful to see so many people, young kids and families get engaged and also ride on public transport. It also happened to be Harmony Day, and so it was wonderful to see various bicycles and scooters in theme. Particularly, there was one outstanding bike that was in theme with Harmony Day. It was a really great morning. It's the second year we've done it. I'm looking forward to the next one. I want to thank Paul and Jean from the Dutton Park PNC. and Western State School. I'll see you for brekkie next week. Secondly, I just want to put on the record the Story Bridge closures for the footpaths.
Unbelievable.
You know, after a lot of mystery and a lot of no answers, we now know that the footpaths are being investigation, potentially as a part of maybe applications to relief funding as a critical infrastructure for active transport. And it is critical. You know, while the numbers can vary, it's about 1,800 cyclists, from my understanding, and maybe 3,400 to 3,500 pedestrians that use those footpaths daily. And while now we know that they could be closed for a few weeks, it's really important to note that doesn't mean anything. What a few weeks has meant in the past is months of closure. And this doesn't relieve any of the people, the active transport users that are using it for their commute, the people that are exercising on it. It doesn't relieve them of the fact that footpaths are closed. I know that there's been times when there's been work on the Story Bridge where you'd have one footpath closed and the other. There's a lot of confusion out there and a lack of transparent information, and I hope that there will be more, and I hope that there is transparency in the investigation that is conducted and they'll be delivered in the public. And it's important to also note in the record that the detour, which is 2.5 kilometres, is just not doable for walkers. You just can't. And so there's got to be another solution here. You know, if this council was serious about active transport, if it was serious about public transport, active transport, it would really give another option for that, on my calculation, at least 5,000 to 6,000 daily commuters that use the Story Bridge. Lastly, I want to talk about open season. Last night I had the privilege of being invited to the launch of Open Season, which is a program, an arts, I wouldn't say just live music, program that occurs in Brisbane between May and July. It's predominantly done at the Tivoli and the Princess Theatre, but there's lots of other venues. And it was really interesting to see that QPAC was also involved this year. So it's great to see some lovely changes there. The lineup is incredible. There are some incredible experiences and shows. Please check it out because it's going to be a wonderful time. It was really great to also see a program based with a lot of First Nations artists and profiling and uplifting those voices. Thanks for the invite to the team. It was great to catch up with old colleagues, old friends, and make a couple of new friends from across the arts scene. Unfortunately, I can't be at the QMAs tonight because I'm here. But nonetheless, you know, the QMAs will be a great night too. But check out Open Season, it's going to be a great time. And thanks.
Further speakers, Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rise tonight to thank my wonderful colleagues in this chamber and to also just quickly talk about maternity leave. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for your kind words. I feel very incredibly grateful to be a part of Team Schrinner. We have, even in my nearly 6 years, it's gone so quick, to be a councillor in this place, our team has changed so much in that time, and I feel really lucky to serve alongside so many incredible mums and other females, and guys too, but yeah, they are so supportive, and I know that they will be here for me and holding my baby when I come back to this chamber, so thank you all so much. But just with the notion of maternity leave, I know it's a really easy thing to say, but what does it mean? Like, do we genuinely want to put our communities through a by-election to replace us for 12 months? Because I know, like, well, what do you actually want is my question. We come and we sign up to do this term for 4 years. We love our communities and we don't want to put our communities through a by-election for a year. Like, that seems insane. So I suppose we sign up to this job knowing full well
and we have the opportunity, an incredible opportunity to serve our community. And I've done this before, and I'm so excited to do it again alongside a little baby. And our community loves it when we bring our children with us everywhere we go. I've never ever felt in my time as being a councillor unwelcomed at a meeting, at a community event, in this chamber, having a child with me. So genuinely, I love doing my job. I love having babies with me in this job, and I really look forward to having another child in this job. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly on 2 points tonight, which is about the Pollara Shopping Village and also our Federal Treasurer, Jim Chalmers. But before I do, I just want to briefly touch also on what Steve had said about, Councillor Griffiths has said about the Gabba. I know one person will be toasting away, saying goodbye with over a rum and coke tonight from heaven, which is the Duncan Pegg, late member for Stretton. This is someone who loved the Gabba so much and cherished many great memories there. We also held his funeral a couple of years back there with a lot of community gathering there. So I know that this will be a very cherished memory, and I hope that our city also sends it off a big goodbye in the fashion that it deserves. But just moving on with the Pollara Village Shopping Centre that's recently opened in our ward. This was a much anticipated opening, so I just wanted to congratulate everyone involved in the opening of this one. And that also extends to Coles, with Jason, the manager of the Coles there, who managed to open on the day that everyone was panic buying. So it was an incredible feat for them. They had so many customers. I've never seen so many people in Coles before ever. So it was massive credit to them. Thankfully, we were all stocked with extra toilet paper as well. So it was a wonderful experience to be there. And I'd like to thank them for the invitation to myself and also the local member, Leanne Enoch. That was a wonderful time. And also to Andre, who's opened a second Stella Rossa Cafe next door to them. He's been a wonderful community advocate and also a wonderful service to our area, and Domino's and every other restaurant there. It's a wonderful amenity our community finally has. People were very quick to line up to also provide me with 3 main points of feedback that they would love to see delivered over this term. And that's to firstly alleviate some of the flooding issues happening around the Stockland Estate and other parts of Pollara. I wanted to congratulate Sarah Hughes on her massive advocacy and has also recently submitted a petition to Brisbane City Council to improve this. Second, it was a traffic island, which we have been quoted as $400,000, and also footpath culvert extensions. This is something that we have submitted to the Lord Mayor's budget in a very we're awaiting hopefully some positive feedback to make sure that this critical infrastructure will be funded. Third are traffic lights at the entrance and intersection of this new shopping centre, which has generated a lot of traffic, which is great for our suburb, but also means that we need to be forwards planning. This is something that hopefully the future member for Morden, Julianne Campbell, and I have been advocating for, and also been pushing a very big campaign about locally in the area. So we definitely won't stop talking about that until we see more action happening there. So some very exciting news for Pollara. People are also quite disappointed that sadly the 2 new bus stops that were originally promised to us at the last budget will now be delayed for construction in this new financial year. So we do urge the council to consider speeding up, if possible, infrastructure rollouts in this suburb. It's something that we are very keen on. We won't stop talking about it, and we also as a community will constantly continue working together. And finally, I just wanted to thank my local member and also the Federal Treasurer, Jim Chalmers. He handed down his budget tonight. I'm sure everyone may have been on their dinner breaks at 6:30 watching along. He's actually one of my local members, and he's a very wonderful man. He's sat down, looks after all of his local members as well, asks us for feedback about what people are saying on the ground and what things that he wants to see. It's great to see cost of living relief and also HECS relief as well, especially for our young constituents in the area. I know that he's a very well-loved local member, and I wish him all the best and congratulate him on delivering the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillors, I now draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8 on the agenda. Councillor Johnston, would you please move the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the following motion: that Brisbane City Council re-establishes a voluntary residential home buyback scheme with $5 million in annual funding in the 2025-26 annual plan and budget, including the forward estimates.
Second it.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Chongwa that Brisbane City Council re-establishes a voluntary residential homes buyback scheme with $5 million in annual funding in the 2025-26 annual plan and budget, including the forward estimates. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise this evening in the wake of yet another natural disaster in Brisbane to speak about something that's incredibly important to myself, I know to Councillor Griffiths and many other councillors in this place whose wards experience flooding. In 2011, my ward experienced catastrophic flooding, and in the wake of that flood, Brisbane City Council introduced a voluntary home buyback scheme. And that scheme ran for about 5 years, and some homes around Brisbane in really flood-prone areas, including parts of Rocklea that I represented at that time, were bought back by council and converted to parkland. Now that was a great decision. That was a decision that recognised council's poor planning over decades, and I don't just mean this administration. But for decades, successive Brisbane councils had allowed development in parts of the city that we know are incredibly flood-prone. And that includes on the banks of creeks, like Oxley Creek in my area, Stable Swamp Creek, Moolabin Creek, Kedron Brook, you name it, they're all over Brisbane, as well as the Brisbane River, of course. Now, whilst flooding has been a systemic problem in Brisbane for many years, dating back to the 3 floods of 1893 and earlier, of course, they are happening with more severity and more frequency, and we cannot ignore them at Brisbane City Council. And that is what has happened since this scheme was unilaterally cancelled by the former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk. Instead, a Resilient Homes Fund was introduced that's only accessible by a few suburbs in the city. No resident in my ward is eligible to be part of that fund, and I think that fund has actually been defunded in the budget as well. So after 2022, the state and federal government contributed $350,000 towards resilience measures, raising and buyback. And that scheme has had a beneficial impact on my ward. We've seen about 160 homes purchased across 9 suburbs, but it is a drop in the bucket of what is needed. In the recent incident in March, just over a dozen homes flooded. That's water through their habitable areas. And whilst that was lucky, it wasn't as high as we thought it would be, it was still catastrophic for those people who live in an area where they are in harm's way no matter what they do. They don't have the funding to raise. That scheme, the state scheme, the federal scheme has finished. That money has been finished for almost 2 years now. Council did not put 1 cent into that program. In fact, all of its costs with remediation, or demolition, I can't call it remediation, were actually reimbursed under the disaster arrangements. So after 2022, this council did not contribute at all to redressing the poor planning decision made historically by councils. Allowing homes to be built on a slab, on the ground, on the banks of Oxley Creek should never have happened. It should never have happened. And there are still hundreds of homes that are going to suffer flooding going forward. For many reasons, people did not take up the offer, or in this case, in 2022, they may have missed out on being eligible for that flooding when they flooded in 2011. So, as it is, there are still thousands of people who are in harm's way, not only in my area, but in Councillor Griffiths' area and other councillors here. Walter Taylor Ward, the Gabba Ward, Central Ward, Paddington Ward, Morningside Ward. There are many other suburbs. We're not alone with this. My concern is that since this scheme was abolished, I have asked the Lord Mayor every year in my budget submission to reinstate this program, and I have moved motions previously with Councillor Griffiths to reinstate this program, and this council has refused to do so. The Lord Mayor has plenty of money for marketing, for advertising, for junkets on the Olympics, but we don't have money to address the poor planning decisions that have historically been made. The right thing to do for the people of Brisbane who are in some of the most flood-prone parts of the city is to re-establish a scheme, allow 1 or 2 homes a year to be bought back when those people are ready to go, so
Councillor
no future
Johnston,
residents are put in harm's
time
way.
has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak to the motion before us. And I want to begin by saying that I am very proud to be able to say that during my time on council, there has not been a period where the Brisbane City Council has taken flooding and the problems associated with flooding more seriously. It was this council, this administration, in an earlier iteration that published all the flood mapping that previous Labor governments had hidden. It was during the very early periods at the peak of the noughties drought that we started talking about flooding in this city, that we began what was then the voluntary home purchase scheme. And it actually began not in 2011 or 2012, as Councillor Johnston stated, but rather in 2006. Because the objective was to address these things in advance, because we knew that the weather would turn, the drought would break, and we would enter a period of wet, which we have been in for some years now. Now, with that report, with that change, it's important to remember a number of things. Firstly, all purchases made under that program and its subsequent forms have all been voluntary. And that is really, really important. At no point have we ever compelled a person to sell their property to us because of flooding reasons. Now, it's important to remember that after the 2022 flood, as part of the De Jersey report and response, the De Jersey review into our response to the flood, one of the recommendations was that our successful voluntary home purchase scheme, the one the Liberal Party government had put in, and all of Councillor Johnston's comments about whether it was good or its highs and lows have always been under a Liberal Lord Mayor and almost always been under a Liberal National majority. So she compares us to us, not to a previous version of us, because this is something that we have taken very seriously. But now, former Governor De Jersey, in his report, indicated that the return of our successful voluntary home purchase scheme be reinstated subject to the availability of state and federal funding. And that has been a principle that we have stuck to since he made that recommendation. The Lord Mayor wrote to the state and federal government and secured a significant amount of money. And we, through Councillor Davis and through CPO, were able to offer 354 separate households an opportunity to sell their land to council. Of those, 293 offers were accepted and their properties were acquired. And this is an interesting point, 96 offers were declined or expired, which means that not everybody where an offer was made accepted the offer, but everybody who was made an offer and there was an acceptance, that has been purchased by this council and has been converted into open space. Now, it's important to remember that while the state and federal government support the purchase of that land, the maintenance costs, which are significant, are all ours. So that the ownership of the land, the management of the land, it is all our responsibility now, all our cost. So now, of those 293 properties that were acquired by council through that program, we can, with a good deal of confidence, say that 189 of them would have been partially or significantly flood affected in the recent flood. So 189 properties would have been affected. So we know that our program works, which is why we know that Councillor Johnston's so praiseful of all our work, and that's clear in all the things she said. Now, as a result of that, I think it's important, knowing what was said by former Governor De Jersey, knowing about how well the Liberal and Liberal National majority councils have dealt with this project, I think it's important that we make an amendment. So I move that we amend the motion before us. And the amendment is that after the word council, the words be omitted and replaced with recognises the success of the voluntary home purchase scheme, which was introduced by a Liberal Lord Mayor, and that the council congratulates the administration on acquiring 293 homes through the most recent version of the program, funded by the state and federal governments. Further, that council notes the Lord Mayor has written to the state and federal government offering to continue to assist in the delivery of the program.
Seconded.
Thank you. So that would mean that
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion be amended so that after the word council, the rest of the words are omitted and replaced with recognises the success of the voluntary home purchase scheme which was introduced by a Liberal Lord Mayor, and that the Council congratulates the administration on acquiring 293 homes through the most recent version of the program, funded by the state and federal governments. Further, that Council notes the Lord Mayor has written to the state and federal governments offering to continue to assist in the delivery of the program. So the amended motion, I'll just repeat that, would read, I move that Brisbane City Council recognises the success of the voluntary home purchase scheme, which was introduced by a Liberal Lord Mayor, and that the Council congratulates the administration on acquiring 293 homes through the most recent version of the program funded by the state and federal governments. Further, that Council notes the Lord Mayor has written to the state and federal governments offering to continue to assist in the delivery of the program. Councillor Wines.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Madam Chairman, I refer you to, thank you, I refer you to section 40 of the Meetings Local Law, section 1. An amendment to a motion shall be at item A, shall be in terms which retain the identity of the original motion. Madam Chairman, the original motion is completely removed by this amendment and a completely different motion has been moved, which does not re-establish the voluntary buyback fund, which does not call for $5 million in funding, which does not call for the funding to be in the budget or the forward estimates. It is a completely different motion, and under section 41A of the Meetings Local Law, Madam Chairman, I believe you should rule it out of order.
Councillor Johnston, I believe the amendment of the motion retains the identity of the motion in accordance with section 40. Councillor Wines.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
As someone who seconded the motion, I don't believe that this, like what we're calling for in this motion is for council to put aside $5 million a year for voluntary home buyback. We're not saying how great it is. We're not saying how bad it is. We're asking for council to put aside money. This removes that totally.
No, Councillor, I've made my decision.
Yeah, and I'm disagreeing with you and saying this is hypocritical.
Well,
but this is not the intent of the motion. You haven't kept the intent of the motion.
Councillor Griffiths.
Whoopie-doo. You haven't kept the intent of the motion.
I haven't finished that point of order. Again, Councillor Griffiths, I do not uphold your point of order, and I do remind you to be respectful in the chamber.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
I move dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Dissent has been moved in my ruling by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Johnston. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Griffith. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 15 against.
That motion has lost. Councillors, resume your seats. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, just in response to some of the claims made by the opposition councillors through that tete-a-tete with you, I think it's important to reflect that the motion proposed by them identifies that it is a worthwhile and worthy program, that it is something that they are calling to be re-established. You wouldn't re-establish something that you didn't think was worthwhile, and that's reflected in our resolution. And also it speaks to a funding source, which is also in our resolution. But our resolution also speaks to consistency with how this program has operated in recent history, and also is consistent with the recommendations of the De Jersey report of 2022. So what it does is it provides an opportunity for us to continue down this path. The Lord Mayor has written to other levels of government seeking for the furtherance of that program. It has been a very effective program, one in my own community. I can, again, with some confidence say that there were 38 properties that were voluntarily sold to us through this program, and had they not, all 38 would have had water in the dwelling. So I am very grateful to this program. I know many people on our side of the room are too. However, I think that the resolution should reflect the true state of things, that this administration over a long, long period, including during the noughties drought, was talking about flooding, was preparing for flooding, and has responded to that. Now, we hear that in the mid-teens there was a transformation of the project, and that was because people stopped selling their houses to us. Because it's a voluntary program, people aren't compelled to sell. They can choose to sell. And some people like to live where they live. Some people are prepared to accept the risks of the place they live and are happy to stay. And that is part of what this program's about. So if you were to live in I take the Jamboree community, some people would understand that the river would from time to time break its banks, but the benefit of permanent river views is one that they trade off, I suppose, for want of a better term. So it's something that is something that we know people make that active and informed choice, and a choice that only Liberal governments and Liberal national governments in this place have been able to accurately and consistently provide to the public. So I'm here to recommend this amendment to you because it speaks to how great the program is, how long it and its earlier variations have been running, but also that it continues our call on delivery through a partnership with the state and federal government, one which saw more than $700 million transferred to this council for the purchase of these properties, something that we, for those who don't understand how it worked, the QRA would identify a property as eligible and then inform us, and we would engage the entire purchase process from commencement of negotiation to demolition of the property from the dwelling and the reinstatement of whatever the open space would become, and then its management in perpetuity. That's where we are. So, and that has not come at no cost to council, and it will not come at no future cost to council. There will be future costs associated with the management of that land, I am 100% sure. So, as I say, this resolution maintains the spirit. It speaks to how great the program's been, and it speaks to how the program will be funded into the future. I recommend the amendment to all councillors and look forward to debate.
Further speakers on the amendment, please. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak on the new motion that has been moved by Councillor Andrew Wines, and I say this is a new motion for the following reason. The motion that I put forward today states, has 6 words that is retained in the amendment provided by the LNP, and those words are, I move that Brisbane City Council. They are the only words that are retained in the, quote, amendment by Councillor Andrew Wines here today. Now, Councillor Lander's appalling chairing of this meeting has just been brought into stark reality here this evening when a motion that calls for the re-establishment of a Brisbane City Council scheme with specific funding with a specific time frame has completely been removed, not amended, it has been removed, completely removed, and a new resolution has been introduced. What does that resolution do? Pats themselves on the back for a program that was funded by the state and federal government that ended 2 years ago in July 2023. So the LNP cut their own program in 2017. They cut it. The LNP cut the Brisbane City Council project. They didn't contribute to the federal government project, a project that ended, a buyback project that ended almost 2 years ago in July 2023, and yet Councillor Wines is standing up saying, oh, we're so brilliant. This is brilliant. Look what we've done. We've acquired homes. We're the beneficiary of a state and federal program. And it's not the most recent version of the program because it was a completely different scheme that was not related to Brisbane City Council's scheme. He also goes on to state in this amendment that Council notes the Lord Mayor has written to the state and federal governments offering to continue to assist in the delivery of the program. There is no program. The state and federal governments do not have a voluntary home buyback scheme. Neither does Brisbane City Council. And residents in my ward who flooded again, who are paying somewhere between $10,000 and $25,000 to insure their homes, it has become costly, distressing, unnecessary. And the reason they are in this situation is that this council, Brisbane City Council, allowed the subdivision of flood-prone land on the banks of creeks and rivers, allowed homes to be built on slabs on the ground without any stormwater management. Worse, this council won't maintain the local creek system, it won't upgrade the drainage to try and mitigate the flooding, it won't put in backflow valves, and it leaves residents at the mercy of the river and the creek in Brisbane. Now, the LNP's actions here today demonstrate an appalling disregard for the plight of those residents who are still in harm's way. And it's not just in my ward. It is not just in my ward. It is in Councillor Griffith's ward, Councillor Massey's ward, Councillor Chong Wa's ward, Councillor Penny Wong's ward, Councillor Collier's ward, Councillor Atwood's ward, Councillor Cunningham. And Councillor Cunningham is laughing while her residents flood. Norman Creek floods. And she's laughing.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
She has spoken in this meeting. Thank you, Councillor.
Again, the LNP don't think there's some record of what's happened in the meeting. Anybody can look at what I've just said and know that it's actually true. And listen, look.
Madam Chair, Councillor Johnston called Councillor Penny Wolf.
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Penny Wong. I mean, if she could get her name right, that'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors.
Look, I don't recall doing that, but if I offended...
No, councillors, thank you. That doesn't give you the right to yell out.
No. And if I apologise to Councillor Wolf, I did not mean to refer to Councillor Wong, so I just know that Walter Taylor Ward residents flood. I just want to say the LNP are absolutely outrageous with what they've done. Councillor Landers, I will be referring you to the appropriate authorities. Your actions here today
Johnson, your
are
time
appalling.
has expired. Deputy Mayor, your misrepresentation.
I was just simply pointing out, Madam Chair, that Councillor Johnston didn't use the correct name of one of my colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much. Further speakers on... Councillor Johnston, stop calling out. Further speakers on the amendment, please. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. That definitely wasn't a personal misrepresentation from the Deputy Mayor. Doesn't understand the rules.
Neither does the Chair, though.
So what we've got here before us today is an amendment from one of the most incompetent councillors in this place, Councillor Wines. This is someone who a couple of weeks ago was reading the wrong report for a committee presentation and who has tonight just claimed a couple of minutes ago that, and this is his quote, $700 million was transferred to this council. That is factually incorrect. And this is the councillor who's the chair of the Infrastructure Committee, who's been sent in here to move this amendment and then claimed that this council received $700 million from the state and federal government to purchase properties, to purchase 293 homes. Now, that $700 million program was to fund buybacks of homes and also other home fit-out and resilience, raising homes as well. So Councillor Wines gets it wrong all the time, and he's got it very, very, very wrong here tonight. And he's a member of ENC, sits in Civic Cabinet with the Lord Mayor and other LNP chairs, and he's responsible for decision-making in this place that is absolutely disturbing. When we're not meeting as a council, he's delegated authority as a senior decision-maker, and he is claiming that this council received $700 million from the state and federal government to purchase 293 homes. Well, where is the rest of the cash? Where is it? If you claim that this council received $700 million through you, Chair, Councillor Wines, where is the rest of the money? Maybe we could spend that on purchasing more properties that are at risk of flooding, because Councillor Wines, a very senior LNP council in this place, claims that there are hundreds of millions of dollars unspent in the coffers of this council. Where is it? Where is the money? Oh, he's stony silent now, isn't he? He always likes to interject. But not right now, he doesn't, not right now. So the other claim that Councillor Wines made was that in 2016 or 17, by that point, nobody wanted to sell their home to council, which was a lie, which was factually incorrect, because there was a homeowner on Muller Road who was desperate to sell his house to council. He was continually being flooded in habitable areas, and council, this LNP council, continued to knock him back through the council buyback home buyback scheme in the lead up to its cut in 2017. And you know what? When this new program that the state and federal government funded, he was all of a sudden eligible. So that is factually untrue. So Councillor Andrew Wines was factually incorrect about this council receiving $700 million in revenue, factually incorrect about no homes being available to purchase under the previous scheme, and that's why it was wound up. Now, I don't know, the Lord Mayor's fled the council meeting again and won't debate this item. And it's quite telling. Just earlier today, the Deputy Premier had a dig at the Lord Mayor for never stumping up when he's required to do that, for having no backbone when it comes to showing leadership here in Brisbane. Really telling that the Deputy Premier, one of the leaders of his own party, would have a dig at the Lord Mayor like that. So I guess we don't really have to do the LNP's dirty work when they're doing it on their own as well. But the final point here, which is the real kicker, really, in the amendment before us today, it notes here that the Lord Mayor has written to the state and federal governments just offering to assist in the future if they decide to do anything. Just offering to assist in the future, not advocating for it. Not advocating for it. The Lord Mayor didn't write to the state and federal government and say, our city needs this support, can you please fund additional home buybacks? He didn't say that. And this is very carefully written just to say that the Lord Mayor is casually offering to assist. If somebody else decides to help the people of Brisbane, the Lord Mayor's regime is there to sort of help grease the wheels and get it sorted. Absolutely no leadership and not even any attendance from the Lord Mayor tonight to debate this motion, this amendment and motion. We definitely won't be supporting this amendment tonight.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm flabbergasted by the changes that you've allowed to go through, and I have just put on the record that I don't support it because I believe it changes the intent of the motion we originally put up. That's on the record. I just want to say that the unfortunate people left out of this discussion seem to be the residents who flood, who go through this problem, like to go into people's homes who are flooded And some of these people, their homes flood each year. To walk into their homes and to see the devastation it brings on their lives and on their health, and they're often very poor people, they're often apprentices, they're often newly arrived migrants. And I've had Liberal Party members go, well, they should check the flood maps. These people are new, they haven't got money, this is like where they live. And my belief and my fighting for the last 22 years has been to get a resolution to this issue. And so I've seen suffering in 2004 and 2011, 2022, and just a few weeks ago in 2025. And wow, Brisbane just deserves to get this problem resolved. And the way the LNP are playing with this and playing politics with this is just pathetic. We should be trying to not have people in floodwaters and they have their homes in floodwaters and be blaming them and be mocking them and be saying, well, great job we did cleaning up after the flood when we didn't. We have got this all wrong. This is really screwed. What you've done tonight is really screwed up. I don't know who's on your strategy committee, but they're screwed in the head. This is really a bad move. Having this $5 million there, as well as having the state and federal money, and boy, I'm happy we take that. Having this $5 million means we can buy homes as they come on the market, and some of those homes are there now. In Rockley, they got flooded and they're for sale. And you know what? We could have gone in there and bought those homes and alleviated this problem like we were doing in 2016. We're not asking for the world, we're just asking for a bit of common sense to be there so there's a bit of money so we can buy these homes as they come onto the market to get them out of flood and harm's way. So that hopefully someone else who represents that area in the future doesn't have to go through all this crap to get this problem resolved for our city going forward. I'm really just so disappointed in the way the LNP have responded to this. It doesn't surprise me the mayor's not here. It doesn't surprise me the deputy mayor hasn't spoken, even though her residents were flooded and some of the properties in her area should be bought back. Because it's a political game, not really about residents. And where Councillor Johnston and I are coming from, where people on this side of the chamber are coming from, is we're trying to get a resolution to this. We're trying to get it resolved. And anyway, I'm just really disappointed with the LNP in this chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll rise to speak to this briefly. There's many things that have been said here. I will want to put a couple of things on the record, and then I want to talk about a couple of experiences, because it's important to talk about the experiences in residents in these flood-prone areas. Firstly, it is just reiterating, it's a new motion. It's a new motion, and this new motion isn't about residents. It isn't about thinking for the future, knowing that the climate crisis is here, knowing that there are going to be more dramatic weather events, but instead it's saying, look, we're going to pat ourselves on the back, we've done enough, we did good enough, nothing changes, nothing's evolving, and it's all good. And what I find really fascinating about that is the experiences of residents that I talked to during the most recent weather event. There was one from Deshawn Street who we helped clean up her house. Obviously, Deshawn Street is in Woolloongabba. It is just outside of my ward. It is in, through you, Chair, the Deputy Mayor's ward. And this resident talked to me about the fact that this was their third flood and how they had stayed on in this place for as long as they could, but now they had to reconsider, right? And now there was thoughts about it. It is undeniable that people have made decisions, but as the events have increased, this woman talked to me about how they had flooded, I think, 3 times in the past 2 years. And so things are evolving and changing, right? I also have residents in West End, on Princhester, on Granville, on Princhester, Granville and Spring. Some of these residents have been living in that area for over 20 years and have never flooded. But they flooded in 2024 with the overland flash flooding that surged. There's residents on those streets who have lived there for decades with their families, have put down their roots. They're still not back in those houses, and now they are considering, they speak to me. They say to me, what are our options? There aren't any. And it's not just about the buyback. You know, we've discussed that what was offered by the federal and state government, let's be clear, it was their finance, was for a variety of things. And now it is closed. And there is no option. And since the 2022 floods, in Brisbane, we have had at least 2 events which have caused major flooding, overland flooding, and beyond. And what we see here in the amendment is an opportunity for the LNP Council to pat their back and say, yeah, you pay for it, we'll do the job. We'll support it happen. Yep. But you pay for it, we've done good enough. It ignores that people are living through changing situations. People that might have been able to clean up multiple times in 2011 are older and maybe don't have that capacity. And that is how stagnant this council is. It doesn't think about evolving opportunities, and this amendment isn't an amendment. It's a new motion, and I think it's just really disappointing that something like a voluntary residential buyback scheme from council, that is what, 0.0001% of the total budget, maybe 1.2? It's a $4 billion budget, has been somehow twisted now into no conversation about the residents. Any conversation about the residents is saying we had to change it because they won't buy back, not understanding that people are getting older, different residents are buying in the area, and at the heart of what we should do is try to provide at least a service to keep people out of harm, particularly as we all know, we all acknowledge that these events are increasing with rapid speed and putting people into harm. It's really sad to see.
Further speakers to the amendment. Councillor Hutton.
Madam Chair, I rise to speak very briefly on the motion before us, and I support this entirely. As we saw in 2022, floods were prolific across many, many suburbs. 190 suburbs were affected in 2022. And in the suburb of Oxley, it was deeply affected. We saw lots of houses inundated, and it was in a vast contrast to the recent experience that we had in ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, where we had those homes, we had 3.5 hectares bought back in just Oxley. And the homes that would have been inundated were now green spaces. And can I say, this program that the Lord Mayor has written to the state and federal government about reopening is really important. And I think we have consensus across the room that we all agree that this should be reopened. I think the debate here is actually about whether council should spend $5 million of its own money, or we should ask the state and federal government to tip in the $700 million and reopen the program as they did previously. I think it's quite bizarre. We've had comments in this chamber about not thinking about the future. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how many homes $5 million is going to buy. Maybe 2. It's not going to fix the problem here. And so what we are asking is we are actually asking...
Collier. Sorry, Councillor Hutton.
We're actually asking the state and federal government to work with us here. The state and federal government can't just come along and do this on their own. They actually need to work with us to be able to deliver this program. So the Lord Mayor has actually written to the state and federal government to ask them to reopen this program. The frameworks are all there. We all agree that it works, right? So we're actually asking the state and federal governments to do what they did previously and reopen the funding. Now, Madam Chair, on my final point, I would like to again acknowledge this program needs to remain voluntary. If people do not want to move out of their homes, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. I know, it's funny, Madam Chair, the opposition do not like hearing the reality of the story here. I know in my own ward, I have one gentleman named Wang who has come over from Vietnam. The first house that he purchased is in a flood zone, right? He is so connected to that property because it is a point of establishment, his point of establishment here in Australia, that he does not want to sell that property because it means so much to him. So there are people that will not want to sell their properties despite the flood risk. And I think that the program that we have asked the state and federal government to reopen should remain voluntary. I'll leave my comments at that, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Claim to be misrepresented.
What?
Thank you. Councillor Hutton and other councillors tonight have openly stated and also implied that somehow we're trying to make this scheme compulsory. That is absolutely false. And again, Councillor Hutton...
Thank you, Councillor.
Claim to misrepresented.
Councillor Hutton said it flat out at the end of her speech then. It is outrageous that there is some implication that we are trying to force people out of their homes with this. The motion is clear. It is a voluntary buyback scheme.
Councillor Hutton.
Madam Chair, I actually said that the program should remain voluntary. I had no comments about what the opposition was suggesting. I was just suggesting that it remain voluntary.
Thank you. Further speakers to the amendment. Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I just want to briefly pick up on something that Councillor Wine said during his speech, and which I thought was quite interesting, and that was that the properties that Council has acquired, that of course the Council was going to have to maintain those, so they're really a liability. Well, no. Through you, Chair, Councillor Wines, they're actually an asset, right? And I think the accountants would agree with me that 293 properties of green space, which some of those could be probably turned into pocket parks and all sorts of things, dog parks, pocket parks, whatever. Right? Yes. Exactly. Thank you for the interjection. So I just, it's just really curious that that's how the LNP looks at these things. That's how LNP looks at green space. They look at it as a liability because they're going to maintain it, right? Not as an asset that those people living in that particular neighborhood would possibly be able to actually enjoy that green space, right? Because it's not flooded all the time, right? I would hope it's not flooded maybe, I don't know. But anyways, it's, and of course we have to, and of course it doesn't cost us a bean to administer this initially, the buyback, because of course we get paid out of the fund, right? All of our costs get reimbursed. So we honestly, if you said to me, listen, I'm just going to give you a property, we'll administer it, right? And you'll just have to maintain it. Right? Would that be a good idea? Yeah, I think so. I'll accept that. Well, that's what this council does with all those 293 properties. They've accepted this lovely asset, right? And of course, they could be, it could be 400 square meter block, it could be 600, it could be 800, I don't know, and it could be actually developed into a much finer asset, right? And that neighborhood would love. So I just think it was really weird that that was the analogy that Councillor Wines, whether he intended to make that analogy, I don't know, but that's what I heard, right? I heard that it's really a liability because we're going to have to maintain it now, right? That's all us now. So anyways, thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the amended motion and fully support it. Because in Doughboy Ward alone, the original motion would result in a maximum of 5 homes purchased, and in many of the wards across our city, it would only be 2 or 3. We want more for our residents. That is why I support this new motion, seeking funding from the federal and state governments so hundreds of homes, not-for-profits, sporting clubs and businesses can benefit. In Doughboy Ward, we had 2 homes go through the buyback process after the floods in 2022, and dozens benefit from the home modifications to build back better, including raising their home, moving meter boxes and power points higher, and other improvements. A few weeks ago, I was really grateful for Her Excellency Dr. Jeanette Young for coming out to the Doughboy Ward and visiting residents and a local business. In 2022, I took Her Excellency to the same locations, and for her to see how the benefits of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority funding, it was really beneficial. We visited Kenro Street Bakery, a home that was raised and a home that was scheduled to be raised starting next month. That was really heartbreaking. One of her stories Her Excellency shared on social media was that of Ian and Laura Smith, who own Kenro Street Bakery in Carina. After the 2022 floods, they were closed for 11 months as they rebuilt from the ground up, having to replace their flooring, walls, ovens, cold rooms, and everything literally inside that shop. They applied for funding through the QRA, and with the funds, Ian said he could make it like a giant swimming pool that could be hosed out, and all of the appliances were built above the flood line. And a few weeks ago, that was tested out and worked incredibly well. Ian said this time he was also given warning, which helped him prepare. He said, "It's been a long week. We had around 60 centimetres of water against the front of the shop. Apparently I should have sold then because waterfront properties get a better return. But I was prepared this time. I used over 300 sandbags, 200 metres of black plastic, 300 metres of gaffer tape, and a pump inside to start pumping water out at a height of 30 centimetres, but it stayed dormant, thankfully. After the floods peaked on Saturday night around 2 a.m, Ian was closed on Monday and Tuesday and was open again on Wednesday for business. Funding from the QRA helped Kenro Street Bakery open just after 2 days, instead of 11 months. Just absolutely incredible. It was also great to take Her Excellency to hear from 2 residents about their experiences with the QRA, some of the hurdles, some of their suggestions, and their desire to stay in their homes as they love their community and did not want to move. But they wanted to raise their homes to withstand future flooding. Funding from the QRA will make an incredible difference to help more people that previously didn't apply as they thought they wouldn't flood again and did not take advantage of the funding in 2022. But sadly, there is every chance our city will experience another flood in the next 5, 10, 20, who knows how long, as we are built on a giant floodplain around the Brisbane River. I support this motion wholeheartedly and call on every councillor to support this amendment so we can make a real difference for our residents, our businesses, our sporting clubs and not-for-profit organisations, because $5 million, let's be honest, won't go far. We need hundreds of millions from the state and federal government. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Wines, right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, very quickly, in response to some of the opposition comments, look, if you take away the personal attacks and the bile, they agree with us. They think we do a good job and they want us to do it more. That's
Point
effectively
of order, Madam Chair.
No, that's what happened.
One moment, please, Councillor Wines.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Wines.
They support the program. They think we administered it well. They think we helped lots and lots of people, which is very, very true. We did do it well. We did help lots of people. If the federal and state government provided support to the similar level as earlier, we would be able to provide more support to more people in a manner that I think is worthy of our citizens, and also in a way that would address the problems in a meaningful way. Councillor Cassidy, when you ignore his pointless personal attack on me, got to the point that when it was expanded through state and federal support, we were able to help more people. That was what he said. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that other councillors should support that.
Please, Councillor Wines. Point of order.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
So I guess Councillor Cassidy didn't say we should help more people, and that the whole point of his speech was just to attack me personally. And the objective, like always, with Councillor Cassidy is deeply partisan. His community is routinely ignored by him because of his personal, I guess, partisan agenda, partisan vendetta against us.
Councillor Wines, I do have to stop you there because we are at the 1 hour. But first of all, I want to call on Councillor Johnston's misrepresentation. And then you, Councillor Johnston did too.
Councillor Wines said that apparently I agreed with the LNP about this motion. No, I most certainly did not.
No, Councillor Wines, thank you, councillors. It is Councillor Johnston's turn. It's her misrepresentation. It's not for debate.
I certainly do not agree with what Councillor Wines is saying on behalf of the LNP.
Councillor Cassidy, you had a point of misrepresentation.
Thanks very much, Chair. Councillor Wines misrepresented a specific example I gave about a gentleman on Muller Road who sought to have his home bought back, which had been flooded multiple times under the previous so-called Liberal Lord Mayor scheme, and was rejected, and then only when the new scheme came in was his home purchased, after previously being rejected by the LNP.
Councillors, we will now... Councillors? Councillors, I will now put the amendment motion. All those in favour say aye.
Sorry, point...
Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 against.
The amended motion is carried, so councillors, please resume your seats.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston. Yep.
You don't want to, you know, the interjections, you don't want to deal with those? No, okay, that's fine.
Do you
Madam
have
Chairman,
a point of order?
Yes, I do.
Then
but
what is
I
it?
thought you may like to call the LNP on their interjections, but that's fine. You're not doing that. Madam Chairman, I just want to be clear. Prior to allowing my point of order, you declared that the hour had finished for consideration of motions. So can you tell me why we're continuing?
That is the rules. Then we then put what we're discussing to the vote. So now, councillors, I will put the substantive motion to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division has been called by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour.
The motion is carried. Councillors, that now concludes the meeting.